Tantor Audio presents Slow Dance in Purgatory by Amy Harmon, narrated by Emily Wu Zeller. Prologue. The halls had long since expelled the energetic swarm of youthful humanity, and the din of lockers and laughter had long since settled into stillness. It was his least favorite time of the day. He could lose himself in their conversations, lurk behind them as they ran, as they danced, as they embraced one another. He could sit in on many a lecture, solve the most challenging equations, recite the first chapter of A Tale of Two Cities word for word, and as long as life filled the halls, he could pretend he lived among them. But when they were gone, he was utterly and completely alone. Alone as he had been day after day, year after year, decade after decade. There was a time he had descended into madness, but time had brought him out again. What good is being crazy if there is no one who can deem you insane, or for that matter, care whether you are normal? Insanity was exhausting and futile. So was pain. For a time the despair was so great that he begged for oblivion, but time had taken even that from him. Now he simply wished to feel anything at all. And so he continued on, waiting for redemption. 1. Rumble. Link Ray, 1958. August, 1958. The parking lot had been freshly lined, and the pavement was so new and clean it gleamed in the moonlight. The final touches had just been added to the brand-new high school that cast a long shadow over a pile of construction debris that had yet to be hauled off. Crickets chirped and the breeze sighed, and from far off the sounds of a souped-up Chevy with a loud muffler grew steadily closer. Then, as if the noisy muffler had awakened the night, the sound multiplied and split, and lights from several vehicles swung onto the long road leading to the school. Soon shouts and music could be heard spilling from open windows. Shiny chrome and heavy curves slid and jerked to haphazard rest, as arms and legs and exuberant youth spilled out of heavy doors painted in dizzy pink, pastel yellow, and cherry red. As the cars continued to fill the newly minted parking lot, battle lines began to emerge as each vehicle seemed to pick a side, leaving a swath of empty black between the two. It was a party atmosphere with an undercurrent of danger, and the expectation in the air hummed along with Chuck Berry reelin' and a-rockin' from the radio tuned in on every car. The cacophony of laughter and leers feverishly peaked, and then hushed in anticipation. The guys pulled their combs nervously through greaseback waves, and the girls made sure their red lipstick was freshly applied, as a low-riding black Chevy Bel Air with thin red flames curling down the sides slid down the empty space between the opposing sides, like a dancer taking center stage. The car slowed and then swung into a spot left open just for him. The heavy door of the shiny Chevy opened, and a black boot hit the ground as Johnny Kinross stepped out of his pride and joy and lit a cigarette like he had all the time in the world and no one was watching. He was dressed like some of the other guys, jeans, boots, white t-shirt, and black leather jacket, but he seemed suited to his choice where others looked posed. His dark blonde hair swooped high off his forehead, and his blue eyes swept over the kids standing by or sitting atop somebody's Studebaker or someone else's Lincoln, or any one of the various cars and trucks arranged in two lines. Johnny noticed that Irene Honeycutt's pink Cadillac convertible took up 2 spaces. It was a miracle she hadn't dented a tail fin yet. That baby was so long it could drive in 2 countries at once. Irene was the only girl in Honeyville who had her very own spankin' new wheels. He wouldn't mind taking that car for a ride, not to mention the girl. Donnie had put new wheels on his truck, and it looked like Carter's dad had come through on the new carburetor for his old Ford. The last he'd seen, it was up on blocks. He would have helped him drop it in if he had known. Johnny let the cars distract him. The cataloging of parts and paint jobs calmed him down, and made him forget for just a moment that he was here to bloody a few noses, break a few taillights, and generally raise Cain. But someone had alerted the ladies. Who the hell brought chicks to a rumble? Johnny sighed and tossed his cigarette. He was almost 19 years old and already felt way too old for this shit. Eyeing the school, he thanked his stars that he would never have to attend the shiny new edifice the whole town was talking about. He had graduated in May, and he was never setting foot inside the new Honeyville High. They would have to kill him first. He had almost never attended classes at the old school. Classes were torture, and sitting still had never been his thing. Graduating had been tricky, but he had a head for numbers, and no one made him read in math. Mechanics and woodshop were easy. So all it took was a few stolen kisses with Miss Barker, his lonely English teacher, and she gave him good enough grades to just squeak by. The passenger door on his black hot rod opened, and his 14-year-old kid brother, Billy, stepped out. He didn't try to imitate Johnny. It would have been laughable if he had. He wore thick glasses with black rims and could never seem to get his hair to lay down at his crown or swoop up off his forehead. So he wore it in a tight crew cut and looked more at home in bow ties and sweater vests than T-shirts and leather. He had insisted on coming along, though, knowing that Johnny was more likely to remain calm if his little brother was with him. Johnny had told him to stay home and had expected Billy to give in to his stern command, but for once Billy had been adamant, knowing that Johnny was set on picking a fight all because of him. "You looking for Roger, Johnny?" someone called out. Johnny didn't bother to answer. They all knew he was. Johnny strolled down the line of cars and stopped in front of Irene Honeycutt's pink ride. Irene smiled shyly, and her girlfriends giggled a little and elbowed each other. Irene probably shouldn't be smiling, considering Roger Carlton was her guy, but Johnny had that effect on the girls. If he wanted to, he could crook his little finger at any one of the twittering females perched on Irene's car, and be hot and heavy in 5 minutes flat. Maybe later. He really wasn't that interested in Irene's friends. From what he'd seen, Johnny wasn't so sure the blue-eyed brunette was that into Roger. But who was he to question it? Roger was smart, rich, and popular, and Irene's daddy sure seemed to have plans for him. Johnny had plans for him, too. He was going to beat the hell out of Roger and all his buddies and promise it would be 10 times worse the next time anyone messed with Billy Kinross. "He isn't here, Johnny," a plump redhead named Paula called out, and Irene leveled a look at her that Johnny couldn't decipher. The redhead squirmed nervously and ducked her head when another girl poked her in the ribs. Johnny zoned in and moved close to the nervous little carrot top. Tipping her chin up with a long finger, Johnny spoke low and clear. "Then where is he, Pidge?" Paula stammered a little, and her cheeks flamed as bright as her hair. I'm not sure. He just wanted us to tell you he had better things to do. Or something, I think. Didn't he say that, Irene?" "Then what are all of you doing here?" Johnny jerked his head, indicating the crowd, his eyes meeting Irene's, demanding an answer. She didn't respond, but her blue eyes were wide, and the expression on her face had him smelling a rat. The crowd shifted uncomfortably, and someone cleared his throat. A few of the guys that Johnny called friends started asking questions and calling out, and everyone seemed to chime in at once. "We haven't seen him, Johnny." "Somebody said they thought he was here." "Tommy swears he saw his wheels parked here an hour ago." "Go home, Johnny," someone else called out. "No one wants trash like you or your brother hanging around here." The voice came from back in the crowd, and Carter and Jimbo were on it immediately, a scuffle breaking out before Johnny could even see who it was. Like it had been carefully orchestrated, Roger Carlton's friends were suddenly swarming out of the backs of trucks and cars. Fists were pumping and insults flying as Carter and Jimbo were swallowed up in the fracas. Donnie and Luke were in there somewhere, too. Luke's bright hair and superior height made him visible for a moment before someone pulled him down. "Hey! Hey!" Johnny shouted as girls screamed, and a few random horns bellowed as people scrambled to jump into their cars or out of their cars, depending on whether or not they wanted in or out of the trouble that had erupted. Turning to Billy, Johnny swung his arm out fiercely, grabbing him by the shirt and pulling him in close. "Stay in the car, little brother. These guys don't fight fair, and it's going to get ugly. I can't worry about you getting the crap beat out of you while I'm wailing on Carlton." "Just let it go, Johnny," Billy pleaded. "We shouldn't have come here at all. I have the willies about all of this, like cooties marching up my spine or something."
"Just stay out of it, Billy,"
Johnny insisted again, releasing Billy's shirt and shoving his brother back toward his car.
"Take my car and head down the road a ways. I'll meet you in an hour at the Malt."
The Malt was an ice cream parlor where the kids liked to hang out and flirt. It wasn't really Johnny's scene, but he knew Billy would be safe there.
"What if I get caught? You know I ain't got proof."
Billy hated getting in trouble, and driving without a license would definitely garner some unwanted attention if the cops pulled him over.
"And what if I wreck your car?"
Billy's voice rose in panic at the thought of putting even a scratch on Johnny's car. That would be even worse than getting caught driving without a license.
"You'll be fine. Just go."
Screams and shouts pulled Johnny's attention from his little brother, and he shrugged out of his leather jacket, threw it at Billy, and took off at a run, barely intercepting an attempt to brain Carter with a piece of a 2x4 someone had snagged from the construction debris. Alarm sounds were jangling through Johnny's head as he realized these guys weren't playing around. In his periphery, he noticed cars peeling out as the ladies apparently realized this was not a place they wanted to be. Good. One less thing he had to worry about. And there was plenty to be concerned about, because Johnny and his friends were sorely outnumbered. What was supposed to be a man-to-man brawl had turned out to be 3 or 4 to 1. Johnny felt himself go cold as he cranked up the volume on the intensity of his own attack. So where the hell was Carlton? Then, as if his question had been overheard and answered by some unseen power, Johnny saw him. The walkway to the entrance of the school was lit up, and Roger Carlton was running toward the front doors at full speed. Johnny forced his way through the swinging arms, landing a few shots, and taking more than a couple on his way out of the writhing mass of fists and feet. Just as he thought he would break free, someone flew into him, knocking him down and wrapping him up in the thrashing legs and arms of several people. By the time Johnny had fought his way back out, Carlton was gone. Johnny raced toward the entrance of the school, eyes swinging left and right, and then swinging right again, and stopping cold. His baby was still parked where he had left her, but the driver's side door was hanging open as if Billy had suddenly changed his mind about leaving and bailed out in a hurry. The front headlights were broken in. It looked as if someone had taken a bat to the windows, too. Rage pounded in Johnny's temples. He had no doubt who had inflicted the damage. Looking back at the ongoing fight, there was no sign of Billy, but it was hard to see which way was up in that mess. Billy wouldn't have been able to hold his own for too long with those guys. He was better at using his brain than his fists, and from what Johnny could see, the guys trading blows knew what they were doing. In fact, Carter, Jimbo, and the rest looked like they had turned a corner and were more than holding their own. He would give the fight about 30 seconds more before Carlton's goons started running and pleading uncle. But where was Carlton? And more urgently, where was Billy? From somewhere far off, Johnny thought he heard the sounds of sirens. Heat. He had to get Billy and scram. Running on instinct, he headed for the entrance to the school. Just as he had feared, the door was unlocked. Either someone had a key, or the construction crew had been negligent and left the school opened, which didn't make any sense. He needed time to find Billy, teach Carlton a lesson, and get out before the cops thought to sniff around inside the school. The unlocked door wouldn't afford him much time, but hopefully the cops would assume the school was locked up tight and the rumble had remained outside. The entrance opened into a large 3-story rotunda with gleaming tiles and a great staircase that swept upward to twin balconies that edged the 2nd and 3rd floors.
"Billy!"
Johnny called out, suddenly uncertain as to where to go. The school seemed silent and untouched, and all at once he doubted the wisdom in coming through the doors. If the cops caught him in here, he would have more than just a few bruises and a black eye to explain. Breaking and entering, maybe, even though the door had been open. A gunshot rang out, interrupting his second thoughts. Johnny ran forward, taking the stairs 3 at a time, hurling himself up the wide expanse.
"Oh, God, please, no. No. No."
The words pounded through his head as he cleared the stairs and skidded to a stop on the 3rd floor, eyes searching both ways down a long, wide hallway that ran beyond the balcony to corridors and distant rooms. Suddenly, Billy was running toward him, his shirt untucked, His glasses gone, his face a mask of terror. A gun in his hand.
"Johnny, run! Run, Johnny! He's probably coming! Get out!"
Billy cried out frantically as he raced down the hall, waving the gun toward the entrance as if to shoo Johnny toward it.
"Billy, stop! Put the gun down, kid! You're scaring the hell out of me! Where did you get that?"
And then he knew. It was the gun he had taken from the trunk of the jalopy he had been servicing at Jean's Automotive. He had seen the gun and impulsively wanted his mother to have it. He knew what she did for the extra money she was suddenly bringing home, and as much as he'd yelled and threatened and tried to protect her, she hadn't stopped. He had seen that gun sitting there like an answer to a prayer the very morning after she had come home roughed up at 2 a.m. He hadn't let himself consider the repercussions of what he was about to do. It was small and lightweight, and he thought he could teach her how to use it. So he had taken it. He had never stolen a thing in his life, contrary to popular opinion, and he knew if his boss, Jean, ever found out what he'd done, he would lose his job. But the owner of the jalopy hadn't come back looking for it. At least not yet. He had had it in his car for a couple of days, trying to come up with a way to sell the subject to his mother. Obviously, Billy had found it first.
"Billy, I heard a shot. Did you shoot someone? Did you shoot Carlton?"
Johnny didn't know how he would get them out of trouble if Carlton was shot dead somewhere in the school.
"No, I just wanted to scare him. I was in your car. He didn't know I was there, and all at once he was smashing the windows and sides of your car with a bat. I got down on the floor, and there was this gun under your seat. I grabbed it. I thought if he saw it he would stop, and he did. When he saw me he took off running toward the school, so I followed him."
Billy was spitting the story out as fast as he could, and Johnny grabbed his shoulders to slow him down.
"I told him to leave me alone and to leave Mama alone, but the gun went off accidentally, and the bullet broke a window back there."
Billy's face screwed up in worry.
"I don't know how much windows cost. I hope I have enough saved to cover it."
"Billy, you aren't going to tell anyone about the gun or the window. We're getting out of here right now."
"Johnny, look out!"
Billy cried out and stumbled back against the balcony railing as Carlton hurled himself out of the shadows. He had circled around and come down the other end of the long hallway. Johnny's back had been to him the whole time, and Billy had been too distracted and upset to see him coming up the dark corridor. The air whooshed out of Johnny in a painful blast as Roger Carlton tackled him from behind. Billy cried out again, and the gun discharged once more. Johnny felt something burst in his chest as he plowed into Billy, unable to stop or even slow his momentum. He wrapped his arms around his brother, trying to cushion the impact, unintentionally pinning Billy's arms at his sides and forcing him back. They hurtled over the balcony railing and flipped end over end, unimpeded as they plunged to the unforgiving tiles 2 floors below. Johnny tried to open his eyes and resisted the magnetic pull that fought to wrench him from himself. It was like the pull of the undertow, and for a moment Johnny thought he was dreaming. He thought he was back at the beach, 10 years old, feeling the sand being sucked out beneath his toes, his mom and Billy back on the blanket, the sun bright overhead. But the pull was much stronger, and Johnny fought for something to anchor himself to. His hands didn't want to work, and his legs felt like they had fallen asleep. His chest burned like he had been too long underwater. He curled his toes inside his boots and fought against the pull with all his might. Why was he wearing his boots at the beach? In terror, he realized what the pull was, and he forced his eyes open to find his brother. Billy lay beside him.
"Billy?"
He tried to form the words, but he could not.
"Billy!"
He tried again and heard only a whisper of breath. Billy wasn't fighting the pull like Johnny was. He was lying on his back, and his eyes were opened. There was blood beneath his head, and he wasn't moving. He wasn't moving, and he wasn't breathing. Johnny screamed inside his head. He screamed, and he fought the pull and demanded an audience with the source of the power trying to disconnect him from his body.
"I'm not going anywhere!"
He raged over and over and over, until the pressure built and exploded in white light and brilliant sparks like a blowtorch on metal. Johnny felt a snapping and a shredding, but there was no pain, only pressure, and then a giant, crack, like a million balloons simultaneously popping. And then, nothing. 2. Sound off. Vaughan Monroe, 1951. November, 2010. Maggie swung one long leg up behind her and unfolded her arms like a great bird lifting itself off the water. Rising on releve, she felt the beauty of the movement and smiled to herself. This was the best kind of dancing. No one around, the dance floor all yours, no critics, no fans, just music. Singing to herself, Maggie swung around and faced her reflection in the mirror. Wide blue eyes met wide blue eyes for an instant, before a long dark cloud of hair obscured her vision. Swinging her hair back in a practiced movement, Maggie yelped as she caught another reflection standing just beyond her.
"Sorry, Miss Margaret."
Gus Jasper looked abashed.
"I didn't mean to scare you. I just need your help now."
Old Gus was the school's long-time maintenance man, which made him her boss. Gus was as good-natured and gentle as he was patient, which was fortunate for Maggie, because this wasn't the first time he'd had to come find her after school. Luckily, he never seemed to mind. Maggie looked dejectedly at the clock. Yep, time was up. For the last 3 months, Maggie had worked as a janitor almost every day after school. Cleaning the school was a giant pain, but it gave Maggie the money she needed to be on the dance team, and Gus was sweet to give her a key to the dance room so that she could squeeze in some dancing in the evenings when her work was done, and early in the morning before school started. She hadn't meant to lose track of time. Usually she knew better than to allow herself to stay after last period, which was when the dance team rehearsed. She had just wanted to dance by herself for a minute, and then she got a little carried away. Before she knew it, a half-hour had passed. "I'm sorry you had to come looking for me, Gus." Maggie smiled her apology. She scrambled for her duffel bag, pulled her sweatshirt on over her leotard, and shoved her feet into her worn-out chucks. Her dance pants were loose and comfortable and would do as well as her jeans. She couldn't exactly change in front of Gus. Leotard notwithstanding, she didn't want to embarrass the sweet old guy. Plus, she was pretty sure Aunt Irene would not think it was ladylike. Maggie smiled at the thought. Aunt Irene was nothing if not ladylike. Irene Honeycutt had been the lovely daughter of wealthy business owner Jackson Honeycutt. Honeyville had been founded and named for Irene's own grandpa, and if there was a first family of Honeyville, the Honeycutts were it. Irene had married young to a promising son of Honeyville and lived the rest of her life in the confines of the Texas town. But her husband had turned out to be all promise, no prince. He had squandered Irene's inheritance, run Honeyville Industries into the ground, and controlled Irene with an iron fist until the day he died. When he did, Irene had finally been able to bring Maggie to live with her, and she had finally been able to pursue Gus to her heart's content. Apparently, it was never too late for love. Maggie smiled again. Aunt Irene denied it, but Maggie was pretty sure she had a thing for the gentle black janitor. Gus had come to Texas as a young man to play basketball for an all-black college. He had badly injured his knee, and instead of playing basketball, he had ended up in Honeyville with his new bride, working as a janitor at the high school. He had been there ever since. Gus and Irene had become acquainted when Gus's wife, Mona, had been hired as a housekeeper for the Honeycutt family, when Irene was just a senior in high school. When Irene had married and set up her own house, Mona Jasper had gone with her. The two had become more than just employer and employee. Mona had struggled with her pregnancies, eventually giving birth to 2 healthy babies when she was in her early 40s. Irene never gave birth to any babies at all, but had been plagued by one miscarriage after another. The 2 women had bonded through shared experiences, through heartache and loss. They had learned to laugh together and look out for one another. Irene had grieved almost as deeply as Gus when Mona died several years ago. She had promised Mona that she would look after Gus and Mona's young grandson, and she had kept that promise. "Are you and Shad coming to dinner tonight, Gus?" Maggie asked as they began their rounds, emptying classroom garbage cans and changing trash bags. Shad was Gus's 14-year-old grandson who was currently living with his grandpa. His mother's whereabouts were mostly unknown, and his father's identity was completely unknown, which made Shadrach Jasper Gus's responsibility most of the time. And he was a handful, that one. Aunt Irene said she's making lemon meringue pie for dessert. She said it was your favorite. Maggie waggled her eyebrows at Gus, and he smiled sheepishly at her.
We'll be there, Miss Margaret.
Gus nodded his head with his assent.
But we gotta get the floors in the upper halls mopped up tonight, and I'm still working on that gymnasium floor. Shadrach's working on the second floor, and the lobby, as we speak. I need you to go up on the third floor and do your best to get those hallways done when we finish up here.
Maggie stifled a groan, and instead cheerfully nodded her head, not wanting to complain. She hated working alone on the upper floors. She always felt as if someone was going to walk around the corner or sneak up behind her and drag her away. The gymnasium was so far away that Gus would never hear her if she screamed. Actually, Gus probably wouldn't hear her if he were in the very next hallway. He was always turning his hearing aid off when he was alone because it whistled and drove him crazy. The halls could be filled with howling banshees, and he wouldn't know it. She wished she and Shad could work together, but Gus probably knew best. Shad talked nonstop and was always trying to impress Maggie, which made Maggie laugh, but didn't make either of them very productive. Grabbing the mop and bucket from the third-floor janitor closet, Maggie filled the bucket with hot water and cleaning solution and made her way down the long hall that stretched from one end of the building to the other. The senior lockers, alternating in black and white, gleamed in parallel rows along each side. If you squinted and tilted your head, they looked like the keys on a giant piano. Maggie realized she didn't have to squint at all, and remembered she had left her glasses back in the dance room on top of the sound system. She wasn't trekking down there now. She would have to make do with limited vision and hope she didn't miss anything. About a half an hour into her work, the music came on through the sound system, and Maggie had to smile at Gus's selection. Whenever she was alone up here, he seemed to get a hankering for some oldies. She had gotten distracted by the music and ended up dancing down the hallways more than once. In fact, it happened almost every night. The songs all sounded like they would be played at a 1950s sock hop or something. Maggie wasn't sure when Great Balls of Fire came out, but it was definitely decades old. It was still fun to dance to, though. Maggie sashayed and boogie-woogied down the hall with her mop, going all Tom Cruise in Risky Business. Maybe she could convince the dance team to do a throwback number. Not likely. The girls on the dance team mostly ignored her. It was obvious that they thought her janitor job was a little embarrassing, and, by association, seemed a little embarrassed that she was on the dance team. Maggie sighed loudly, posing Elvis-style to the final refrain of "Goodness Gracious, Great Balls of Fire." Maggie was accustomed to being the odd man out. Since her parents had died when she was 10, Maggie had bounced around the foster care system, never staying anywhere for much more than a year. Her great-aunt Irene was the only family she had, and though Irene had wanted her, Irene's husband, Roger Carleton, had not. He had forbidden Irene from bringing the orphaned 10-year-old Maggie to live with them. She had made a few friends along the way, only to leave them behind when her situation changed. She had learned to steel herself against close relationships and keep her own company. And though she wasn't mean, Maggie had become tough. She still remembered what it had been like to love and be loved, but after 7 lonely years she knew what it felt like to want love and not receive it, and to be hungry for affection and never be touched. She knew what it felt like to be somebody's burden and to be somebody else's meal ticket. There were great people in the foster care system, but there were more than a few bad apples who took kids in only to collect the money the state paid in their behalf. Or worse. Since Maggie had come to live with Aunt Irene, life had gotten a lot better. Irene showered her with love, and was so genuinely happy to have her young niece with her at last that Maggie couldn't doubt her affection. Maggie's mother, Janice, had been close to her Aunt Irene all through her growing-up years. Her own mother, Irene's younger sister and Maggie's grandma, had lived right next door to Irene until she passed away from cervical cancer a couple years after Maggie's mother had gone back east for college. Aunt Irene had mourned her sister terribly and begged Janice to come home to stay. but Maggie's mother had met Mickey O'Bannon by that time, and the young Irishman had swept her off her feet. She hadn't wanted to leave him, even for her Aunt Irene. Maggie smiled mournfully at the thoughts of her parents. They had been wonderful. Her dad could dance without ever seeming to tire. He had jigged and spun her around, feet flying to the music he loved. Janice, her mother, had been less talented but equally exuberant, and the three of them had heartily enjoyed dancing together. Surprised at her melancholy musings, Maggie laughed a little to herself. It must be the music that was making her sentimental. Great Balls of Fire had been followed by Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, and Maggie abandoned the mop altogether as she let the music lift her up and out of herself. Maggie hadn't had any formal training. No one paid for foster kids to have dance lessons. But she had watched and learned and practiced, and no one would ever guess she had never had a single lesson. She loved to dance more than anything else in the world, and she really hoped Gus didn't come around the corner and see her dancing her heart out instead of mopping. If Shad saw her, she would never hear the end of it. Maggie spun and swayed down the long corridor. Dancing always made her feel like her parents were watching, and so she performed for them. The song rose to its climactic finish, and Maggie, extending her leg high behind her, arched her back and caught it, holding it with her head flung back and her eyes closed. As she released her leg and opened her eyes, she caught a glimpse of someone leaning against the lockers, about halfway down the swiftly darkening hallway. Maggie cried out and fell to the glossy floor, all grace abandoning her. She crab-walked frantically back and promptly banged her head on the lockers behind her. "Crap," Maggie said, rubbing the spot, her heart pounding in concert to the throbbing of her head. "Gus, is that you? I'll get back to work, I promise. You know I can't resist dancing to a good song. It's all your fault, you know." Maggie laughed nervously and rose to her feet. "Gus?" There was no answer from the hallway where Maggie knew she had seen someone. Squinting and cursing herself for not having her glasses, Maggie rose to her feet and slowly moved toward the blackest part of the hallway. It was probably Shad, waiting to jump out at her and scare her to death. "Shad, you know you wish you could dance as good as me. Come on. Come out and I'll teach you a few moves." Maggie and Shad were always arguing about who was the best dancer. Shad was terrible, but what he lacked in talent he made up for in personality. "Are you spying on me? Trying to learn something, huh?" No answer. It was not like Shad to remain quiet. In fact, Maggie thought it was probably physically impossible for him to be still for 10 seconds. Maggie's heart started to pound double time. Evening had suddenly descended on the school, and the high windows above her offered little light. But even without her glasses, Maggie could see that someone was definitely there. "Dumb, dumb girl!" she screamed at herself silently. "Danger ahead!" But she kept walking. The figure moved. "You shouldn't be in the school. I'll have to tell Gus, Mr. Jasper, that you're here." Maggie's voice came out scared and sharp, and she jumped as it echoed off the now silent hallway. Maggie stopped, suddenly very afraid and unwilling to proceed further. "'Cause we'll be reelin' and a-rockin', rockin' and a-reelin' all night." The music blasted out of the intercom above her, blaring and wailing, several decibels louder than it had been just seconds before. Maggie's hair lifted as if a strong wind had just swept down the hallway and wrapped around her. A flash of color and motion caught the corner of her eye, and she whirled, her legs leaden with fright, and fled down the corridor, skidding and sliding on the section of the floor she had recently mopped. Without slowing at all, she raced to the emergency exit and flew down the 2 long flights of stairs. Bursting out the door and into the hallway below, Maggie didn't stop until she reached the gymnasium where Gus was laboring with a floor stripper. He was deaf to the world, or so it seemed, because he didn't turn until Maggie grabbed his arm. "Gus! Gus!" Maggie was breathless and gasping, and she had the almost irresistible urge to burst into tears. Gathering herself, she bit down on the tears and tried again. She had learned the hard way that crying got her nowhere.
Gus, there's someone in the upstairs hallway. I called out to him. I think it was a man. And he didn't answer. It scared me, and I thought I better come get you."
"What?"
Gus switched his hearing aid back on, and Maggie heard a high-pitched squeal. Gus winced in response.
"Darn thing,"
Gus muttered to himself, and then looked at Maggie expectantly.
"You okay, Miss Margaret?"
Gus always called her Miss Margaret. It was kind of cute when she wasn't scared to death. Maggie repeated herself patiently, trying to appear calm and hoping that Gus wouldn't make her go back upstairs with him. On second thought, she didn't want to wait here by herself either. Gus took off his baseball cap and scratched his head in thought.
"You sure it wasn't Shad? Sounds like something he'd do."
"I thought of that, but no, it wasn't Shad."
"Did I hear the lovely lady say my name?"
Shadrach Jasper, all 90 pounds of him, strutted around the corner with his mop and bucket trundling behind him.
"Miss me, Mags? 'Cause I sure missed you."
Shad tried to sound all Barry White, but the effect was ruined by the squeal that his voice made on the last syllable. Give him a year, and the deep, honeyed tones that teased him with inconsistency would be his for good, but at the moment his voice sounded like a braying donkey most of the time. "I said your name, Shad, but no, sadly, I didn't miss you," Maggie teased, ridiculously relieved to see him.
"It's a little early to quit, but I think we can call it a day,"
Gus reasoned.
"We worked a long time yesterday. Let's go upstairs and see what's what. We'll get your mop and bucket and call it a night."
Gus proceeded to wind up the long cord on the stripper machine he had been using, and then pushed it into the janitor's closet before heading back up the stairs to the third floor where Maggie had seen the intruder. Gus didn't seem scared or upset, and he didn't hurry to get to the third floor. Of course, Maggie had never actually seen Gus hurry. Shad, on the other hand, buzzed between them, asking non-stop questions about the intruder. At the top of the stairs, he paused long enough to hide behind her and peek around when Gus reached for the door. "My hero," Maggie whispered dryly. The heavy door swung inward, and Gus stepped out into the hallway and flipped on the switch, illuminating the long expanse as the lights flickered to life.
"You mopping in the dark, Miss Margaret?"
"It wasn't dark when I started, Gus."
Maggie huffed, and then smiled a little when she realized the old man was teasing her, trying to distract her from her nerves.
"Hello down there!"
Gus called out, his voice ricocheting off the lockers. He walked down the hallway as if he had all day, Maggie on his heels. There was no sign of anyone, and the hallway felt empty now, with no unnatural hush or sinister silence.
"I don't think anyone's here, Miss Margaret. They probably slipped out when you left,"
Gus said matter-of-factly.
"Where's the mop and bucket? You sure did make quick work of this hallway. It looks good, too. I thought it'd take you a lot longer."
The hallway was shiny, clean-smelling, and freshly wet. The entire hallway was completely finished. Maggie gasped and whirled around, spotting her mop and bucket neatly waiting next to the exit door. She had left the mop splayed in a messy heap, and the bucket had been about a third of the way down the hall. Someone had finished her work. It couldn't have taken her more than 10 minutes to return with Gus, probably even less than that, yet the huge hallway was definitely freshly mopped. It would have taken Maggie another hour to finish, at least. But Maggie stuttered and then stopped. Had she done more than she thought? Or maybe the person she'd seen had felt badly that he had scared her and finished for her. No, that was just plain weird. But she didn't have another answer. Gus was already walking back toward her bucket and mop, and Shad was probably already down the stairs. Maggie didn't wait around to ponder the mystery further. There was no way she was staying in that hallway one more minute. She helped Gus return the bucket and mop to the third-floor maintenance closet, and they left the school without saying anything more about Maggie's intruder. Gus tossed her bike into the back of his rickety truck, and the three of them climbed into the cab and headed to Maggie's house, where dinner was surely waiting. It wasn't until later that night, as Maggie drifted off to sleep, that she remembered the music. There was no music playing anywhere else in the school when she had run from the hallway. There was no music playing when she returned with Gus. After that, it took Maggie a very long time to fall asleep. The day after Maggie's parents died, she'd seen her mother standing beside her bed, looking down at her. For a moment she had even felt her mother's hand in her hair, and she forgot that she was alone in the world, that her parents were gone. It had been only for a second, but Maggie had not been asleep. She had immediately run out into the hallway and down into the room where her parents' friends were huddled with coffee, deciding what to do with her. Nobody believed her when she told them she had seen her mom. About 2 weeks after she'd been placed in her second foster home, Maggie had seen a little boy playing with miniature cars on the rug in her new room. She had mentioned it to her foster mother, asking her who the little boy was. The woman had locked herself in her room for the rest of the day, and though she'd been kind to Maggie initially, after that she barely looked at her. Apparently there was no little boy. At least there hadn't been for 2 years. Her new foster parents had lost a child, a 3-year-old boy, when he had drowned in a neighbor's hot tub. Maggie hadn't remained in their home for very long. Once at a public library, Maggie had asked a busy librarian if there was tutoring available at any time during the week. The librarian had been juggling books and had held a pencil between her teeth. She hadn't responded to Maggie's question or even looked at Maggie when Maggie spoke, and when one of the books tumbled from the librarian's hand, Maggie stooped to retrieve it, only to have the book shimmer like a mirage and blink from her sight. She'd rubbed her eyes vigorously and reached for her glasses where they were perched on her head. When she had stood again, the librarian was gone. On the way out of the library that day, she had noticed a framed picture of the busy librarian who had rudely ignored her. It was sitting on a table next to a jar filled with dollar bills and coins. A large poster next to the jar said, "Please give to the Janet March Memorial Fund." There had been other times when Maggie had seen people who others could not, but with the exception of her mom that long-ago morning, the people she saw had been unaware of her, almost as if they weren't really there at all, like Maggie was simply watching a rerun of them doing something they had done many times in life. Maggie didn't know why she could see these little moments caught in time, but she could, and she did. It wasn't ever anything that scared her or felt threatening to her. Whatever she was seeing was long past and completely unrelated to her, again like watching a snippet of a stranger's home movie. When she had first moved in with Irene, she had been careful to check to see if her room had been mostly unused. She didn't want a room inhabited by a ghost, even if that ghost was just a cosmic loop of energy stamped on the space. Aunt Irene had given her a few options, and Maggie had chosen the smallest room tucked in the highest eave of the house. Aunt Irene said the room had been used only for storage. Imagine her dismay, then, to be startled awake late one night to find Irene's late husband in her room. Maggie hadn't seen her uncle except for a handful of times, but she had known immediately that it was him. Roger Carleton had gotten quite portly in his old age. He drank too much, overate, and never got any exercise. Add in a surly disposition, an explosive temper, and a wasted life, and it hadn't been a huge surprise that he'd succumbed to a massive heart attack at the age of 71. The sighting only lasted a minute or two. He was just standing at the end of her bed, and she swallowed her scream, shoving her fist in her mouth and trying to make herself as small as possible. Roger didn't react to her fear or raise his head at all. He held a large book in his palms and was reading intently, holding it close to his face as he peered out from under his ghostly specs. Then he was gone. The next morning, she considered finding a different room to move into, but knew that the odds of seeing Uncle Roger again were probably the same, wherever she went. After all, he had lived in the house for almost 50 years. He had left his fingerprints in every room. Fortunately, the episode had not repeated itself. Maggie wondered if that was what had happened the night before in the hallway at the school. Maybe she had seen one of her ghosty moments, as she called them. Giving them a cute name made her feel more normal and made the episodes less jarring. "That must be it," Maggie said out loud as she rolled out of bed and dug around for her slippers. "That school is as old as the hills. It's a miracle I haven't seen a whole ghosty mini-series in that place." Maggie laughed at her own lame joke, but knew there were several big holes in her theory. Her past experiences seeing ghosts had never involved blaring music or chores being miraculously completed. Most of the other ghosts had never been aware of her at all. This one had been startled, and somewhat aggressive. Maggie didn't want to think about it anymore, so she pushed the unsettling event to the far corners of her tired teenage brain and headed off for morning dance practice. 3. Gone. Ferlin Husky, 1957. August, 1958. Johnny watched them cover his brother's body with a white sheet. Johnny raged and argued with the doctor, demanding that he do something. The doctor didn't even flinch when Johnny got in his face and screamed. Roger Carleton, that bastard, stood huddled with his parents not far from where the doc, who also apparently moonlighted as the county coroner, declared Billy dead. The police were questioning Roger about the gun, which was conveniently still clutched in Billy's right hand, and about the large blood stain on the floor where Johnny had lain, where Johnny's body should have been, but wasn't.
"What did you see after they fell over their balconies, son?" The police chief repeated the question he had already asked Roger at least once.
"I told you. Billy was waving the gun around. I heard it go off, and I'm pretty sure he shot Johnny. Johnny grabbed Billy, and they fell over and landed right there. I saw them both lying there."
Roger waved his hand toward where they were loading Billy's body on a wheeled gurney.
"Neither of them was moving. I didn't know what to do. That's when I ran out front for help."
"So where do you think Johnny is?"
Chief Bailey asked Roger again.
"I don't know. Why don't you all go look for him?"
Roger yelled, frustrated. His parents shushed and patted, and his father's face got red as he stepped between Chief Bailey and his rattled son.
"Chief, he's told you what he knows. The Kinross boy obviously wasn't as hurt as his brother. He's obviously run off somewhere. He's probably afraid he's going to get in trouble."
Well, I guess that could be it, Mayor,"
Chief Bailey replied deferentially.
"But that's an awfully big puddle of blood, and it obviously didn't come from Billy Kinross. Doc said the fall probably broke Billy's neck, killing him instantly. There was a little blood beneath Billy's head, and he had blood on his shirt, probably from his brother falling against him, but nowhere else. Plus, you would think if Johnny Kinross walked on out of here, he'd have left a pretty good trail, considering the amount of blood he had already lost."
Mayor Carleton shifted his weight uncomfortably. There was no arguing with that. There was no blood leading away from the large maroon pool now marking the center of the shiny new lobby. It was clear that someone had once lain in the blood, but it was not smeared or marred in any other way. Johnny looked down at his chest. His t-shirt had been soaked in blood when he had lain beside Billy. There'd been a singed hole where the bullet had ripped through his shirt and burrowed itself into his chest. His shirt was now as white and hole-free as when he had put it on earlier that evening. He lifted his shirt up and looked at his flat, smooth torso. It, too, was free of blood. He ran his hand across his chest and down his stomach. There was no wound. Not a single mark blemished his skin, and he felt no pain. He had felt that bullet hit him. He'd seen the look on Billy's face as he'd fallen into his arms. Billy. Johnny cried out and grabbed his chest. Now he felt pain, a fiery, tearing, blood-curdling pain exploding in his heart. Billy was gone, and he was here, and no one seemed to be able to see him, though he was standing where Billy had lain.
"Billy!"
Johnny cried his name again, and ran toward the entrance doors. He had to go with Billy. He had to find his mama and tell her what had happened, tell her how he'd screwed everything up. If only he hadn't stolen that gun! The door had been propped wide to accommodate the gurney they had put Billy on, and Johnny lurched through the opening, only to be violently repelled and hurled back into the lobby. He tumbled head over heels and landed on his back, stunned, looking up at the rounded ceiling high above him. Shaking himself, he rose to his feet and again ran through the opening, only to rebound back like he had thrown himself into a fireman's net. Slowly he walked to the open door. Gingerly he stretched his hand forward and extended it through the opening. It felt like reaching into a hive of bees. Johnny yelped and jerked his hand back, clutching it to his chest and staring out into the blackness of the night. He realized that he couldn't see anything but darkness beyond the threshold. Surely there should be police cars and flashing lights. He knew there would be a crowd gathered, pushing forward to see the unfolding tragedy. There should be excited voices and shouts from police officers to stay back behind the perimeter. But he could neither hear nor see a thing beyond the entrance doors. Without warning, a police deputy surged through the black curtain and collided with Johnny, who had been unable to see him coming. Johnny stumbled back with a grunt, falling to the floor once again. The deputy winced and, rubbing his shoulder fiercely where it had connected with Johnny, looked around with an incredulous look on his face. "What the hell?" the deputy muttered to himself.
"Parley?"
Chief Bailey asked expectantly. Parley Pratt was a brand-new policeman, still wet behind the ears and easily impressed and distracted.
Yeah, Chief, we got Dolly Kinross out there. She's insisting on seeing her boys. Doc already left with Billy. Should I send her along after him?" "What did you tell her, Parley?"
The chief leveled a look at his young deputy.
"Nothing, Chief. I didn't know what to tell her."
The deputy looked awkwardly at the mayor and then down at his feet.
"Good man. Let me handle it. I want every officer scouring this school. Hell, this whole damn town for Johnny Kinross. Divide people up, and let's get a search going. Have Deputy Johnson tell that crowd out there that we have a reason to believe that Johnny Kinross is in need of medical attention and wanted for questioning, and if anyone sees him or is contacted by him to immediately turn him over to us. And for heaven's sake, send 'em all home."
"Yes, sir." The deputy turned to carry out his orders.
"Oh, and Parley, send Dolly Kinross in here before you talk to the crowd, all right? That poor woman should hear the news from me before she hears it from someone else."
Silence descended on the room when the deputy exited in an official rush. The mayor cleared his throat uncomfortably and slid his arm around his wife's plump shoulders.
"If you don't need us any further, Chief Bailey, Mrs. Carleton and I will just take Roger on home now."
The chief eyed the mayor, noticing how he'd started shifting from one foot to the other and wondering why Mrs. Carleton suddenly appeared to have swallowed a lemon whole. She had stepped out from beneath her husband's arm and instead was clinging to her son. Roger Carleton had grown very still, and his mouth was turned down in a thin scowl.
"Well, maybe that's better, Mayor. I don't suppose Mrs. Kinross is going to want an audience when I break the news, although she's going to want some answers. I know I would sure like some. I'll be by, Roger."
Chief Bailey's steady gaze bore a hole into Roger Carleton, who squirmed, knowing the chief wasn't through with him. Johnny sunk down on his haunches next to the door. His mother was here. Would she be able to see him? What was she going to do now? The mayor sure as hell wouldn't take care of her. Dolly Kinross flew through the door seconds later. She wore a white dress with big red polka dots splashed all over it and red high heels with bows on the toes. Her blonde hair was curled and pinned carefully, and if you hadn't seen her face you would think she was all dressed up for a fancy party or a night out with a special man. But her smeared lipstick and the black lines of mascara running down her cheeks told a different story. Dolly Kinross was a beautiful woman and looked 10 years younger than her actual age of 38, but after this night that would change. Johnny stood and rushed to embrace her, but he was suddenly afraid. She had walked right by him. She couldn't see him. What would happen if he tried to touch her? Unwilling to contemplate the growing realization that something was very wrong with him, he stood as close to his mother as he could and breathed in the Chanel No. 5 that she loved and couldn't afford. He wondered if the mayor had bought it for her. Dolly didn't look at Johnny at all, but faced the chief, her arms wrapped around her waist, her eyes bouncing from Mayor Carleton to the blood in the center of the floor and back to Chief Bailey.
"Where are my sons, Chief Bailey? People are saying they got in some trouble and that they were in here. Deputy Parley said the mayor's son was with them."
Dolly Kinross swung her gaze to Roger hopefully, as if his mortality was proof that her sons would materialize shortly. Chief Bailey groaned inwardly at the ineptness of his young deputy. Parley couldn't resist a pretty face and had spilled more than he had let on. Apparently, the mayor couldn't resist a pretty face either, if his wife's hostility and his own discomfort were any indication. This thing was getting messier by the second.
"The mayor and his family were just leaving, Miss Kinross."
The chief tried to step between Dolly Kinross and the Carletons, but a frisson of electricity shot up his left arm and he gasped, wondering if he was having a heart attack. He would rather that than tell Miss Kinross that her youngest son was dead and her older son most likely severely wounded and currently unaccounted for. Mayor Carleton herded his wife and son through the front doors. Chief Bailey thought he saw flashbulbs go off. Leave it to old Al Tibson, owner of the Honeyville Crier, to be there with his great big flashing camera all set up to capture the lurid details. He would let Mayor Carleton deal with that. It would serve the philandering peacock right. What the dickens was pretty Dolly Kinross doing with Mayor Carleton anyway?
"Chief!"
Dolly Kinross cleared her throat nervously and suppressed the sob that was threatening to break free.
"Whose blood is that?"
Dolly Kinross did not take the news well. She kept insisting that Johnny wouldn't have left his younger brother to save his own skin, and if he had left at all, it had to have been against his will.
"Johnny was very protective of Billy and me, Chief Bailey. He wouldn't have just left Billy laying there dead. And he wouldn't have left me, not without telling me where he was going."
Dolly Kinross had sobbed into his shoulder. Chief Bailey had silently agreed with her. He had tried to comfort her, and he had reassured her that they would figure it out. But the truth was, he was completely stumped. Thinking back on that awful night, he sighed and rubbed the thinning hair on the back of his head, unfolding himself from his desk chair. None of it made any sense. From what he knew about Johnny Kinross, the kid was no angel. After all, he had stolen the gun that his kid brother had been waving around that night. The owner had come forward and reported it missing from his car just yesterday. That had answered the question of the gun. He had wrangled the story of the rumble out of Roger Carleton and a few of the kids that had gathered for the fight that night. Roger had apparently been giving Billy Kinross a hard time, and Johnny had called him out. Johnny Kinross had been involved in his share of fights over the years, and he had a reputation as a pretty tough kid. Apparently, Roger Carleton had tried to increase his odds in the fight with a little element of surprise. A day or so after the disappearance, Chief Bailey had also been barraged by a steady stream of hysterical females, all claiming to have had a special relationship with Johnny. He had even been visited by plain little Dorothy Barker, Johnny's English teacher, who had seemed unusually distraught by the news of Johnny's disappearance. Chief Bailey had his suspicions about that. Seems Johnny had a way with the ladies. Still, angel or not, Johnny didn't seem like the kind to run when there was trouble. Unfortunately, that was the only option that made any sense. They hadn't found a trace of him anywhere. His car had still been right where he left it that night. The doors were hanging open and the lights were still on. Somebody had done some real damage to it, too. Chief Bailey was working on charging Roger Carleton with that. The Carleton kid had been seen taking a bat to the Bel Air, and he was going to pay to have it repaired, whether Johnny Kinross turned up or not. Roger Carleton was up to his eyeballs in this thing, although Chief Bailey didn't think he had anything to do with Johnny's disappearance. Still, Roger should have to pay restitution in some way or another. Chief Bailey was also going to demand that Mayor Carleton set up some reward money in an account at the local bank. It might encourage someone who might have some information to come forward. Dolly Kinross sure didn't have a damned dime, and Mayor Carleton had plenty. He owed the woman that much. Chief Bailey would make sure he paid, too. It was his own way of doing something, because he had done precious little to solve the missing persons case. It wasn't for lack of trying. There just wasn't much to go on. They had turned the school inside out the night of the tragedy. They had turned the town upside down in the days that followed. Johnny Kinross had just vanished. The only clue they had had was the destruction in the men's locker room a day or so after the tragedy. The mirrors had all been broken. They hadn't been broken when he and his deputies had searched the school the night Billy Kinross died. They had found the window that had been shot out, just like the Carleton kid said, and Billy Kinross's glasses. But the destruction to the mirrors had to have happened after. They wouldn't have known about the mirrors at all, but the new janitor had reported it. He had been hired several months before the tragedy, and had been asked to clean up the construction dust and debris and ready the school for its first day.
"Parley, what was that janitor's name again?"
Chief called out into the front office area where his secretary Sharon and Parley were chatting over cups of coffee.
"Huh, Chief?"
Parley shot his head inside Chief Bailey's office.
"Oh, the colored boy?"
Chief Bailey didn't much like the term colored, but he didn't correct Parley, who truly meant no harm and didn't seem to know any better.
"His name is Gus Jackson? No, Johnson. Jasper. Gus Jasper. Why?"
"I want to talk to him again. Can you drive over to the school and see if he's there? See maybe if I can have a word with him when he gets done with his shift?"
"Sure thing, Chief."
Gus Jasper was visibly nervous when he arrived at the police station at about 5:30 that afternoon. He held his cap in his hands and twisted it uncomfortably, but his eyes held Chief Bailey's and his gaze was direct. He was a good-looking black man in his early 20s, tall and well-built, with limbs suited more to the basketball court than the janitor's closet. Chief Bailey had noticed that he limped a little when he walked, but decided not to ask any personal questions. Gus had stayed in the background when the chief and a couple of deputies had gone to check out the broken mirrors he had reported. He probably thought he was in trouble now, and Chief Bailey rushed to put him at ease.
"Thank you for coming by, Mr. Jasper. I just wanted to follow up with you to check if you'd seen anything else at the school that might have struck you as out of the ordinary."
Chief Bailey raised his eyebrows hopefully at the uncomfortable young man.
"Well,"
Gus Jasper had a soft voice with more than a hint of Alabama in its cadence,
"I don't know if I've been there long enough to know what ordinary is, but—"
He stopped and looked down at his hands.
"But what?"
Chief Bailey prodded.
"Well, there are times when I feel like maybe someone's been in the school. A few times I'll go into a room I've just cleaned, and I'll find a book on a desk that wasn't there before, or something that has been moved. Yesterday I stocked all the classrooms with erasers and chalk, getting ready for Monday, you know. Today every chalkboard had the name Johnny Kinross written on it."
Chief Bailey felt a damp chill skitter down his neck and across his back.
"I'm sure it's just kids messing with me," Gus continued, "but I don't know how kids could get in. The school has been rekeyed since the boy died. I don't have keys. Mr. Marshall, the principal, he lets me in every day and locks up behind me."
"Did you show Mr. Marshall the chalkboards?"
Chief Bailey questioned.
"I did."
Gus paused and seemed reluctant to continue.
"I think Mr. Marshall thought I did it. He wasn't very happy. He told me if it happened again, I would be fired."
Chief Bailey liked Principal Marshall even less than he had about 10 seconds ago, which was not at all. Principal Marshall was a skinny, small-minded bully. How he had risen through the ranks of educators to become the principal was beyond comprehension. Kids in Honeyville deserved better.
"I see."
Chief Bailey sighed and leaned forward in his rickety desk chair.
"From now on, when you see something that doesn't feel right, or find something that somebody might help us find Johnny Kinross, would you just come to me? It doesn't matter how small. If Principal Marshall has a problem with that, you just refer him to me, all right? Principal Marshall and I go way back."
Way back to when Mr. Marshall was a squeaky new math teacher and Clark Bailey was a smart alecky senior making his life miserable. Chief Bailey smirked at the memory.
"Thank you, sir. I'll do that."
Gus sat quietly for a minute, waiting for further questions. When none were forthcoming, he arose and turned to leave.
"Sir?"
Gus said softly.
"Yeah, Mr. Jasper?" "What do you think happened to that boy?" "Hell if I know, Mr. Jasper. Hell if I know."
4. Can anyone explain? The Ames Brothers, 1950. November 2010. A week passed with nary a whiff of anything remotely ghosty. Shad had a bad cold and hadn't been to work for several days. It had been a little lonely, and very peaceful without him around. Maggie and Gus went about their nightly duties. Gus happily, Maggie decidedly less so, but trying bravely to enjoy emptying trashes and scraping gum from underneath desks. Every once in a while Gus would play some oldies over the sound system, and Maggie would boogie her way through her chores a little more cheerfully. That night she had been serenaded by some truly ancient doo-wop, and a girl really couldn't swing by herself. It was time to make some suggestions to the DJ. "So, Gus?" Maggie smiled up at the old janitor as they closed and locked the supply closet for the night. "I really like your song choices, but I was thinking I need to bring you into the 21st century. I mean, you have great tastes and all, but I wouldn't mind some Rihanna or Maroon 5 sometimes."
"Now, how do you know what my song choices are, Miss Margaret?"
Gus laughed.
"Miss Rihanna is one of my favorites. You be thinking I don't know modern music?"
Gus did a quick shimmy and shake and a shuffleball change. Not exactly Usher, but pretty darn good for an old guy. "I know your song choices because you be playing stuff that Elvis could dance to." Maggie did her own swivel hips impression and thank you very much lip curl.
"What you talking about, Miss Margaret?"
Gus tilted his head at Maggie and furrowed his brow in question.
"I haven't been playing any music, although I definitely could. Bet you don't know any old school moves."
Gus crossed one leg over the other and did a little spin. The guy had to be over 70. Maggie laughed at his agility. "I think you stole that from the Temptations, Gus. And yes, I can do old school." Maggie started doing the Charleston, and Gus laughed right out loud and joined her. After a few minutes they were both giggling and a little breathless. Maggie elbowed the old man as they neared the side entrance where Gus's rusty truck and Maggie's bike was parked. "And what do you mean you haven't been playing music? The night I saw The Intruder, the music got turned on so loud it almost blasted me down the stairs." Gus stopped walking and was suddenly very still, staring down at her. The laughter had fled from his lined face.
"You are not playing, are you, Miss Margaret?"
It wasn't really a question, but a realization.
"How often are you hearing music?"
Maggie felt a little shiver in her stomach as she gazed back at Gus's suddenly serious face. Well, I've been hearing it off and on since I started working here. It's always when I'm alone, working separately from you. And it's always old stuff." Maggie smiled again, hoping to alleviate the tension that had descended upon them. Gus didn't smile back. "I thought you turned it on to keep me company," Maggie finished in a small voice. Gus shook his head slowly.
"Oh, Miss Margaret, I think maybe you've met Johnny."
Gus wouldn't say any more as he lifted Maggie's bike into the back of his truck, and they bounced their way to Aunt Irene's. When she pressed him to tell her who Johnny was, he simply shook his head and told her that he and Aunt Irene would explain over dinner. Gus and Shad had dinner with them at least twice during the week, and always on Sundays. Maggie was always glad to have them, but she didn't want to wait to hear the explanation about this Johnny. And what did Irene have to do with any of this? Gus deposited her in front of her house and said he'd be back with Shad in an hour. He drove off without further comment. It wasn't until they had pushed their chairs back from the table and sighed in contentment that Gus peered at Irene and asked her if she remembered Johnny Kinross. "Oh, my! It's been decades since I heard that name." Irene fluttered and patted her thin chest. "Johnny Kinross." She sighed a little and shook her head. "He was something else. So handsome and just a little bit bad. He could make a girl blush just by looking at her. I think he kind of liked me, but he sure didn't like Roger. Not that I blame him. I didn't like Roger." Aunt Irene waved a graceful hand at the mention of her dearly departed husband.
"I'm sure he did like you. You were the most beautiful girl in town,"
Gus flirted sincerely.
"And the sweetest."
Aunt Irene and Gus smiled at each other fondly. Maggie cleared her throat loudly. Back to Johnny Kinross, please." "Johnny Kinross disappeared more than 50 years ago, and nobody has seen him since," Aunt Irene declared matter-of-factly. "The whole town was in quite the uproar. The whole thing was such a tragedy. I wonder whatever happened to him." Irene shook her head sadly.
"I've seen him,"
Gus said quietly. Aunt Irene gasped, and her teacup clattered noisily on its saucer as she attempted to put it down.
"I've seen him off and on for 50 years. It's been a while since I saw him last, but I have no doubt that it was Johnny Kinross."
"Gus, you've seen Johnny Kinross? Where?"
Aunt Irene blurted out loudly, and then put her hand over her mouth as if she'd burped. "Pardon me, Gus, that was rude." Maggie rolled her eyes affectionately. Aunt Irene wouldn't know rude if it bit her on the butt. She was such a little lady. She even apologized for speaking too loudly.
"At the school. Always at the school. I saw him the first time a few weeks after he came up missing. I thought he'd been hiding out there. He looked right at me, and he knew that I saw him. I could see that he was scared, and I told him not to be."
Gus shook his head, remembering.
"I ran all the way to the police station, and I told Chief Bailey. You remember Chief Bailey, don't you, Miss Honeycutt?"
Gus always called Irene by her maiden name of Honeycutt instead of her married name of Carleton, and he rarely addressed her by her given name.
"I told the chief I had seen Johnny at the school, and he and his department searched the school from top to bottom. There was no sign of him. They put out a bulletin on him and had posters up in different counties. Never even got a bite, even after they offered a reward."
Gus sighed.
"I should have never said anything."
"Why?" Maggie queried, puzzled.
"'Cause his poor mother got her hopes up again. She suffered, wondering where her boy was and why he didn't come home."
"Why didn't he go home?" Maggie wasn't following the story very well. Why wouldn't he at least contact her?
"He couldn't."
Gus met her gaze frankly.
"He's dead."
"You mean you saw his ghost?"
Aunt Irene squeaked, and then covered her mouth once more. Shad yelled.
"No way, Pop! You mean I've been cleaning a school that's haunted by a ghost?"
Shad danced in his seat like he had ants in his pants.
"That is freaking awesome!"
"I guess that's what I mean. Yep,"
Gus declared.
"I didn't realize it at first. He looked like any other kid that got caught being somewhere he wasn't supposed to be. I didn't see him for a long time after that."
"So what made you think he was a ghost?" Maggie interrupted.
"The next time I saw him it was 5 years later, and he hadn't aged at all. Then a few years passed, and I saw him again. He looked exactly the same. Same blue jeans and white shirt. Same everything, right down to the 50s hairdo with the duck butt in the back. Pardon the language, Miss Honeycutt."
Gus gave a sheepish grin.
"I just didn't know what else to call it."
"I'm well aware of what a duck's butt is, Gus," Aunt Irene said primly.
"A duck's butt?"
Shad hooted. Rising from his seat, he squatted down and waddled around the table, shaking his skinny butt wildly.
"That's what this move is called, Maggie. A duck's butt." "Shadrach, sit down."
Gus smiled to soften the reprimand. Maggie tried not to laugh and ended up snorting instead. Aunt Irene looked at her sharply, and Maggie quickly changed the subject. "So, the music? You think that's Johnny?" Maggie said doubtfully. The ghosts she had seen had never acted like they could see her at all. In fact, they had ignored her completely, and they definitely didn't play music or mop floors or even make eye contact the way Gus described. She didn't doubt what Gus had seen. She knew firsthand that it was possible. It just wasn't anything like her own experiences.
"It isn't me, and it isn't you, Miss Margaret." "And it sure as heck isn't me," Shad interrupted, trying to sound tough. "We should be listening to some tunes, oh, Pop. Maybe me and Mags can teach the ghost how to do a few moves."
Shad was attempting to be funny, but he was clearly bothered by the thought of a ghost lurking around the school, and his brown eyes were as big as saucers. Maggie ignored Shad's suggestion and shivered a little. All this talk of ghosts was giving her the creeps, too. What happened to him anyway? Why is he haunting the school?
"His brother died there," Aunt Irene broke in softly. "Maybe he did, too. They never found his body, though. It was a terrible night. I've always wondered if things would have turned out differently if I'd warned him. You see, Roger was going to lure Johnny into the school. He and a couple friends were going to jump him there. Roger knew he couldn't beat him by himself."
Irene shook her head in disgust.
"It was all planned out. Roger had gotten his hands on a key, and he had planted a group of his friends outside the school, and a couple of them inside. Although when Billy Kinross shot out the window, they all scattered and ran. Roger smashed up Johnny's car and then went inside the school, trying to lure him to follow, but I guess Billy followed him. I'm not really sure how it all transpired. Nobody is."
Irene was quiet and reflective for a moment.
"It scarred our little town. I think it ruined Roger. He wasn't such a bad boy before that. He was just angry. You see, Dolly Kinross, Billy and Johnny's mother, had a reputation of being a bit of a floozy and had been, well, sleeping with Mayor Carlton, Roger's father."
Aunt Irene whispered the word sleeping around as if she had said the F-word.
"Roger found out about it and made life difficult for Billy Kinross around town. He was a much easier target than Johnny. Rumor had it he even roughed Dolly Kinross up a little and warned her to stay away from his father."
Shad had gone very quiet and stared down at his plate. Rumors of his own mother's shady exploits had found their way around Honeyville in the last few days. Apparently, Malia Jasper had turned up in town but had yet to drop in and see her son. Maggie's heart hurt for him. Gus sighed, and Irene continued dabbing her eyes, unaware of Shad's discomfort at the turn the conversation had taken. "Why in the world did you marry Roger Carlton, Aunt Irene?" Maggie couldn't help but ask, shifting the subject away from wayward mothers. "I'm sorry, I know it's not my business, but it just seems so—"
"Wrong," Aunt Irene finished quietly. "I thought I loved him, and there was guilt, pressure from my daddy, pressure from Roger's mama, people's expectations, and maybe somewhere in all of that I felt like I owed it to him. Like maybe if I'd protected him from himself, if I'd had the courage to do the right thing that night, to speak up, he wouldn't have had the death of those boys on his conscience, and I wouldn't have had them on mine. I suppose it was a kind of penance."
Aunt Irene's voice wobbled a little, and she used her napkin to dab the corners of her eyes. "Oh, Aunt Irene." Maggie shook her head and rose to wrap her arms around Irene's thin shoulders.
There, Miss Honeycutt."
Gus patted Aunt Irene's hand gently.
I think that's enough storytelling for one night. Thank you very much for that fine supper. Come on, Shadrach. Let's see ourselves out.
Shad and Gus rose from the table, and Gus slung his arm around his grandson's narrow shoulders as they ambled toward the door. "Gus?" Maggie called after him, and Gus turned as he reached out toward the doorknob. "I'm a little afraid. If a ghost can turn on music and do other things—" Maggie still hadn't confessed that she hadn't actually mopped that long hallway. "Then couldn't he be dangerous? Couldn't he actually hurt someone?" "Like me?" Maggie didn't say the last part, but her meaning came out loud and clear. Shad looked up at his grandfather fearfully, and Gus seemed to consider the question for a moment.
Why, I suppose maybe he could, but that school's been filled with people for the last 50 years, and he's never harmed a soul. I don't think Johnny Kinross is dangerous, Miss Margaret. I think he's lonely."
5. Lonely Boy. Paul Anka, 1959. She had seen him. The girl Gus had called Margaret. The girl with the long dark hair who looked so much like Irene Honeycutt. She had seen him. The very first time he noticed her, she was dancing alone in the room with mirrors. She had seemed so familiar to him, like he had known her long ago in the time before he had become a ghost of himself. His heart had pounded, and he had cried out to her in recognition, only to have her name elude him and the familiarity fade, like he had mistaken her for someone else. Maybe it was just her resemblance to Irene, but the impression had nagged at him still. He had watched her often since. This time, Johnny had been watching her dance down the hallway. She was caught up in the music he played just for her, and she had obviously forgotten that she was supposed to be mopping floors. She moved effortlessly, almost as if she too could float above the floor or transport herself to other places with a thought. He could do those things, but what he wouldn't give just to dance with her. He had never admitted it to his friends, but he liked to dance. He had swung his mama around the house to Jerry Lee Lewis more times than he could count. But that was before. Now he wasn't sure he still could. "Is someone there?" Margaret had called out, and he had realized suddenly that she was talking to him. She had started walking toward him, and he had panicked. His control slipped, making the music blare loudly, and Margaret had screamed and run down the hallway away from him. She had seen him. Euphoria had quickly replaced the panic. Johnny hoped he hadn't scared her away for good. He had tried to make it up to her by finishing her floors for her. He hadn't actually mopped. He didn't have to. He just instructed the floor to be clean. And it was. It had taken some practice over the years, but eventually Johnny had figured it out. Anything that was physically connected to the school he could control easily. The floors, the ceilings, the wiring, the walls, the lockers, all of it. He could have maintained the school all on his own, but then the school board wouldn't have needed to employ Gus. He needed Gus. Gus was the only one who knew he existed. So he left enough work for Gus to do. Plus, he didn't want people getting scared. Scared people didn't hang around. Scared people might board up the school or worse, tear it down. So he was careful not to be too obvious. Now it was Gus, Margaret, and that funny kid Shad, who reminded Johnny a little of Billy, cleaning his school. He had heard Margaret groaning about scraping gum off the desks. He could take care of that. It wasn't as easy as cleaning the floors and walls. Objects that hadn't always been a part of the school were harder. After a while, though, they seemed to absorb the energy that hummed through the school, and he could work his magic. And those desks had been in the school for years. He would make sure she didn't have to scrape off another piece of gum. With just a little highly focused thought, Johnny could turn on the lights, control the sound system, pull all the books off the library shelves, and return them neatly in no order at all. Mrs. Chase, the pretty librarian, hadn't liked that last skill very much. She had just thought it was mischievous school kids. Johnny decided pranks weren't much fun if you couldn't get credit for your brilliance. The next time, He had arranged the books to spell out Johnny Kinross, using the first letter of the title to correspond with each letter in his name, over and over again. The unused books he had stacked neatly in towering piles on Mrs. Chase's desk. Mrs. Chase hadn't seen the pattern, but she had quit. He felt bad after that. He had liked Mrs. Chase. From then on, he had always returned his experiments back to normal when he was finished. On another occasion, he had failed to notice that his thoughts messed up the computers. He hadn't had to deal with computers in the early years, and it hadn't really been a problem until the thing called the Internet was invented. He blew out a dozen computer screens the first year the school got Internet access, and the hard drives were completely cooked. Whatever frequencies of energy and sound made up the Internet seemed to be the source that gave him power as well. It was the hum of energy that surrounded all living things, the heat, the life force, which someone, somehow, had harnessed. He didn't know how the Internet worked any more than he could explain his own abilities to call on that same source of electrical interconnectivity to do his bidding. It was beyond sight, but it existed, just as he did, beyond sight. The school was quiet and dark as Maggie pushed her bike up to the side entrance closest to the dance room. Gus had given her her very own key and told her to take good care of it. Giving keys to students was frowned upon. Gus had said that she was a member of the maintenance team. So it was okay, although she highly doubted Chad had the same privilege. Maggie loved arriving before anybody else and having the dance floor all to herself. At least, she had loved it before she knew about Johnny Kinross. She chained her bike around the light pole closest to the side entrance and unlocked the door, telling herself she had nothing to be afraid of. But she was afraid. Last night she had dreamed of long hallways that led to nowhere, like an endless maze lined with gaping black classrooms that, when entered, led to still more hallways. In the dream she had kept on walking and turning and ending up where she'd started, all the while being taunted by the same song from decades ago, a song called "Oh, Johnny." She never thought the song was creepy before, but the way it had echoed down the never-ending hallways in her dream was so haunting and mournful. "Oh, Johnny, my Johnny." Gus's words reverberated in her head. "Oh, Miss Margaret, I think you've met Johnny." Maggie's hands shook, and she dropped the key, banging her head on the door frame as she bent to retrieve it. "Get a grip, Maggie," she told herself sternly, walking into the school. "Johnny Kinross is not real," Maggie told the hallway defiantly. "He is a boy that lived 53 years ago, and I am not going to be scared off." Her voice sounded awfully loud, bouncing off the empty walls and floors, and it did nothing to make her feel better. But she pulled the door firmly shut behind her and walked quickly to the dance room at the end of the corridor. She looked neither right nor left, and she kept telling herself she was not afraid of the big bad ghost. "Oh, Johnny, how I miss you. When you're gone, I lose my mind. I've been looking, but I just can't seem to find my Johnny. Oh, Johnny." The old song lilted softly out of nowhere, and the intercom crackled as if someone was preparing to speak. Maggie screamed and threw herself through the dance-room door. She fumbled for the lights, slamming the door behind her. Her terrified reflection stared back at her from the mirrors that bracketed the dance-room floor, and the song that had sent her shrieking into the room ceased as quickly as it had begun. Gulping for breath and trying not to cry, Maggie sank down to the floor, bracing her back against the door. She wanted out of this freaky-ass school. Maggie tended to swear when she was scared, and she was terrified. She wanted out of this freaky-ass school, but there was no way she was going back out into that long freaky-ass hallway. "Breathe, Maggie, breathe," she told herself. Gus said he was lonely, not dangerous. Lonely, not dangerous. Maggie repeated the phrase to herself as she tried to calm her racing pulse began to slow. Her anger began to build, and before long she was royally pissed off. How dare he? She thought to herself. She hadn't done anything to him. Johnny Kinross might be lonely, but he was also a jerk. What he had done was just plain mean. He had scared her to death twice now, and it was getting old. Standing up, Maggie yanked off her coat, tossed her duffel bag to the side, and marched angrily to the sound system in the corner. Flipping switches and cranking up the volume, Maggie plugged in her iPod and scrolled through her song list until she found what she was looking for. Eminem's Not Afraid blasted out of the speakers, and Maggie threw herself into the center of the floor, her movements bold and defiant, daring Johnny Kinross to make his next move. Eminem's in-your-face style gave her courage, and Maggie pushed herself harder, leaping and lunging, spinning and kicking, until more than an hour had passed. Maggie's skin shone with sweat, and her heavy hair stuck to her face and clung to her back. Collapsing in the middle of the floor, Maggie pulled her hair up in a messy ponytail and leaned into a deep stretch. "Take that, Johnny Kinross," Maggie said out loud, and smiled widely when there was no response. After about 15 minutes of cooling down and stretching, Maggie could hear the sounds of the school coming to life beyond the dance-room door. Time to head to the locker room and get cleaned up and ready for school. Maggie fervently hoped that Johnny Kinross didn't frequent the girls' bathroom. She didn't think she could handle a pervert on top of everything else. Gathering her gear, Maggie headed for the door when she suddenly remembered her iPod still docked in the sound system. As she turned and headed toward it, the lights on the system blinked wildly, and a new song filled the room. "I'm sorry, so sorry," Brenda Lee crooned sincerely, and Maggie screeched and jumped a foot in the air. The song cut abruptly, and Maggie yanked her iPod from the sound system, racing from the room and out into the rapidly filling hallway. She had had enough of Johnny Kinross for one morning. Apology not accepted. She'd made him angry, and he had responded without thinking. He heard her say his name when she came into the school. At first, Johnny was pleased that she even knew his name. Gus must have told her. The pleasure disappeared abruptly when he realized what she'd said. "Johnny Kinross isn't real," she'd said. It had bothered him, and he had lashed out with words of his own. He had played the first song that came to his head, one that had his name in it so she couldn't misconstrue its meaning. He'd scared her, and immediately felt like a heel. Since when did he go around scaring beautiful girls? It used to be that girls hung all over him, even when he didn't want them to. Now they just ran screaming. Actually, come to think of it, Margaret hadn't just run screaming. She'd gotten angry, too. He'd watched her dance again. He couldn't help himself. He definitely hadn't missed her meaning with the first song she'd chosen, and he had laughed at her courage. She wasn't like the girls he remembered. And the way she danced, he could watch her all day. He didn't know if he liked her music. It was more like talking and swearing than singing, and it was a whole lot more angry than the music he grew up with. But he definitely liked her sass. She'd said, "Take that, Johnny Kinross," and he had almost flashed into the room right then and there. That would have really scared her, though, so he had tried to be a little more subtle. He hoped she believed his apology, but from the way she raced out of the room, he thought maybe not. He would have to try again. A few days went by, and Maggie, Gus, and Shad worked side by side each afternoon after school. Maggie hadn't complained to Gus or told him she was nervous, but he seemed to know, and had found ways for them to all stay together. It couldn't last, though. There was too much ground to cover, and staying together didn't make much sense. Plus, Shad had been like a caged puppy, yapping and nipping at her heels until Maggie was sure working in tandem was far worse than any run-in with a ghost. So, after 3 days of shadowing Gus, Maggie volunteered to get the trashes from the 3rd floor on her own. They did some kind of bridge-building contest in Mr. George's class, and they got one of those big trash cans with the wheels on it up there full to the top with heavy stuff. Do all the other trashes, and then wheel the big one to the dumbwaiter to get it down to the main floor, just like I showed you last week, okay?" Gus instructed. "Don't let Johnny get you, Mags," Shad called out. He chuckled, But Maggie didn't miss the worried expression he tried to hide. Gus just shook his head and waved her off. Maggie took a deep breath and jogged up the stairs, determined not to be spooked, hoping Johnny Kinross had had his fun. Classroom by classroom, Maggie bagged and rebagged trash cans, piling the bags into a bigger can and wheeling her way around the 3rd floor. The halls were silent, the classrooms empty, and Maggie started to relax into her work. It wasn't until she reached the drafting room that she discovered that Gus had not been exaggerating. The wheeled, economy-sized garbage can was brimming with broken bridges made from assorted materials, everything from sticks to rocks, to one that looked like it had been constructed with a concrete mold. It was so heavy that Maggie had to rock it a little just to build some momentum to get it to roll. Once she got it moving, she eased it down the hallway and headed for the dumbwaiter around the corner. Honeyville High had been built before mandatory ramps and handicap-accessible regulations had been instituted, so the old dumbwaiter served as a manual elevator for the janitorial staff and the occasional wheelchair. It was a platform large enough to hold Maggie's trash can, but just barely. Grunting and shoving the overflowing bin onto the metal platform, Maggie stepped back and tried to pull the sliding door down to close the dumbwaiter, but the scraps piled on top protruded out too far. Maggie stepped onto the dumbwaiter and shoved and pushed, trying to reposition the heavy debris so the door would close. Suddenly, a loud grating and grinding noise reverberated down the narrow shaft, and the little platform shook violently. Without warning, the crank jerked and the pulley released, sending the platform and its contents plunging toward the ground floor. Maggie screamed and leaped for the opening, scrabbling to get a foothold on the block wall of the shaft as her hands clawed for purchase on the ledge. Her legs bicycled, and her arm muscles shook as she clung to the landing above her. The ledge was a smooth, squared-off edge, and she couldn't get a firm enough grip to hoist herself up. She couldn't even call out. Every ounce of her strength was needed to just hold on. Even if he heard her, Gus would never make it in time. She was going to fall.
"Don't be afraid, Margaret. I'm going to try to pull you up."
A deep voice came from somewhere above her, and Maggie whimpered in relief. She lifted her head expectantly, and a face appeared above her, leaning over the edge. Strong hands gripped her around each wrist and pulled her up, and over the ledge and onto the floor beside the gaping hole. He released her hands as soon as she was safe, and then sank to his haunches beside her, elbows resting on his knees. Maggie laid in a quivering heap and stared at her rescuer. He was young, but probably older than she, Maggie thought. His hair was a dark blonde, and it was swept back off his face, except for one lock that curled down onto his smooth forehead. His jaw was square, and his chin, which he rested on his clasped fists, had a deep groove at its center. His full mouth was unsmiling, and his dark brow furrowed above eyes that looked light in color, though it was hard to tell in the shadowy alcove that housed the dumbwaiter. He wore jeans, a white t-shirt, and scuffed black boots that were scarcely 2 feet from her face. He stood and backed away from her, giving her space to sit up, which she did, though she didn't dare stand. Her trembling legs would never hold her.
"Are you all right?"
he asked her softly. "I think so," Maggie replied, and felt her lower lip tremble. "I lost my glasses, though." It was the thought of her glasses that broke her composure. They were probably smashed at the bottom of the shaft, where she would have been if not for the stranger. Tears threatened to fall. The relief that she was safe was so sharp she could weep. She swallowed back the emotion that was rising in her chest and struggled to stand. His hand shot out to steady her, and then fell when she successfully rose. "Where did you come from? I mean, I didn't know anyone was up here," Maggie stuttered. "If you hadn't come, I would have fallen."
"Miss Margaret! Miss Margaret!"
Gus's shouts rang up out of the dumbwaiter shaft, and Maggie moved gingerly to the edge to peer down 2 stories to where the platform had crashed to the floor, spilling garbage out around it. Gus's grizzled gray head appeared below her, and he stared back up at her, shock and horror stamped on his familiar face.
"What happened? Are you okay? I heard a horrible crashing sound, and I came running."
Gus called up to her.
"I couldn't get here nearly fast enough, and then I couldn't get the darn door open 'cause the trash here was wedged up against it."
"I'm okay, Gus. Something snapped and everything went crashing down. I almost fell, but luckily someone was here to pull me up." Maggie turned back to get her rescuer's name, but he wasn't there.
"We're coming up there, Miss Margaret. Don't you go nowhere,"
Gus hollered below her, and Maggie stepped away from the death trap and went to find her savior. He couldn't have gone far. She walked out of the alcove and looked up and down the hallway, puzzled and bewildered that he would simply leave. She hadn't thanked him. Maggie stuck her head in the nearby classrooms, but there was no sign of him. Had he broken into the school and been worried about getting in trouble? Maybe he was the intruder from the other night. Maggie felt ice trickle down her spine and into her arms and legs. There hadn't been an intruder the other night. There had been a troublesome ghost. "Johnny?" Maggie called out instinctively. Silence met her query. "Was it you, Johnny? Are you the one who saved me?" Again, silence. Maggie waited several long breaths, feeling silly and wondering if the near-death experience had addled her brain.
"Maggie?"
A soft voice spoke up behind her. "Oh!" Maggie jumped and spun, almost knocking poor Shad to the ground. He had beat Gus up the stairs and was looking at her like she had lost her mind. Gus rounded the corner then, breathing hard.
"Who were you talking to?"
Shad asked, looking over her shoulder into the empty classroom beyond. Maggie didn't respond, but turned and looked up and down the long hallway once more. "You didn't see anyone on your way up here, did you, Gus?" Maggie asked, leading Gus and Shad back into the alcove where the accident had occurred.
"No, Miss Margaret, I didn't see a soul. Oh, Lordy, you said somebody pulled you up out of there?"
Gus asked in amazement, looking over the ledge down at the smashed garbage bin. Shad leaned over a little too far, and Gus grabbed at him, stepping back from the ledge, pulling Shad with him.
"Who was it, Mags?"
Shad seemed as confused as Maggie, and she shook her head, unwilling to give voice to her suspicions. "I would have fallen. I was literally hanging from the edge. He pulled me up."
"Who pulled you up, Miss Margaret?"
"I don't know, Gus. He was here a minute ago." Shad shuddered violently and hugged himself, hopping from one foot to the other.
"This freaky-ass school should be closed. It's scary as hell."
Shad forgot to watch his language in his grandpa's presence and got a thwack to the back of the head as a result.
"Shadrach."
Maggie was silent. After a moment, the three of them filed wordlessly back down the stairs to the ground floor. Gus said he would take care of the trash and the dumbwaiter in the morning. He seemed anxious to get out of the school where tragedy had been narrowly averted, this time. Maggie and Shad didn't object and followed him out. Shad kept looking behind him, and he slipped his hand into Maggie's like a frightened little boy. Maggie decided it was okay. Just this once. 6. I Believe. Frankie Lane, 1953. Maggie arose early that Saturday and pedaled the mile or so to the pretty Main Street that boasted a variety of pricey boutiques and the stately courthouse and city buildings that handled most of the official goings-on in Honeyville. Maggie had never been inside the newly remodeled library, and it hadn't been on her list of things to do since she'd moved to Honeyville 5 months ago. Aunt Irene had offered to drive her there, but Maggie didn't want her aunt to know what she was looking for, and she didn't know how long it would take her to find it, if it could be found. She had fibbed and said she needed the exercise. Maggie danced 2 hours a day, minimum, and she didn't need the exercise, but Aunt Irene shrugged and let her be. That was definitely one of the things she liked most about Aunt Irene. She gave her plenty of space without making her feel like she didn't care. The lady at the front desk looked like she knew her way around a library, and as Maggie approached, she mentally rehearsed her prepared lines. "Hi!" Maggie chirruped cheerfully, smiling her best how-to-butter-up a grown-up smile. "I'm doing a little research on Honeyville High School for my school paper. We're doing a big spread called Back to the Past, and I wondered if you had some old newspapers from around the time when the school was built?" Maggie didn't like to lie, but unfortunately, her time in the foster care system had helped her to cultivate the ability to tell a pretty convincing whopper when she needed to. She supposed she could have just said she wanted to do research on the Johnny Kinross disappearance, but she didn't really want to explain herself. Defensiveness was also a byproduct of living in 7 different homes in 7 years. "What an interesting idea!" The librarian seemed impressed with her lie. Maybe she should make some suggestions to the school's newspaper editor, Maggie thought with just a twinge of guilt. "Well, you are in luck," the librarian continued happily. "We have a new state-of-the-art microfiche system that has been updated with articles from the last 100 years of Honeyville history. It is so much easier than digging through those old binders of newspaper print." The trim librarian bustled down a long flight of stairs and into a room lined with tall stacks of very old books, and a couple of cubicles with computers housed on metal desks. Instead of old books, the room smelled like paint and new carpet, courtesy of the recent renovation. The librarian led Maggie to one of the cubicles and showed her how to access the microfiche records. The librarian punched in a series of dates and started scrolling through the available records. "Do you know the year it was built, dear?" the librarian asked kindly. "Yes, ma'am. It was completed in 1958, Maggie answered, her eyes glued to the screen in front of her. She had wheedled that information out of Gus. "Well, this should be about the right time period, then. Just click through these dates. You can also enter keywords to narrow your search. If you have any questions, just come back upstairs, and I will be glad to help you." Maggie thanked the nice lady and waited until she climbed the stairs before she started clicking through the newspaper articles that might help her unravel the mystery of Johnny Kinross. She found articles that talked about the construction of the school. She saw a picture of Aunt Irene's father-in-law, Mayor Clayton Carleton, with a shovel in his hands at the groundbreaking. He was a handsome enough man, if a guy in his 40s could even be handsome, which Maggie wasn't convinced he could. She clicked ahead until she found a headline that caught her attention. "Tragedy at Honeyville High," it shouted in bold print. There were several pictures below the article. One picture had a shot of what looked to be Mayor Carleton, his wife, and a young Roger Carleton exiting the school. They all looked harried and upset, and the caption read, "Roger Carleton shown leaving the scene of the terrible accident of which he was a witness." Another picture was of a pretty woman who was clearly distraught, being led from the school on the arm of a policeman. The caption identified her as Dolly Kinross, Johnny's mother. Maggie scrolled down farther, and her breath caught in her throat. The 2 brothers, in what were clearly yearbook shots, stared back at her from the screen. Billy Kinross, the caption indicated his name below his photo, wore thick black glasses not unlike hers, and he was smiling shyly into the camera. His hair was buzzed short, and it appeared several shades darker than his brother's. He looked young and innocent, and Maggie felt a stab of something very close to grief when she looked at him. Life really sucked sometimes. The other picture was of Johnny Kinross. She would have known it was Johnny without the caption. After all, she'd seen him before. He was the boy who had saved her from falling. In the picture, he was smirking at whoever was behind the camera, and one eyebrow was slightly raised, telegraphing his disdain for the photo shoot. He was so handsome it almost hurt to look at him. His hair was the same, down to the unruly curl on his forehead. He was dressed in a black suit and tie with a white dress shirt. She guessed all the other senior boys would have worn the same thing, just like they had done for senior pictures a couple months ago. That much hadn't changed much in 50 years. He looked exactly the same. He hadn't aged at all. Maggie shook her head in disbelief. How could that be? She supposed it would make sense if he were just a ghost, but she had clasped his arms in her hands and felt the warm skin and the strength of the sinewy muscle beneath when he had pulled her from the shaft. He wasn't a ghost. Maggie painstakingly read article after article speculating on Johnny's whereabouts. She wasn't a good reader, and it took her a while, but the story held her transfixed. Someone had let it slip to the newspaper reporter that there hadn't been a blood trail, though there had been significant blood thought to be Johnny's found at the scene. The reporter quoted an officer, Parley Pratt, who said, "The kid just up and vanished." There was an article about the gun Billy Kinross had allegedly brandished against Roger Carleton, and it was thought that Johnny Kinross had most likely stolen it out of the back of a car passing through Honeyville. The owner had stopped for some service on his vehicle at Jean's Automotive, where Johnny had worked. The owner of the gun hadn't noticed the gun was missing for a couple of weeks. Maggie wondered why Johnny would need a gun. The fact that he was suspected of stealing the gun reinforced his bad boy reputation, and fueled the argument that maybe he had run off after his brother was killed. Some speculated he had pushed his brother over the balcony, though the evidence would indicate otherwise. Roger Carleton fed that rumor and was quoted as saying, "I know Johnny Kinross would have killed me too, if he'd had the chance." Maggie felt a spark of anger at the smarmy comment. Roger Carleton apparently hadn't taken any responsibility at all for the part he'd played in the tragedy. Roger's inflammatory statement created quite a buzz for several weeks, as possible sightings of Johnny Kinross popped up all over Texas and surrounding states. There had reportedly even been sightings in Mexico, and the editor of the Honeyville Crier suggested that Johnny Kinross was most likely hiding out south of the border. A significant amount of time later there was a sighting at the school, and the paper was jam-packed once more with several articles about the case. "Gus Jasper, a janitor at the high school, claims to have seen Johnny Kinross inside the school and alerted local officials," one article stated. Eventually there were no more articles about the Kinross brothers. No more sightings, nothing else to report. A couple of years after Billy's death and Johnny's disappearance, Dolly Kinross married the chief of police. His name was Clark Bailey, and he looked like a nice man. There was a picture above the announcement in the paper, and Dolly Kinross looked a little worn around the edges. But she and the chief looked good together, and they looked happy. Maggie was glad Dolly had found someone to love. Nobody should lose her whole family in one day. Maggie knew how that felt. She clicked through a couple more years of microfiche records, pausing only once to look at the wedding announcement of Miss Irene Honeycutt to Roger Clayton Carleton III. Irene looked young and beautiful in an off-the-shoulder wedding gown and a lacy veil. Roger stood stiff and unsmiling beside her. Maggie was surprised at how much she looked like her aunt. She would never have guessed they resembled each other so closely. It pleased Maggie that she would have that connection with Irene. It increased her sense of belonging. And then there was nothing more. No further mention of Johnny Kinross. The mystery had never been solved, and Maggie's mind raced around in every direction, trying to formulate a scenario where what she had seen could make sense. There wasn't one. Maggie left the library, thanking the librarian for her help on her way out. Then she got on her bike and pedaled furiously toward the school. Her key was in her pocket. Maggie left her bike in the rack closest to the tennis courts. 3 bikes were already parked in the rack. The tennis courts were obscured by thick trees, and if someone saw her bike in the rack, they would simply assume she was on one of the courts. She had no reason to be inside the school on a Saturday. Gus would not approve, and she didn't want to get him in trouble. Shoving her hands into the pockets of her light blue hoodie, she felt for her key and sprinted around the school to the side entrance door. Not stopping to question the wisdom of her actions, she stuck her big key into the lock and slipped through the door in a matter of seconds. She made sure the door was locked behind her, and then she simply stood, her back against the door, wondering how in the world she was supposed to get Johnny Kinross to come out and say hello. She wasn't going to throw herself down the dumbwaiter shaft again. She would have to think of something else, something less life-threatening. Slowly, Maggie moved away from the door and down the hallway. "Johnny?" Her voice came out a whispery squeak, and she giggled nervously. Clearing her throat, she tried again. "Johnny?" Much better that time. "I know it was you who saved me the other night. I wanted to thank you." No response. Maggie continued moving forward, turning down an intersecting corridor. She called his name again and again, and the sound echoed around her. She kept on talking. "I could have died, Johnny. At the very least, I might not have danced again. A fall like that would have broken my legs." She descended a set of stairs and walked down another short corridor, which opened up into the large rotunda that served as the impressive entrance to the stately old school. The lobby was pristine and quiet, defying the violence that had christened her floors. Descriptions from the articles Maggie had just read crowded in her head. A pool of blood, a missing body, Billy Kinross lying in a broken heap. Twin chills tiptoed up her arms and met at the base of her neck. This spot probably wasn't the best place for their first conversation. She turned to retrace her steps. "A fall like that broke Billy's neck," a low voice spoke behind her. Maggie gasped and spun around. The blood in her veins froze, and her heart faltered from the strain of trying to pump solid ice. Her legs wanted to buckle, and she clung to the wall, desperately willing them to hold her. Johnny Kinross stood in the center of the rotunda, his hands shoved in the pockets of his low-slung jeans, his head cocked to the side. He looked so normal. If normal was James Dean, but even better looking. Maggie stared at him, transfixed. Part of her wanted to run screaming, but her legs had succumbed to the ice-water infusion in her blood, and she couldn't feel them anymore. She couldn't move if her life depended on it. When she had seen the picture of Johnny Kinross staring defiantly from the pages of the decades-old paper, she had known that he was indeed the person who had pulled her from the dumbwaiter shaft. She had known it was him. But knowing he existed was a totally different matter than having him standing before her, larger than life, stranger than fiction. For the life of her she couldn't think of what to say next. All the things you would usually say to a cute boy didn't quite work in the current situation. And she had no experience talking to dead people. She could feel her heartbeat in her throat and echoing in her ears. Her vocal cords were now frozen as well. Johnny seemed to sense that she'd been stricken dumb. He was the first to speak. "How is it you can see me?" His voice was hushed, incredulous, as if the night he had rescued her had been an anomaly, as if she'd imagined it all. Johnny cocked his head to the other side and raised his one eyebrow. It reminded her of his senior picture, and the very normal human gesture released her from her paralysis. "How is it that you can be seen?" Maggie questioned in return, her voice cracking as she forced it to thaw. "Aren't you dead?" Maggie didn't even cringe at her preposterous question. The dreamlike quality of this encounter made her query eminently reasonable. Johnny took a few steps toward her and halted. "Sorta." He shrugged nonchalantly, but the eyes that swept over her were anything but casual. They were a piercing, unblinking blue, as if he feared closing them would cause her to vanish. Seconds passed, and then he continued speaking, his voice mystified. "Nobody else can see me. Nobody else can even hear me." "Gus Jasper has seen you. He's the one who told me about you." "Thank goodness for Gus." A brief grin flashed across Johnny's face, revealing strong white teeth and deep dimples that bracketed his mouth briefly before disappearing as his smile fled. Maggie gulped. He was way too beautiful for a dead guy, even a sorta dead guy. She reached down and pinched herself hard. Was this really happening? "But Gus has only seen me a few times. A few times in what must be decades," Johnny protested. He took a few more steps until only 5 or 6 feet separated them. His eyes bore into her, as if she were hiding something vitally important to his existence. "It's different with you. You see me and hear me. Although there have been times when you have been unaware that I was near. I don't know why you see me sometimes and other times you don't, and I never know when those times will be. So I've had to start watching you through the walls." He seemed reluctant to confess the last bit, and shifted awkwardly, breaking his intense eye contact.
You can see through walls?
Maggie squeaked. Maybe she had it all wrong. Maybe Johnny was from the planet Krypton. It would explain so much. I can see anywhere I want in the school without actually being there. I just have to picture the room in my head until it comes into focus. Johnny explained hesitantly, as if knowing how ridiculous his explanation sounded. Maggie didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. She knew he could control the sound system without being in the room, so if he said he could see through walls, she supposed he could. What do you mean you're sorta dead? The questions started piling up behind one another in her head, jostling for a turn, but this one was first in line. Nobody can see me or hear me, present company excluded. He quirked that eyebrow at her. So that makes me think I am somewhat dead. I have seen ghosts of people who are actually dead, Maggie agreed. So seeing you would still be possible for me if you were indeed deceased. Maggie thought this might be the most surreal conversation she had ever had. Johnny nodded his head seriously. That makes sense, then.
It does,
Maggie thought to herself, bewildered. Aloud she said, But I didn't just see you and hear you, I touched you. Didn't I? Johnny closed the distance between them and reached out his hand tentatively. Maggie stiffened imperceptibly, and Johnny's hand ceased moving. What was she so afraid of? She knew touching him wouldn't hurt her. Lifting her own hand, Maggie laid it against his. They gasped in unison, and Johnny's eyes held hers intently. That's the sorta part. Maggie held her breath, feeling his hand pressing into hers. It was warm and firm, and his fingers dwarfed hers by 2 inches. It was flesh and bone just as she remembered, and there was a slight vibration that hummed against her skin as he pressed his palm to hers. Johnny's eyes shifted to the corridor behind her. There's someone else in the school. Maggie swiveled her head around, dropping her hand. I shouldn't be here. I could get in trouble. When she turned back around, Johnny again stood in the middle of the rotunda, his hands back in his front pockets. Maggie shook her head dizzily. How was that possible? She had simply turned her head for a second. So why are you here? Johnny questioned softly. What? Maggie was still trying to figure out how he had moved so quickly. If you could get in trouble, why are you here? He repeated patiently. I wanted to thank you for saving me, Maggie blurted out. I would have been seriously hurt or killed. We wouldn't want that, would we? There's already one ghost too many around here. Maggie gaped at him. Was he joking? That's not very funny. No, it's not, is it? Johnny looked a little flummoxed, and he ran his hands through his hair, barely disturbing the golden strands. My conversation skills are a little rusty, I'm afraid. Several voices echoed down the long hall, growing closer to the entrance where Maggie and her strange companion stood. Maggie was caught between needing to run and desperately wanting to stay. Johnny nodded towards the door. Go out the front. The door locks from the outside. Nobody will ever know you were here. Maggie ran for the entrance, but turned to make sure he hadn't disappeared. He hadn't moved an inch. Johnny? Yes, Margaret? You can call me Maggie. Most everyone else does. Okay. Maggie? Maybe I can help you with a rust issue, Maggie suggested hopefully. Johnny didn't respond, but he smiled a little. You won't hide from me next time, will you? Johnny shook his head. So I'll see you on Monday, then? What day is today? You don't know? I don't keep track. It's easier that way. Maggie stared at him wordlessly, shaken by his response. He returned her gaze without further explanation. Then I will just see you soon, she acquiesced softly. I would like that very much, Maggie. 7. All Shook Up. Elvis Presley, 1957. On Sunday, Maggie squirmed through church and fussed and fidgeted through dinner. She rattled and cracked her way through the after-supper dishes, breaking one saucer and a teacup, and fiddled incessantly with everything in sight until finally Aunt Irene ordered her from the house with instructions to go work off some of that nervous energy. "Gus?" Maggie asked the old man as he rocked beside Aunt Irene on the front porch swing. "Do you think I could go to the school and dance for a while? Would that be okay?" Gus thought for a moment, and then gave a quick puff on his fragrant pipe. "I suppose it wouldn't do no harm, but take Shadrick with you." Maggie stopped in her tracks. Taking Shad wouldn't work. Gnawing her lip, Maggie turned, wondering how she was going to get out of the house without hurting his feelings. "I was going to rehearse my dance routines, and Shad will be bored. Won't you, Shad?" Maggie asked hopefully.
"I can shoot a little hoop. Get my Michael Jordan on."
Shad shot an imaginary ball and then dribbled it through his legs. His feet got tangled with the imaginary ball, and he went down hard on his butt. His Michael Jordan definitely needed work. Maggie groaned. "Fine," Maggie grumped. "But you stay in the gym. I can't dance with you wanting to show me a move every 10 seconds, okay?" Maybe Johnny would still show up. "Take the car, dear. It's getting dark, and I don't want you riding that bike home at night," Irene insisted graciously.
"And don't go wandering about alone, Miss Margaret."
Gus had been quite shaken by her near fall the week before.
"Your guardian angel may not be nearby to help you this time."
Irene raised questioning eyebrows at Gus's comment. They hadn't told her about the dumbwaiter fiasco. Maggie didn't hang around to see if Gus spilled the beans. Shouting at Shad to meet her in the car, she ran into the house and up the stairs, pulling on a leotard and a wrap-around skirt, and pushing her feet into ballet flats. Pulling a brush through her long hair, she flew back down the stairs and yanked the keys from the rack, slipping out the back door to avoid the couple on the front porch. Aunt Irene's ancient Cadillac was parked in the unattached garage, and Maggie eased into the front seat next to Shad, slamming the door and starting the engine. Aunt Irene had had this car since high school. Its tail fins dated it to the late 50s, and it was so long Maggie only drove it when she knew she wouldn't have to maneuver it into any tight spaces. It had been meticulously cared for, and could probably be sold for a pretty penny. Aunt Irene had stubbornly hung on to it through a bad marriage and Roger's attempts to sell it. She'd hung on to it through the loss of her wealth and most of her possessions, and finally through the loss of all of her family except Maggie. The Honeyville Bank and Trust would get Irene's home when she died. The only reason she had stayed in it as long as she had was because her close friends owned the bank, and had reversed the mortgage, taking ownership of the house and giving her a small stipend to live on, and the right to live in the house until she died. When she did, Maggie would be out of a home once more. But she would have the car. Aunt Irene had made sure of that. Maggie parked her inheritance in the back of the school, and hoped that her being there wouldn't get Gus in trouble. They should be safe. Nobody spent Sunday evenings at the school. She would stay in the dance room like she had said she would, and Shad would stay in the gym. Hopefully Johnny would know she was there. Her heart sped up at the thought of him, and she checked her reflection in the big rearview mirror. Her blue eyes were bright with anticipation, and her cheeks and lips were flushed pink. Her skin looked good. She could usually count on that, and she looked much better without her glasses. She was going to have to replace them soon. Everything was so blurry. Gus had looked for them at the bottom of the dumbwaiter shaft, but he hadn't been able to find them. She wished she had contacts, but Irene couldn't afford them, and Maggie would never ask. Her own money went to dancing and school clothes and the miscellaneous items that really seemed to add up. Contacts were a vanity she really couldn't indulge. It had never really bothered her before, but somehow she didn't think a girl with big glasses was the type of girl Johnny Kinross would go for, or would have gone for, before. Maggie sighed. She was mooning over a guy who was sorta dead. Something was seriously wrong with her. She pushed the thought out of her head.
"Come on, Mags. I'm the only one here to impress, and I already think you're beautiful."
Shad had already gotten out and was waiting in front of the car, impatiently tossing his basketball from one hand to the other. The school felt warm and cozy when she entered, like maybe it was glad to see her. Shooing Shad to the gym, she waited until his footsteps faded. Several minutes passed, and she wondered if she should call out to Johnny. She suddenly felt shy and awkward. He would know she was there. Better to let him come to her. The thought made goosebumps rise on her arms, and she hoped he wouldn't simply appear in front of her. She walked slowly down the hall to the dance room and unlocked it, propping it wide. Could ghosts open doors? Maggie shook her head violently. The whole thing was bizarre, and trying to make sense of it was impossible. Maggie moved to put some music on and hesitated once more. How could she start dancing when, at any moment, Johnny could waltz into the room, or worse, not show himself at all? She could rehearse her team's dance numbers, but the routines were flamboyant and sexy, and Maggie knew she didn't have that kind of confidence at the moment. She was at a complete loss. How was she ever going to be able to dance as long as she knew he could be watching? Maggie walked to the bar and proceeded to move through her standard warm-up, but found that her eyes kept searching the room behind her in the mirror, expecting him to be there, knowing he would startle her when he was. After 15 minutes of a truly pathetic warm-up, Maggie sighed and sank to the floor. This wasn't working.
"You aren't dancing."
Johnny leaned against the dance-room door, arms crossed in front of him, one black boot propped against the other. Maggie shrieked a little and smothered it with both hands. Darn him! You have to stop popping up out of nowhere and scaring me! Maggie grabbed the ballet bar over her head and pulled herself to her feet, hands clutching at the bar to keep from shaking.
"I wasn't trying to scare you. I just couldn't think of a way to approach you without scaring you,"
Johnny confessed softly.
"I was almost afraid to try. I was worried you wouldn't be able to see me again, that it had all been some cruel cosmic joke."
The thought that Johnny might be as unsure of himself as she was made Maggie feel a little better. They regarded each other warily. Maggie couldn't seem to take her eyes from him. Maybe it was because she was afraid he would dissolve into thin air. She was sure it couldn't have anything to do with the fact that his skin was golden and his eyes were a piercing blue, or that his shirt clung to his muscled shoulders and arms like a sculpture in a museum. "Your skin is darker than mine. How is that possible?" Maggie blurted out, and then almost groaned out loud at how silly she sounded. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who was a little rusty at conversation with the opposite sex.
"It was August when I was changed, and I guess I used to get pretty brown in the summer. Now nothing changes. My hair doesn't grow, my skin color doesn't lighten. I don't age."
Johnny shrugged as if it was no big deal.
"My clothes don't even wear out."
Johnny pulled his t-shirt away from his beautiful chest and let it go again, sliding his hands down to shove them in his jean pockets and shifting his weight from one foot to the other. His eyes met hers, considering.
"Are you still afraid?"
he asked bluntly. Maggie brought her hands to her heart. It was pounding. "No," she lied.
"Why aren't you dancing?"
"I was afraid—" Maggie's voice broke off abruptly, caught admitting something she had just denied. She tried again. "I was nervous. I guess I felt self-conscious." Maggie finished in a jumbled rush and then looked down at her feet.
"I'll leave."
"But can't you still see me? I mean, can't you watch me without me knowing it?"
"Yes, but I won't."
Maggie considered it for a moment. The thought of him leaving made her feel bereft, though she didn't want to examine those feelings too closely. "Don't leave. Just, can we talk some more? I don't think I want to dance today."
"Do you want to walk?"
Maggie remembered that she had promised Gus she wouldn't go wandering around. Of course, he had said don't go wandering around alone. She wouldn't be alone. "Okay, but Shad is here." I'll keep my eye on him," Johnny said, as if that weren't humanly impossible. Maggie walked toward him, and Johnny moved from the doorway, letting her pass him into the hallway. As she did, the ends of her hair rose and reached for him, and her skirts clung to her legs as if she had rolled for an hour on thick carpet. "What the—" Maggie's hands shot to her skirt, trying to maintain her modesty. Johnny reached out and ran his hand along her hair from crown to tips. Immediately, the locks fell in heavy relief, and her skirt swooshed back down around her legs. Maggie's heart pounded, and her skin practically hummed with awareness. "What did you do?" Maggie gasped. "It was static electricity. I just reversed the charge." "How?" Johnny shrugged again. "As a man thinketh, so does he." "That's from the Bible, right?" "It is, but I can't give you a better explanation. I seem to be made up of energy. I attract it, and then I'm able to release it and use it. I don't know how." "Is that how you control the music?" Johnny nodded, looking down at her as she walked beside him, hands clasped behind her back. "You scared me that time up in the hallway when I saw you, and then again in the dance room the other day. Why did you do that?" Maggie wasn't sure she had forgiven him yet, nor did she understand him at all. Scare her one day, save her the next. To say Johnny Kinross was an enigma was putting it mildly. "You scared me, too." Johnny stopped and turned toward her. "I didn't know you could see me, and when you called out to me it startled me, and I reacted. The music reacted with me. I didn't mean for it to happen." "Oh." Maggie supposed that made sense. "But what about the day I came early to dance? How did you know I had dreamed about that song?" Johnny raised his eyebrows in question. "What song?" "That Johnny song. That was very mean of you." Maggie stuck out her chin, challenging him to disagree. His lips twitched a little at her stony expression. "I don't have any way of knowing what you dream, Maggie. I felt you walk in the school, and I was excited to see you. Then you said that I wasn't real. It made me angry. I guess I wanted to show you that I was real, if that's what I am." Johnny's mouth quirked cynically. "But that song?" Maggie countered, incredulous. "I didn't think about it. I just pulled that song out of the air, literally. Songs are easy to access. Every song that has ever been played is there in the ether somewhere, playing endlessly. Energy isn't really created or destroyed. It's simply redirected." Maggie shook her head in amazement, and Johnny began to walk again as if he hadn't said something completely mind-blowing. Maggie watched him for a moment, and he turned back toward her, waiting. "Is that what happened to you?" Maggie said hesitantly. "You weren't destroyed? Just redirected?" "No, Maggie. That's the problem." Johnny's eyes spoke volumes as ancient as time. "I wasn't redirected." "What does that mean?" Maggie whispered. "I seem to be stuck here, or stuck in between here and somewhere else." "You mean somewhere between life and death?" "Maybe. Or between heaven and hell. I guess this is purgatory. I'm trapped in high school." Johnny's voice was dry with irony. "The place I hated the very most. And the funny thing is, I begged to stay. When I was dying, I begged to stay. I refused to go." They walked together for several minutes. Maggie noticed absently that his feet made no noise in the deserted hallways. "Maggie?" "Yes?" Maggie looked up at him and blushed at the intensity of his gaze. "What year is it?" "It's November of 2010. Johnny sagged where he stood, and the absolute desolation that played over his features had Maggie reaching out to him. She clasped both of her hands around one of his, and he jerked at the contact, shocking her with a sharp frisson of static. She didn't let go, though. All she could think about was how it might feel to never touch another human being for over 50 years. As if he could read Maggie's mind, Johnny's hand clenched hers like a drowning man, and Maggie felt a sensation similar to that of holding her hands close to a television or a computer screen without actually touching it. Like a humming, buzzing heat radiated out from him. Her breath caught in her throat.
"Max?"
Shad's voice was a high-pitched mix of laughter and scared confusion, and Maggie jerked like she had been shot. Johnny vanished like she'd flipped a light switch. Her hands, now empty, were posed mid-air. Why hadn't Johnny warned her Shad was coming? Maggie's hands dropped to her sides, and she slowly turned towards Shad, her mind a tangled torrent of excuses and alibis.
"Margaret O'Bannon, what in the name of Martin Luther King, Jr. are you doing?"
Shad invoked the name of Martin Luther King only when he was truly bowled over. Thankfully, his mouth also went into hyperdrive.
"Wait! You saw him, didn't you? You saw the ghost. Can you see him now? Is he nearby?"
Shad went into ninja stance, his basketball forgotten, bouncing forlornly down the hall.
"What did he look like, Mags? Can you see through him? Did he float?"
Shad did a couple lunges and karate chops to the left and then the right. Then he glanced in terror up at the ceiling, as if the ghost of Johnny Kinross were waiting to drop over him like a net.
"Shad, calm down."
Maggie tried to interrupt Shad's blithering tirade, but he was moving down the hallway in ninja squat, arms still high and poised for an attack by a ghost. Or anyone with a black belt. Retrieving his basketball, Maggie followed behind him, trying to convince him that Johnny Kinross wasn't going to drag him off. By the time they had shut off the lights and exited the school, Shad had resumed normal posture, and his speech had returned to its regular speed, which was still almost too fast to follow. It wasn't until they pulled out of the school's parking lot and headed for home that he fell silent. The silence was almost worse than his nonstop chatter, and Maggie wiggled uncomfortably. Shad looked out the window and said nothing until Maggie pulled into his grandpa's driveway. Dim light shone through the front window, and Maggie could see Gus rocking in his chair in front of his old-fashioned television. It still had rabbit ears on the top, although she didn't think rabbit ears worked on TVs anymore.
"I know you're holding out on me, Mags,"
Shad said softly.
"I saw you. You were standing there in the middle of an empty hallway like you were reaching out to someone. Or touching someone. That was super freaky, Mags."
Shad looked scared, and he reached for the door as if he were suddenly afraid of her.
"What I can't figure out is why you aren't freaked out, too."
"It was nothing, Shad." Maggie laughed weakly, and it sounded wrong even to her own ears. Her ability to lie to strangers obviously didn't translate to lying to people she cared about. "Everything is okay. You don't have to worry." At least that much was the truth, and the ring of sincerity must have satisfied Shad, because he sighed and proceeded to open his door. Suddenly, the lights of another vehicle swung around the corner, and a run-down pickup truck jerked to a halt alongside Irene's classic caddy. Shad froze in his seat, his hand gripping the open door.
"Shaddy, is that you, baby? Shadrach, come help me with my bags."
A thin black woman with matted cornrows hanging halfway down her back tumbled out of the driver's seat and was pulling odds and ends out of the back of the poorly parked truck. Apparently, Malia Jasper had decided to come home. Maggie looked at her young friend and wondered what was worse, losing your mother to death like she had, or losing her year after year, over and over again, every time she decided to split. The door to the little house opened, and Gus's thin frame filled the doorway, backlit by the blue glow of the television. He flipped on the porch light, and even from the harsh shadow, Maggie could see the strain on his face.
"See you tomorrow, Mags."
Shad sighed like he carried the weight of the world, or at least Honeyville, on his shoulders. He stepped out of the car and shut the heavy door behind him.
"Shad!"
Maggie called after him, wondering if she should hang around for moral support. Shad leaned down, sticking his head through the partially opened window.
"Please go, okay, Mags? Just
Just go, okay?"
he pleaded sweetly, and Maggie nodded her consent. He withdrew his head, and Maggie backed out, wishing she could help, but knowing that there wasn't a damn thing she could do. Yep, life sucked sometimes. Maggie wasn't sure what had awakened her, but the moonlight shone brightly through her open curtains, and the room was lit up in white moon glow. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes and sat up, disoriented and grumpy. She cried out in terror as a big man suddenly loomed at the end of her bed. He didn't lunge for her or seek to silence her scream, but instead lumbered over to the cushioned window seat that jutted out below her big window that looked out over Irene's flower garden. She knew him. He'd been in her room before. With some difficulty, Roger Carleton knelt beside the window seat and pulled the cushion off. Inserting a key into a little lock that had been covered by the pillow, he lifted the seat, exposing a hollowed-out area that looked empty, except for the large book of some sort that he pulled from inside. Grunting heavily, he heaved himself up, shut the lid, and then sank back down on it. When he opened the heavy tome, Maggie could see what looked like newsprint and black-and-white photos. The ghost of Roger Carleton perused the pages slowly, one by one. Maggie couldn't see what he was looking at, but he seemed absorbed by what he studied, his face twisted in concentration. She knew he wasn't really in her room. This was simply something he'd done many times when he was alive, and she was getting a repeat performance. Again. The book he read may very well be sitting inside the window bench at this very moment, or it could have been moved before he died. Still, her heart pounded and her limbs shook as she watched him finger the words and pictures intently, turning a page only after staring at the previous one for what seemed an eternity. Suddenly, his image winked out, and Maggie was left staring at the empty bench, its cushion restored, completely alone in her room. On shaking legs, she crept from her bed and pulled the thin cushion from the bench. She tried to lift the lid as she had seen Roger do, but it was locked tight. Maggie stood, looking out the window into the backyard at the light and shadows that colored the empty flower beds, leafless trees, and bristly shrubs in varying shades of gray. She would really have to see about getting a new room. This was the second time she'd had to wake up to Roger Carleton. She didn't think she could stomach sharing her room with his old secrets. 8. Little Things Mean a Lot. Kitty Callan, 1954. Maggie didn't see Johnny on Monday before school, though she came early and waited, trying to dance and failing miserably. She had even called out to him and tried not to be hurt when he didn't come. What had happened? Had the revelation of the year been too much for him? She had thought of a million things she wanted to ask him, and a million things she could have told him. She should tell him how his mother had married. He would like that, wouldn't he? She could tell him what Gus had told her, that his mother had never really stopped looking for him, and how she never believed he had left his brother willingly. But those things were so personal. How could she possibly talk to him about anything like that? The whole thing was a minefield that Maggie was afraid she would have to cross at some point. If she ever got to see him again, that is. She felt rejected throughout the long morning, and was late getting to her first-hour class. Her psych teacher called on her 3 times before she heard him, drawing some laughter from her classmates, and her eyes ached from squinting at the board. By lunch, her backpack was so heavy that she headed to her locker to relieve herself of unnecessary books. Shad was laughing next to her about something he had seen on YouTube. He thought it was hilarious and kept reenacting the skit for her. Maggie tried to keep up for his benefit, but knew she wasn't giving him the response he sought. She couldn't help it. She felt absolutely miserable. She shrugged her crammed book bag to the floor and spun in the combination to her locker. She only got it right half of the time, but this time it sprang open easily. She knelt and unloaded her backpack glumly and was just about to slam her locker shut when she saw something from the corner of her eye. Maggie's breath caught in her throat, and her hand fluttered to cover her mouth. Her glasses, perfectly restored, had been placed deliberately on the top shelf in her locker. They weren't accompanied by a note or hundreds of rose petals, but Maggie couldn't have been more thrilled if they were.
Mags? Mags!
Shad was getting a little perturbed.
Where are you today, baby? I'm beginning to consider getting myself another girlfriend.
Maggie giggled, her depression instantly erased. Impulsively, she leaned over and kissed Shad's cheek, shutting him up mid-rant. Sorry, Shad, I'll try to do better. And Shad, I'm not your baby or your girl. She laughed again. Grabbing her glasses and swinging her locker shut, she floated down the hall, euphoric.
No problem, baby,
Shad called after her, clearly cheered by Maggie's unexpected public display of affection.
It's all good. I forgive you. You're still my lady.
On Wednesday morning, Maggie didn't go to school early. Instead, she found Malia Jasper passed out on the back porch, dressed in a flimsy red negligee and towering purple heels. Malia came to after Aunt Irene slapped her sallow cheeks a little and coaxed a cup of hot coffee down her throat. Malia then tried to wheedle a little money out of Irene, but when Irene refused, she got ugly and foul-mouthed and left on foot. When Maggie left for school, she heard Aunt Irene on the phone with Gus, discussing his daughter in low tones. By Wednesday afternoon, it seemed half of the town and most of the high school student body had either seen or heard about Malia Jasper's appearance on Main that morning, in all her glory. Some of the boys from the football team jeered at Shad when he and Maggie walked down the senior hallway after school. Apparently, the boys had seen Shad's mother and her sweet-nothings walking the street, and had pulled over for further investigation.
What's your mama been up to, Shadrach?
One tall kid in a Letterman jacket and acne-scarred cheeks called out to Shad. His friends laughed loudly.
Trevor and I saw her this morning, strutting her stuff down Main. Didn't we, Trevor? We sure did, Derek. Not too bad for an old lady, Shadrach, the boy named Trevor quipped. So Trevor and we pulled over for a sample.
The big jerk waggled his eyebrows and licked his lips.
Not too bad. And cheap, too. It just cost me my lunch money.
At that, his friends whooped and cheered, and high-fives were shared all around. Shad just walked on by like he hadn't heard, but his eyes filled with tears, and his lips quivered. Maggie swallowed the ugly words that threatened to spill out, knowing that Shad wouldn't want to prolong the encounter. She reached her hand down and held his tightly as they turned the corner and left the Howells behind them. Shad dropped her hand and ran for the exit as soon as they were out of sight of the group of boys, and Maggie's rage bubbled over. Pivoting, she strode back to where the boys were still huddled around their open lockers. Swinging her backpack as hard as she could, she caught the ringleader in his midsection, and he doubled over with a startled, "Oof!" "Don't you ever say another word to Shadrach Jasper about his mother again, do you hear me?" Maggie hissed, swinging her bag again, whacking the doubled-over jock in the side of his stupid head. One of his friends intercepted the next swing, and her bag fell to the ground as the boy named Trevor bear-hugged her from behind, lifting her slim form off the ground. Maggie kicked her legs, trying to free herself from his brawny arms.
We got a wild one here, guys.
Derek had recovered from the body blow and was trying to save face.
Maybe she'll give me a quick kiss just like Shad's mama.
His friends responded enthusiastically, jostling each other and slapping his back.
Come here, Blue Eyes, you'll enjoy this.
The arms around her tightened, and Derek grabbed at her legs so she wouldn't kick him as he leaned into her with his tongue hanging out theatrically. Suddenly, all the lockers lining the hall flew open, and books and paper started flying about like a windstorm had erupted inside the school. Locker doors crashed shut only to reopen and slam again. The sound was deafening, and the boys cried out, shielding their heads from projectiles and covering their ears with their hands. Maggie was abruptly dropped as her captor ducked to protect himself. The sudden release sent her to her hands and knees, and in amazement she watched the bedlam unfold around her. From start to finish it could only have lasted seconds, and just as suddenly as it had started, all was still. The cowering boys looked around, dazed. Their arms slowly fell to their sides as they straightened and stared, flabbergasted, at their strewn belongings. The handful of other students that had been in the hallway during the micro-burst seemed shell-shocked as well. After several seconds of stunned silence, everyone began talking at once.
Holy shit!
What was that? My locker door is dented in. Was that an earthquake? Ow! Something nailed me in the head. Somebody call 911.
Oh man, look at my math book. This thing is shredded.
Has anyone seen my lunch? Damn it, whose peanut butter sandwich is this? It's all over my jacket. I can't find my homework. Help me dig through these papers.
The cacophony of excited voices layered over each other as Maggie gathered her things and rose tentatively to her feet. Her glasses had fallen off when Derek's friend grabbed her. She groaned when she saw the big crack in the left lens. She shoved them angrily into her front pocket. She wondered if the school's disaster insurance would cover their replacement. She snorted out loud. She was pretty sure about what had just happened, and it wasn't a natural disaster. And then she saw him. Maggie's heart galloped loudly in her ears. Johnny stood at the far end of the corridor. No one else seemed to notice him. His hands were clenched by his sides, his stance aggressive, and he stood directly in the center of the hallway. A girl walked past him so closely that his shoulder brushed her hair. Her hair rose with static, but she didn't even lift her head as she continued walking, texting, and popping her gum. Maggie approached him slowly, fearful that he would vanish like a mirage before her eyes. He watched her come, and his face softened noticeably as she halted a few feet in front of him. "Hi." He smiled at her simple greeting, dimples flashing and then disappearing again.
"Hi,"
he replied.
"Are you all right?"
His countenance darkened as he shifted his gaze back to the boys who still remained in the hallway, now completely unaware of her. Maggie nodded. "I'm okay." Johnny crooked his finger, indicating she follow him. Maggie supposed that was wise. Talking to an invisible guy in the school hallway was probably not in her best interest. He led her to the second-floor library, where the lights were dimmed and the door locked, indicating that the librarian had gone home for the day. The locks released with a barely audible snick, and Johnny inclined his head.
"Ladies first."
Maggie pushed the door open and walked into the library, seeking privacy among the hushed stacks and tall shelves. She liked the way books smelled, and she breathed deeply, wondering if Johnny could appreciate the scents and flavors around him, or if that too was lost to him.
"Are you really okay?"
His voice was low and serious behind her.
"I saw those guys hassling you. I didn't like it. They shouldn't be grabbing you like that. I didn't like it," he repeated.
"I'm fine. I gave as good as I got." Maggie laughed a little, shrugging her shoulders. "I didn't like what they said to my friend. I lost my temper."
"I missed that part. I'm around, you know, but I'm not aware of everything that's going on. Frankly, high school isn't all that interesting."
It was Johnny's turn to shrug. Maggie snickered. "You got that right." He smirked back at her briefly.
"Sometimes the energy spikes high, and that catches my attention. Like just now."
"That was your handiwork, wasn't it? I've never seen anything like it. You're going to start rumors of a poltergeist."
"I'm not sure what a poltergeist is."
Johnny cocked his head in question. "It's a violent ghost," Maggie supplied, her lips curving slightly.
Well, I guess that's not too far from the truth."
Johnny shifted and scanned the books above her head.
"So what did those nosebleeds say to your friend that got you so hot?"
"They were giving him trouble about his mother. She's a bit loose, if you know what I mean." Maggie sighed and didn't miss the tightening in Johnny's face and around his lips. He studied the shelf more intently, but Maggie was pretty sure he wasn't interested in what he saw.
"My mama didn't have a very good reputation. Some of it was deserved, some of it wasn't. Nobody ever gave me any trouble about it."
Johnny's eyes shifted to hers, and then looked away again.
"But Billy took some heat over it. I'll keep an eye on the kid. Shadwick, right?"
"Yes, Shad. He's a good kid. A little delusional and obnoxious, but very sweet. By the way, you said you would keep an eye on him when we talked last, but he seemed to have taken you by surprise." Maggie was teasing, but she was curious about how Shad had crept up on them last Sunday night.
"I seem to be unusually unobservant when I'm with you.
Johnny confessed with a self-deprecating grin.
I haven't had too many conversations in the last 50 years. I guess I was completely absorbed.
Maggie could relate, at least with the part about being completely absorbed.
Your glasses, are they broken again?
Johnny inclined his head toward her glasses, where one end protruded out of her pocket. Yes, and you just fixed them for me, too. Her tone was apologetic, embarrassed even. Thank you, by the way. She pulled her glasses out of her pocket and ran her finger along the crack. I hate them, but I need them, too.
I can fix them again.
Maggie slid them onto her nose and crossed her eyes dizzily behind the damaged glass. Don't you think I can get away with wearing them like this?
Absolutely. Peepers suit you.
Maggie blushed, giggling at the old-fashioned moniker, and uncrossed her eyes. Johnny was a faint blur in front of her. Maggie gasped and pulled the glasses off her nose. Johnny became crystal clear once more. She slid her glasses back into position. Johnny faded almost beyond sight. She reached out with both her hands, feeling for him as if she were blind. Her hands brushed his shoulders and chest and slid up his neck and along the firm line of his jaw. Her fingertips stroked up his sandpaper cheeks and hesitantly traced the features of his face. Johnny sucked in his breath sharply and locked his hands around Maggie's wrists, halting her tentative explorations. Maggie was immediately jolted from her odd ministrations, and she blushed furiously as Johnny released her wrists. She yanked her glasses off, thoroughly embarrassed by what she had just done. The awkward silence in the library was deafening. The roaring in Maggie's ears was even worse.
What was that all about?
Johnny tipped her chin up with the tips of his fingers, forcing her humiliated gaze from her shoes. I can't see you when I'm wearing my glasses, Maggie blurted out, worrying her bottom lip nervously. I reached out to see if you were actually still there, even if I couldn't see you. I'm so sorry.
I'm not.
Johnny's quiet response hinted at suppressed mirth.
I was just surprised. You have no idea how it feels to be touched again.
He reached out hesitantly and ran one long finger along the smooth curve of her cheekbone. Maggie's breath hitched and stuttered, and her skin felt deliciously hot beneath his brief caress. She fought the urge to close her eyes and lean into his hand. His fingers left her face reluctantly.
The times you've seen me, have you ever been wearing your glasses?
Maggie thought back and shook her head slowly. The first time I saw you, I'd left my glasses in the dance room. They fell off the night I fell down the dumbwaiter shaft, and I didn't wear them until you fixed them for me. Then today in the hallway they fell off and got stepped on, so... No, I've never had them on when I've seen you. It's bizarre. I should be able to see you better. I can definitely see everything else a lot better.
That explains it then, Johnny reasoned. Maybe you don't actually see me with your eyes.
How do I see you, then?
With a sixth sense, maybe? I don't know. Maybe when your eyesight is limited, your other senses are heightened.
Maggie nodded her head, agreeing with him. I remember my mom used to say she had eyes in the back of her head. Maybe it's the same thing. I believed her forever. She always seemed to know where I was and what I was doing without even turning her head. Johnny reached out and took the glasses from her hand. He traced his middle finger back and forth over the crack, back and forth, as if he was rubbing the crack away.
My mama was like that, too. Billy and I didn't get away with much. She could smell a lie from a mile away. She had her faults, but her mom instincts were tuned right in.
Maggie remembered what she had wanted to tell him. She hoped she wasn't going to embarrass herself all over again. She still felt flushed from the liberty she had taken moments before. Johnny, I don't know if you know this, but your mom got married a few years after. How did she put this? After Billy died. She married the police chief. His name was Bailey, I think. They looked happy in their picture. Johnny shook his head slowly, digesting her words. He seemed shocked at the news, and Maggie cringed inwardly, wondering if she'd made a terrible blunder.
Married? Married. That's good, right?
He questioned feebly, and Maggie nodded her head eagerly, her eyes never leaving his face.
Clark Bailey? Well, I'll be. That's good. Chief Bailey was a good guy.
Johnny's voice broke, and he walked several paces and then stopped. Leaning back against the wall at the end of the aisle, he sank down to the floor, as if his legs could no longer hold him. He dropped his head into his hands, running his fingers through his hair in vexation, and finally fisting them there. Maggie was unsure of what to do. His posture screamed, "Leave me alone," but he had been left alone for far too long. She moved to where he sat and sank down on the floor next to him. She waited quietly with him for some time, resting her hand on his knee, letting him know she was there. He didn't lift his head, but when he finally spoke, his voice was thick with emotion.
"I've always wondered what happened to her. How did you know she married Chief Bailey?"
"When you saved me from falling, I thought it was you, but I just couldn't believe it. I thought if I could find a picture of you, I would know for sure. So I went to the city library. They have newspapers from the last 100 years, all cataloged on a computer. There were articles, dozens of them, from when the tragedy occurred. They told the story, at least as much of the story as anyone knew. And that's where I found your picture, and when I saw it, I recognized you. There were other pictures and more articles, some of them pretty wild. The wedding announcement came much later, but I was happy for your mom. I thought you should know that your mother had someone to love her and take care of her, after all." Johnny nodded his drooping head and then lifted it, regarding her soberly, his eyes bright with unexpressed grief.
"Thank you, Maggie."
"You're welcome," Maggie whispered. The silence in the library was broken by a rattling at the library door. Maggie rose to her feet nervously, and Johnny perked up, listening intently. After a second, he sighed and met her gaze. He stood and tucked her glasses back into her front pocket.
"Gus is looking for you. He's worried because he can't find Shad either."
"You can tell what he's thinking?" Maggie said, startled.
"No."
Johnny shook his head.
"Strong emotion puts off a lot of energy, though, and some emotion is easy to interpret."
"I better go." Maggie turned to leave, but hesitated briefly.
"Go on now. I'll see you soon."
"Promise?"
"Promise."
9. To know him is to love him. Teddy Bears, 1958. Friday morning, Maggie woke to an actual natural disaster. Not one of the ghostly variety, though disaster might be too strong a word. Heavy winds had rocked Honeyville overnight, knocking down a few trees and power lines and spreading branches, loose shingles, and debris far and wide. To make matters worse, the rain hadn't let up, and the streets were wet and treacherous. School had been called off, and Maggie considered rolling over and grabbing a few extra Z's. Unfortunately, Aunt Irene had other plans. The Cadillac was acting up, and she had some shopping to do. Maggie was informed she was coming along. An hour later they were creeping down Main Street with a few other cars, the windshield wipers frantically sweeping rain from the caddy's broad window. The Cadillac chugged and lurched, and Irene moaned in response. "Hang in there, Belle," Aunt Irene worried, patting the dash. "Belle?" Maggie tried not to laugh. "That's what I call her, because she's the belle of the ball. Always has been, always will be." Irene patted the dash again, and the Cadillac sputtered sickly. "Not much further, Belle. Jean's is right around the corner." Irene urged the car down one more block and made a shaky right into the parking lot of an old red brick building with 2 gray service bays. A big sign featured a pretty blonde hanging out the window of a classic car in aquamarine blue. Big bubble letters spelled out, "Jean's Auto Body," across the bottom. A few cars waited patiently for their owners, and a neon Chevrolet sign buzzed and flickered in the front window. The power must be back on. This had to be the same place Johnny had worked once upon a time, but surely Jean wasn't still around. "This is where Johnny worked?" Maggie asked out loud, and then wished she could take it back. Aunt Irene looked at her blankly. Didn't Gus say that Johnny stole a gun out of a car when he was working at Jean's? Maggie couldn't remember if he had, but she hoped Aunt Irene didn't remember either. Johnny who, dear? Irene was completely lost. Johnny Kinross, remember? Oh, my! Maggie, you're not still thinking about that poor boy, are you? Unfortunately, Maggie thought to herself, she hadn't stopped thinking about him. She just shrugged her shoulders, trying to appear nonchalant. Irene nodded her head, replying, It's the same place, but Jean's son is the owner now. His name is Jean, too, but everyone calls him Harvey. Maggie didn't try to puzzle that one out. It was Texas. In Texas, nicknames usually came with a story, and the stories were either long or long forgotten. Jean, a.k.a. Harvey, was a curly-haired man with a bulging belly and a smiley face. His striped work shirt and navy blue dickies were grease-stained, and his hands were completely black, but he greeted Aunt Irene with a gentlemanly nod and smiled politely as Irene introduced Maggie. I am completely backed up today, Mrs. Carleton. Can it hold over the weekend? I can have Rick follow you home to make sure you make it okay, and we'll come pick it up on Monday, Harvey volunteered pleasantly. I'm guessing it's a transmission, from what you're telling me. I warned you it might go when I gave her a checkup last month. Irene nodded forlornly. Maggie could only guess at what she was thinking, but it most likely had a big dollar sign attached to it. Irene had taken religious care of her bell, but parts wore out, and it cost money when they did. Money was something Aunt Irene didn't have. That will be fine, Harvey. I have a convention in Galveston for the Ladies' Historical Society this weekend. I'm the secretary of the Northeast region, you know. Irene perked up as she talked, preening just a little. The city has chartered us a van, so I won't be driving. Maggie and I will make do until Monday just fine. Maggie had forgotten about the convention. Aunt Irene would leave that afternoon and not be back until Sunday evening. Maggie was staying home all alone. Originally, the time alone had not appealed to her much at all. With Irene gone and Molly and Jasper back in town, Gus and Shad wouldn't even be coming for Sunday dinner, and she had dreaded the long weekend with nothing but bad television and homework to occupy her time. But that was before. An idea began to take shape, and Maggie tamped down on her rising excitement, careful not to alert Aunt Irene that she had a plan brewing. The old pink car made it to the grocery and home again with a few hiccups and burps, and Irene swung the Cadillac into the attached garage with a heavy sigh. Well, hopefully it won't take much to get her purring again. Aunt Irene smiled at Maggie, but the furrow between her blue eyes was more pronounced. Irene had already packed her bags, and by 2 o'clock a passel of Honeyville's most distinguished old ladies were outside the house, tooting the horn and clucking like hens as Irene climbed in and blew a kiss to her niece. Maggie waved her off and watched the van lumber away. She had 2 whole days, and no one to account to. She paused to check her reflection in the mirror and considered changing, but her faded jeans and pink, long-sleeved fitted tee and sneakers were probably appropriate for the work ahead. Pulling her long hair to the side, she braided it over one shoulder and applied some cherry lip gloss. Her reflection looked pretty good, even blurry, and she considered leaving her glasses behind. When she had pulled them out of her pocket after leaving the library, she had been stunned to see the crack was no longer there. Had it just been a scratch? Had Johnny simply rubbed it off? Maggie propped her glasses on her nose and sighed gustily. She could take them off when she got to the school, but vanity was dangerous, and she didn't want to end up running over someone on the way because she was too proud to wear her glasses. She threw her bike in the spacious trunk and swung the long car back out of the drive and headed for Honeyville High, crossing her fingers all the way, praying and begging the car to keep going. She found that if she stayed at 20 miles per hour exactly, Belle hummed along without a hitch. She circled the school until she spotted the rolling service door that served as a delivery port for the lunchroom, as well as a bay for the mechanics and woodshop classes. She didn't have a key to those doors, but thought maybe Johnny could help her with that part. The car lurched and stalled as she came to a stop in front of the door, and Maggie patted her gratefully. "Good job, Belle." Maggie laughed at herself. Irene was rubbing off on her. Running around to the side entrance, Maggie slid her key home and opened the door to the school. She started calling for Johnny as soon as the door clicked shut behind her.
You want me to fix your car?
Johnny's expression was incredulous. It's something you're good at, right? I mean, you worked for a mechanic. You know all those old cars. This one's a beaut. She's a pink Cadillac convertible, and she's in perfect condition.
Perfect condition? Except she needs a new transmission?
Johnny laughed at her attempt at salesmanship, his dimples flashing and his eyes bright with mirth. Maggie forgot what she was saying for a moment and stared at him, awestruck. Yeah, well, can you at least have a look? She discovered her ability to speak was still intact.
How am I going to do that?
I can pull it into the shop room. We'll just clear stuff out a little, and I can drive it right through the door. I just need you to unlock it for me. You can unlock doors, right? With your Jedi mind tricks?
My... what?
Nothing. Sorry, it's just something from an old movie.
I think I can handle the door.
I'll meet you down there. If Maggie didn't know better, she would think he was a little excited about her proposition. Maggie loped back around the school to the car and waited, wondering how it would feel to open a door and not see what was beyond it, to open a door and not be able to walk through it. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard Johnny on the other side of the sliding metal door.
It's unlocked, Maggie. I can open the door and you can drive it through. I can't hear if you're there or not, and I won't be able to see you or the car until you cross the threshold. So just wait until I'm out of the way. Running myself over is one thing I haven't tried. It probably wouldn't kill me the rest of the way, but for the first time in a long time, I don't want to die today.
His tone was light, but there was truth in his banter, and the truth hurt her. The door swung up and revealed Johnny on the other side. The sun had made a late afternoon appearance, peering through the gray clouds and darting through the misty afternoon fog that lingered after the storm. Sunlight shone directly into the open shop room, yet Johnny was not limned in gold, nor did he squint at the light or even make a shadow on the concrete floor. The light just shot right through him like he wasn't there at all. It was the strangest thing Maggie had ever seen, and she stared, mesmerized, until he moved to the left, into the shadows, clearing the way for her to pull the car forward. Maggie eased the car into the garage and came to a stop. She stepped out as Johnny let out a long, low whistle. He walked around the car, his eyes and hands roving over the long pink Cadillac. A confused look flickered across his face. Johnny ran one finger along the high, thin tail fin and looked at Maggie, a question in his eyes.
I know this car. It's not as shiny, and it's a little worn around the edges, but I definitely know this car.
It has belonged to my Aunt Irene since she was 17 years old. She said it was brand new, right off the showroom floor. I think you knew her. Once.
Irene Honeycutt?
Maggie nodded.
Irene Honeycutt is your aunt?
Johnny's eyes were wide with disbelief. My great-aunt, Maggie responded hesitantly, gauging the effect her words had on her new friend. My grandmother was her little sister.
Your grandmother,
Johnny repeated, stunned. He shook his head in wonder and turned his back to her, pulling the garage door down, but Maggie heard his low curse despite his attempts to cover it. Maggie fiddled with the latch holding the trunk down. She popped it and lifted her bike out, wondering how in the world they were supposed to have a conversation if everything she said had the potential to upset him, if everything was a painful reminder of lost time.
Irene Honeycutt.
Johnny sighed deeply.
I'll be damned. I guess that's why you reminded me of her the first time I saw you.
Blue eyes.
You have her coloring.
Johnny reached out and tweaked her braid, shaking off the gloom that had temporarily gripped him.
So tell me, how did you get your little hands on Irene's car?
Well, I live with her. She and I are all the family each of us has left. She left for the weekend, and I thought maybe I could do something for her. You know, to thank her for taking me in and all. Harvey, said it was probably the transmission, and that sounds expensive. I just hoped you could fix it. For free. Maggie wrinkled her nose at him doubtfully. I guess it's a long shot, but if we can do it, it would be huge.
Little Harvey? Jean's boy?
Johnny was once again caught off guard. Yes, he's Jean's son. He's not so little anymore, though. He's kind of old. And fat, Maggie said matter-of-factly. Johnny burst out in an incredulous chortle.
Little Harv. You know, he got that name toddling around the shop. He couldn't have been more than 2. He had these little toy cars that he pushed everywhere. It was the sound he made for the engines revving. Harv! Harv!
Johnny laughed again.
We started calling him Little Harv, and then it became Harvey. I guess it stuck, huh?
Maggie grinned, relieved that the memory seemed to please Johnny. I guess so. Johnny leaned into the car, smoothing his hand over the padded dash and the huge steering wheel. He ran a thumb over the little brass plate on the dashboard that was engraved with Irene's name.
This thing was top of the line. It had the dual 4-barrel carburetors, 270 horses. She could move, baby, 115 miles per hour at top speed. I remember wishing I could take it for a spin. It had the flashy saber-spoke wheels, chrome around the license plate, shark fins in back, bullets in front. Beautiful.
Johnny slid behind the wheel and, gripping it with both hands, marveled that it was
two-toned with a horn rim.
Maggie tried not to laugh. Johnny just sat, admiring the car he had coveted so long ago. Would you like to take a look under the hood? Maggie said suggestively, trying to urge him toward the problem areas. Johnny laughed again and proceeded to do as she instructed. Propping up the hood, he whistled once more.
Harvey's been taking good care of the old girl. Look at that. It's got the 331 bent 8 and the dual 4-barrels set up right there. It's even got the original Cadillac valve covers.
Maggie nodded politely, completely clueless.
Fire it up, Maggie. The engine's still pretty warm, but I want to make sure it's nice and hot before I go in and check your transmission fluid.
Maggie did as he asked and climbed out again, watching him as he stared at the whirring engine in obvious pleasure. He was absolutely transfixed. After several minutes staring down at his own personal paradise, he spoke again.
The tranny is a 4-speed hydromatic. I gotta get underneath to check it out, but let's hope I can fix this one, because replacing it will cost time and money. And I've got time, but no money. And from what I'm guessing, you don't have either. When do we have to have this little project completed?
Irene will be back on Sunday evening. That gives us 2 days, max. Plus, we can't exactly have her car parked in the middle of shop class on Monday morning. That would be a little hard to explain.
The longer the car is here, the easier it will be for me to fix,
Johnny replied, leaning in deep under the hood and sliding a long dipstick out like he was unsheathing a sword. Why is that?
Anything that is in the school for any period of time absorbs its energy. The school and I are connected somehow, and I can manipulate that energy. Hence, the door locks and your glasses.
I wondered how you did that. They really were cracked, weren't they? Maggie marveled, pulling her glasses from the visor and perusing them once more. There wasn't even the slightest scratch remaining. Johnny was silent for a few seconds.
The fluid is foaming a bit. Somebody's filled it up too high. That's an easy fix. Shut it off, Maggie. Let's take a look underneath.
Maggie shut off the engine and waited while Johnny jacked the car up and slid underneath. She slid under the car beside him, staring up into the metal underbelly. The concrete was cold against her back, and the smell of gas and grease tickled her nose. She had no idea what she was looking at, but Johnny seemed to. He had gotten into the tool cabinet and was using a wrench to unscrew something. Johnny, did you just say the word hence a few minutes ago? Johnny snorted and glanced over at her lying beside him beneath the car.
Good word, huh? You start using words like hence when you've read most of the books in the library.
Really? That many? I'm not much of a reader. Maggie frowned. The words always get jumbled up on the page, and I guess I've never been able to sit still long enough to unscramble them. There's always a song in my head, and I get distracted, and then next thing I know, I'm working on a new move or dancing around the room.
I didn't used to read. In fact, in high school, I really avoided it. I spent all my free time working on cars.
He smirked a little at that.
But you learn to like it when you have absolutely nothing else to occupy your time, and time is endless.
"So you read, sleep, play music, and haunt the school." Maggie tried to tease him a little. "What else?"
"I don't really sleep. Not in the way you do."
Maggie just raised her eyebrows at that, waiting for him to continue.
"When I first changed, I just wandered the school in an angry fog. In fact, I did some damage before it occurred to me that nobody could help me, and if I scared everybody away, I was going to be completely alone. I was so emotionally wrecked for the first little while that it never dawned on me that I hadn't eaten or slept in what had to be a very long time, as well as all the other very human things that are just part of daily life. I wasn't hungry, though, and I wasn't tired. Actually, I take that back. I was tired. I just wasn't sleepy or sleep-deprived, if that makes sense."
"I can't really imagine it," Maggie offered truthfully.
"I thought I was going to go crazy, and I kind of did for a while. I got to the point, though, that I could shut my mind off. I would just clear my head completely, focus on the energy that buzzed around me all the time, and I would check out."
"It sounds like meditation."
"I guess it kind of is. I call it floating. The more I practiced, the better I got, and I kept escaping for longer and longer periods of time. It was such a relief to just be unaware for a while. One time, I resurfaced and the seasons had changed from spring to summer while I was gone. The kids were in school, wearing heavy jackets and carrying the rain and sleet in on their coats and boots when I started. When I stopped floating, they were gone, and the school was empty for a while. Summer had come, and I'd lost months."
"So what makes you come back? Couldn't you just fade away?" Maggie had to ask, but she dreaded the answer.
"I don't always choose to come back. I just do. And the instinct to live, even a half-life like this, is very strong. It's not easy to turn your back on this world. I don't know how to let go, even if I could. The school keeps pulling me back, too. The school lives on. I live on, I guess."
"So if I come to the school one day and I call you and you never come, I'll know that's where you are?" Johnny had removed the car's right front tire and began removing the left, and for several long moments he turned lug nuts without speaking.
"The first time I saw you, I'd been floating, and something pulled at me. I resurfaced, and there you were, dancing. You had no music, but you still danced. And you were crying."
Johnny's eyes met Maggie's briefly.
"Somehow I don't think you would have to call too long before I would hear you."
It was Maggie's turn to be silent. She wished she had something to occupy her hands. She knew the time he referred to. It had been her first day of school. She had been scared and lonely, and after everyone had cleared out after dance class she tried to comfort herself by doing a jig her father had taught her years before. She hadn't been able to remember it all, and somehow that had been the last straw. And the tears had come. She had no Irish music to match her steps to, and so she just moved through the motions she could remember, over and over, until she thought she almost had it. She had kept dancing until the tears stopped falling. "I remember that day," Maggie whispered then, and she told him everything. Johnny listened intently while she talked, stopping periodically to drink in her expressions or admire her graceful gestures. He also noticed her attempts to gloss over the details that pained her. She told him about the foster homes and the frequent moves, and finally about Irene and how happy she was to be with her at last.
"That Roger Carleton was a real piece of work,"
Johnny said when she told him how Roger had denied her a home until his death.
"It's been a long time, and he's really not worth the trouble, but I'd still like to pound him."
"I'd like to help," Maggie added with a huff.
"I wonder whatever happened to my car,"
Johnny mused after a long silence.
"Roger took a bat to the windows and creamed the doors in, too. I wonder if my mama sold it, or maybe Jean came through for her and fixed it up again. I spent half of my senior year putting that car to rights."
"What kind of car was it?"
"It was a 1957 Chevy Bel Air."
Maggie calculated for a second. "Wait a second. You had a brand new car? How did you manage that? I mean, I know you had a job and everything, but that's kind of a big purchase for a high school kid."
"That car didn't cost me a single solitary thin one. See, it used to be that everybody around here would park their cars out by the reservoir, sometimes with their girls, sometimes alone, and sometimes just to have a couple of beers with their friends. There was a rich oil man from a couple of towns over who'd had a fight with his old lady. He seemed to think that she was having a fling with a younger guy. He thought they had been meeting at the reservoir, so he took his brand-new Bel Air up to the res thinking she was there. I'd seen him drive through town. Gene had a couple of pumps out front, and the oil man gassed up there on his way out. That's when I got a close-up look at his car. It was solid black, but the grill, the front fender chevrons, and the script on the hood and trunk were all done in gold trim. It had 14-inch wheels, which made it sit lower to the ground, a wide grill on the front, tail fins on the back, and chrome headlights.
Johnny rattled off the details and shook his head like he still couldn't believe it.
So this daddy-o heads up to the res, cruising for a bruising, and he sees a couple playing backseat bingo in what looks like his wife's car.
Backseat bingo? Maggie interrupted.
You know, making out.
Johnny looked a little sheepish. And what's a thin one? You said the car didn't cost you a single thin one.
A dime. A thin one is a dime. You want to hear the rest, or are you going to keep razzing me about my vocabulary?
Johnny leaned over and poked her in the ribs.
Razzin'?
Maggie retorted, straight-faced. Then the poke in the ribs became several fingers, and in seconds she was shrieking for mercy. Okay, no more tickling, Maggie gasped. Please, continue. Johnny withdrew his hands, and Maggie was almost willing to interrupt again just so he would put them back. Bad Maggie, she scolded herself firmly. Johnny picked up the story where he left off.
So this guy sees his wife, jumps out of his car, forgets to put it in park or pull the brake, and his brand-new car rolls slowly down the hill into the reservoir and sinks like a tub of rocks. Funny thing is, it wasn't his wife after all.
Maggie groaned a laugh. So where do you come in?
The couple in the car is nice enough to give this character a ride back to town. He tells them to drop him off at Jean's. He gets his wife on the horn, but she's mad and won't come get him. We were just getting ready to call it a night, and Jean tells me to give the guy a lift home in the tow truck. So I do, and the guy offers to pay me. I refuse, but I ask him about his car. He thinks it's a total loss, but tells me if I can get it out of the drink, the car is mine.
You got the car out. Maggie grinned.
Me, Jimbo, and Carter got the car out,
Johnny answered with a satisfied smirk.
With a little help from Jean's tow truck and some extra long chains. It rained before we could get to it, and the storm really churned up the mud. The car had crud in every nook and cranny. The engine, the gas tank, the interior, all full of thick, black, greasy mud. Jean let me put it behind his shop, and I ended up taking that car apart, piece by piece. I cleaned each piece and put it back together. I got it running again, good as new. The man was true to his word and gave me the pink slip.
That is a very cool story.
It was a very cool car.
So, what are the odds you can fix this very cool car? Maggie pointed at Irene's pink Cadillac hopefully.
I'd say the odds are pretty darn good.
Johnny grinned at her confidently. Maggie's heart skipped a few beats as she perused his glowing countenance. He slid his eyes back to his work, and Maggie watched silently, fascinated by his confidence and his expertise. It was obvious that Johnny had been born and raised in a different time. He'd been the man of his house, and he was independent and competent, far more so than the kid she knew. Another hour passed, and Maggie looked forlornly at the deepening shadows filling the room. She sighed dejectedly. Riding home on her bike meant leaving now, before it was too dark, which meant her time was up. The afternoon had flown by, and it had been one of the most pleasant she had ever spent. 10. Endless Sleep. Jody Reynolds, 1958. That night Maggie dreamed of floating alongside Johnny in a sunny haze. She was drowsy, and the brightness of nowhere made colors whirl beneath her closed eyelids. There was no sound, and she was weightless, surrounded by endless white. She reached for him then, wanting to pull him close, but her arms passed through him. She tried to call to him, but was unable to speak. He began to float away, his eyes closed, his body drifting on a current of heat and light. She tried to swim through the air, desperate to follow him, but her limbs got increasingly heavier and heavier, and she realized she could no longer float. She began to plummet through space, tumbling head over heels, the white swiftly smearing into deepening gray, until she was surrounded by a darkness so absolute she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. And still she fell, plunging into a never-ending black hole. She attempted to brace herself, to cover her head, preparing for the inevitable collision with the end, only to discover she had no form. She reached with phantom hands, searching for her face, for her shoulders, for her body. She was gone. But not gone, for she remained herself, aware, alive, and alone. She awoke way too early, feeling sad and out of sorts, the dream lingering to chafe and irritate her raw emotions. Her eyes were shadowed and tired, and she grumped to herself as she studied her reflection. So much for beauty sleep. She took extra care with her appearance, soaking in a hot tub with a cold towel on her eyes and blowing her hair dry until it was stick-smooth. She even applied a little makeup to her eyes and blush to her cheeks. She looked much better when she was finished. She pulled on her softest jeans and her favorite purple t-shirt, the stretchy one with a V-neck that declared her a member of Team Edward. The purple made her eyes a vivid blue, and the form-fitting old jeans molded her curves just right. The thought of Johnny noticing her eye color or checking out the fit of her jeans made her blush and reconsider her choice. "You're completely hopeless," she muttered to herself, and felt the unease of her nightmare worm its way back into her heart. Her self-doubt was put on hold when she heard a pounding at the front door. Racing down the stairs and hollering for whoever it was to hold on, she yanked the door open and yanked Shad inside with it. "What's buzzin', cousin?" Shad teetered a little and then strutted inside, throwing himself on Aunt Irene's flowered love seat and looking at her expectantly. "You got plans? I thought we could hang out today. Maybe watch some movies, pop some corn. Make out?" He patted the love seat next to him and waggled his eyebrows, but his smile quickly faded as he noticed her readied appearance. Maggie's brain was scrambling for an excuse that would exclude Shad from tagging along. Library? No. Errands? No. Homework? Heck no. She hated to ditch her friend, but she had to get back to the school. When she was with Johnny, all doubt fled. He was so heart-stoppingly real. But as soon as they were apart, the unreality of the situation was almost crippling. Her anxiety about Irene's car and the wisdom of her harebrained plan gnawed at her insides, and she longed to be on her way, Shadrock free. "I've got a mandatory dance rehearsal today," Maggie fibbed, trying to hold Shad's gaze and look regretful. "We're getting ready for a big competition, and it's going to be a beast." Shad looked crestfallen, so she quickly added, "A movie and popcorn sounds fun. The kissing part not so much." Maggie grinned to soften her smackdown. "Come over tomorrow night, okay?" "Oh, man," Shad whined, his afternoon plans blown. Maggie steeled herself against the guilt. He perked up suddenly. "Maybe I can come along, you know. Play a little b-ball in the gym?" "The car's running bad and I'm taking my bike, so unless you want to hitch a ride on my handlebars, I'm afraid not." Maggie fervently prayed he'd walk to her house instead of riding his own bike. Shad rose from the couch, dejected and sulking just a little. Maggie breathed a small sigh of relief and grabbed her jacket, preceding him out the door. "You're not wearing those jeans to dance in, are you?" Shad asked doubtfully. "Not that your booty ain't kicking it, but—" Maggie winced at her blunder. "Thanks for reminding me. And keep your eyes off the booty, please. I forgot my bag." Maggie turned and raced into the house, shutting the door on Shad so he wouldn't follow her back in. Maggie grabbed up her duffel and was back in seconds. She waved to Shad as she pedaled off toward the school. When she glanced back at him, he was ambling toward home, a small figure with big feet and a bowed head. Pulling around the back of the school, Maggie walked her bike to the service bay and tried to calm her breathing. She told herself she was out of breath from riding her bike at full speed for 2 miles. She told herself it had nothing to do with anticipation. She lied. She tried the door, and it rose with a rattle and a rumble and not much effort. Stepping inside, she pulled the door down and locked it behind her. It wouldn't provide much warning if the mechanics teacher decided to drop by on a Saturday, but it made her feel better.
"I found the problem."
Johnny spoke from underneath the car, but rolled out on a wheeled platform as she approached. He must have located that little gizmo after she left.
"I took the transmission apart."
Johnny rose and stood over a neatly laid out assortment of various objects that Maggie couldn't identify.
"You got rings, O-rings, papers, seals, clutches."
He labeled everything, pointing it out as he talked.
"Everything needs replacing. The whole thing was bad. So I waited until this morning. It is morning, isn't it?"
It would be morning for another 20 minutes or so, and Maggie nodded, awed, as he continued.
"I waited until this morning to let everything absorb as much of the school's energy as possible before I used my mind tricks."
He grinned at her as he used her phrase.
"And repaired everything. Now I just have to put it all back together, remove the excess transmission fluid, and you're good to go."
He was ebullient, his face relaxed in a satisfied smile, his hands tossing the wrench back and forth between them. He was also perfectly clean, not a grease stain to be found on his hands or his clothes. "You're amazing!" Maggie cried, overjoyed. "Aunt Irene's going to be so relieved. I'll have to think of something to tell her. Maybe convince her that she should wait a week before taking it to Jean's. Or tell her I think it's working much better." Maggie schemed out loud. Johnny's face fell the tiniest bit.
"I didn't think of that. I guess you can't very well tell her your invisible friend fixed her car."
"No, I guess not." Maggie approached him then, and moving quickly, before she lost her courage, she slipped her arms around his lean torso. She hugged him tightly, resting her cheek briefly on his chest. "Thank you, Johnny. I can't thank you enough," she said softly. He was frozen for several seconds, his hands paused in midair, the wrench dangling from the fingers of his left hand. Then, hesitantly, he wrapped his arms around her and held her for several heartbeats. The silence around them became thick and heady, and Maggie thought she might drown in the pleasure of it. Then Johnny released her and took a step back. With a dizzying flash, he was back under the car. "Can I help you?" Maggie asked after a minute. "Maybe hand you parts or something?"
"Sure. Clutch."
Johnny's hand shot out from under the car, palm up, waiting. "Which is which again?" Maggie wrinkled her nose in confusion as she stared at the collection of parts. Johnny laughed from under the car.
"How about you just keep me company? Just talk to me. I can handle the transmission all by myself."
"Sounds like a plan. So what should we talk about?" Maggie situated herself, legs crisscross, on the floor next to the car where she could study his face while he worked.
"What's Team Edward?"
Maggie's laughter pealed out in surprise. Long story. No real team involved. Edward is just a hot guy." The silence in the room was deafening. Maggie squirmed, wondering what she had said. After a moment, Johnny spoke, but his voice was decidedly frosty.
"And hot means cool, right?"
"Hot means, very appealing," Maggie said judiciously. Johnny got a strange expression on his face and didn't respond, continuing to work with a deep furrow between his blue eyes. He worked faster and faster, his hands flying from one thing to the next. Maggie searched her brain for a new topic of conversation when he abruptly spoke up again.
"So, this Edward cat, if he's so appealing, why haven't you mentioned him before? Is he from your old school?"
Maggie shrieked with laughter, and, crawling under the big car, stared down into Johnny's scowling face. "Edward is a character from a very popular book series, silly. He's a mythical creature. A vampire."
"You mean like Dracula?"
Johnny looked completely dumbfounded, and his hands stilled.
"And you think he's hot?"
"Yes, along with 90% of all females from ages 13 to 90. Read the book, smarty pants. I can pretty much guarantee it's in the library upstairs. I think you've spent too much time floating lately."
"Huh,"
Johnny grunted.
The world has changed more than I thought in the last 50 years.
You sound like a grumpy old man, Maggie teased, still perched over him, laughter still curling the corners of her pink mouth. Her hair swung down around him in a fragrant curtain, cocooning them in a private world. He stared up at her for a moment, struck by the sheer miracle of her. Here she was beside him, laughing at him, looking at him. He'd been alone for so long. He was also more than a little jealous of this Edward guy. Impetuously, he reached through the silky length of her hair and grabbed the back of her head and drew her to him, capturing her mouth with his. Maggie had never been kissed like that. When her lips touched his, it was like kissing an open flame, without the pain. His lips were smooth and insistent, and a bolt of electricity shot from her lips to the soles of her feet and hummed just below the surface of her skin like a live current. Light shimmered and spread around them until Maggie felt like she was floating in a golden haze where nothing existed but Johnny, his lips, his scent, his hair beneath her seeking fingertips. It was like her dream. She broke away from Johnny with a gasp, her blue eyes wide, searching his from only inches away. His expression was as stunned as hers. The dream had ended with her falling through darkness and losing herself in the process. The memory was like an infusion of ice water in her veins, and in a clumsy retreat, Maggie scooted out from under the old car to reclaim the safety of her previous spot. Her pulse took longer to recover as she watched Johnny, all corded muscles and golden skin, resume his work without acknowledging what had just transpired between them. When he rolled out from under the car to retrieve a new tool, Maggie reached up to touch her still tingling lips, jerking when an arc of static zinged from her mouth to her fingertips. The rest of the afternoon passed in relative normalcy, with Maggie and Johnny trading questions and answers, tidbits and tit-for-tat. The conversation was all lightness and ease, but an undercurrent of tension buzzed between them, and both avoided close proximity for a couple of hours. They covered everything from favorite colors to favorite films, to least favorite foods and most embarrassing moments. Johnny seemed fascinated by the smallest details, and Maggie wondered if it was truly her he was fascinated by, or simply the intimacy of human contact so long denied him. Regardless, she relished his rapt attention and returned it tenfold. The late afternoon sun was beginning to descend when Johnny pronounced Belle good as new. He asked Maggie to start her up, and when she offered to let him do the honors, he shook his head. "I'm afraid I'll throw a spark." Maggie didn't question him. She knew he threw sparks. She climbed in and turned the key, pumping the pedal as she did. Belle roared to life and sat purring like a well-loved house cat. Maggie threw Johnny a delighted grin and, jumping out of the car, did a little happy dance around the shop room. Johnny tried not to notice how good she looked doing it. Girls in his day wore skirts most of the time. He hadn't known what he was missing. He suspected, though, that most girls, both then and now, didn't look like Maggie in a pair of blue jeans. He wisely turned away and began returning the borrowed tools to their proper shelves and trays. "So, you used to go to drive-in movies, right?" Maggie said from behind him, easing up next to him but still keeping a wide berth. "Yeah, we called them passion pits." Johnny groaned inwardly at the awkward silence that ensued. Maggie attempted a laugh and cleared her throat instead. "Well, I've never been to one, so I was thinking maybe we could make our own. I'll be able to drive the car back tonight, right? So I don't have to leave any time soon. The library has a big projector. We can use the back wall as our screen, and I have the perfect movie. We can watch it sitting in the caddy. It'll be fun. What do you say?" Johnny couldn't think of a sweeter agony than sitting next to Maggie for a couple of hours in the front seat of Irene Honeycutt's car. He knew he was a fool, and worse, he knew none of this was good for Maggie. But so much had been taken from him, and he'd been stranded in purgatory for so long. He couldn't deny himself tonight. He wanted it too badly. The conversation, the laughter, the girl. Whatever she gave him, time, attention, affection, he would take it. He would worry about the consequences later. Later was something he had plenty of. Shadrach Jasper was bored. He kicked at the rocks, sending one flipping up and nailing himself in the head.
"Ow!"
he yelped loudly, and cursed the big feet that made him awkward and ungainly. One of these days he would grow into his feet, just like his grandpa promised. Then maybe Maggie would like him the way he liked her. Of course, by then she would have graduated, and she would probably be off to some big dance school, or dancing in New York on Broadway or some such BS. Shadrach knew he was in a bad mood, but he had had the worst week ever, and he really wanted to spend the day with Maggie. He was crazy about Maggie. Sure, she was 3 years older than him, but someday that wouldn't matter. Maggie was beautiful and kind and funny, and she didn't make him feel like a loser. And she was nothing like his mom. She wouldn't drink and get mean, or run off with some guy for months on end, or sell herself for drugs or the money to buy them. And Maggie didn't embarrass him like his mom did. He couldn't believe that the first time the guys on the football team had paid him any attention it was because of her. He had been trying to impress those guys since the school year started. Now they were all laughing at him. He hadn't made the football team, but he would when he grew, and then those guys would beg to hang out with him. He was sure of it. He knew lots of stories about guys who didn't make their school football team until their sophomore or junior year, and then went on to play in the pros. His time would come, and if football didn't work out, there was always basketball. Shad nodded his head and clapped his hands, feeling much better after his little personal pep talk. Maybe he should get his bike and ride over to the school, maybe practice a little bit, sharpen his skills. The doors would be unlocked if there was dance practice going on. Then he could work on his basketball and ride home with Maggie. Maybe they wouldn't have to wait until Sunday night to hang out. His mind made up, Shad began loping down the street as fast as he could go, tripping only once, and congratulating himself on his improving speed. 11. Kiss of Fire. Georgia Gibbs, 1952. When did they make this flick? Johnny sat transfixed by the film playing out in life-size beyond the front windshield of the Cadillac. The flickering lights reflected off the hard metal surfaces around the room, creating a constantly changing multicolored glow that lit up Maggie's smooth face with blue light. His own face seemed to repel it, as if he were watching behind darkened glass. I'm not sure exactly. It's pretty old. Maybe sometime in the 1980s, Maggie mused, munching a handful of popcorn. Gee, that is old, Johnny quipped, his voice heavy with irony. You made a joke, old man. Good job, Maggie teased, and offered the bag of popcorn to him. He shook his head. I'll have to show you sometime what happens to food when I attempt to eat it. Maggie stopped mid-crunch and offered him the bag again. Show me now. Johnny picked a piece of popcorn from the warm, greasy bag and popped it into his mouth. He chewed a few times, and then, blowing softly, sent a stream of silvery ash dancing through the air in a swirling circle. The ash was so light it floated like dust particles and slowly dissipated beyond sight. You incinerated it, Maggie squeaked. Do it again. He acquiesced, and Maggie watched, awestruck. It looks like pixie dust. Johnny laughed, and Maggie joined in. He blew another silvery stream into the air, and they watched it swirl and vanish as the light from the movie changed, obscuring its departure. Maybe it is pixie dust, Johnny mused. He turned his blue gaze on Maggie, his words barely a murmur. Maggie's eyes roved over his face, anxious that he would reveal something crucial and she would fail to hear. If it is pixie dust, I guess that makes me Peter Pan, the boy who never grows up. Maggie and Johnny stared at each other, struck silent by the utter hopelessness of his plight. A modern-day Peter Pan stuck in Never Never Land. Maggie gently set the popcorn down and slid across the leather bench seat until she sat in the crook of Johnny's arm. Holding his gaze, she said tenderly, Well, I, for one, am just glad you aren't Tinker Bell. Now hold my hand, Peter. I want the authentic drive-in experience. Johnny gasped, laughing in amazement at her ability to take a proverbial blow and keep on coming. He had the sudden urge to bury his head in her lap and cry like a lost child. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her and buried his face in the soft place where her neck met her shoulder. He held her, and let her hold him, until her hair tickled his nose and her scent engulfed him completely. He pressed his lips to her smooth skin, and she shivered, encouraging him to run his lips up the long line of her neck to the velvety lobe of her ear. He pulled back and looked at her upturned face. Her eyes were closed, and her thick black lashes lay against her pearly skin. She was so lovely it made him ache with a yearning so fierce he audibly moaned. Maggie lifted her chin ever so slightly, seeking his mouth, and he sank into her, pushing the pain away, letting his lips move over hers in tender desperation. It was her turn to moan, and she climbed into his lap, her hands running down his arms and back up again, cradling his face as she returned his kisses with a frenzy he was quickly losing himself in. He pressed into her, leaning her back against the wheel, hungry for more. The blare of the car horn sent them crashing down to earth, and Maggie yelped, falling to the floor and bumping her head on the well-preserved dashboard. She giggled, embarrassed, and slid up beside him again, putting a little distance between them. They sat, breathing hard and reining in the need to continue where they had left off. After a moment he reached out and took her hand chastely in his, and they watched a battle, complete with flying machines and lightsabers, play across the room. It wasn't until a while later that Johnny understood her movie selection.
Jedi mind tricks, huh? This is where that comes from?
Yep, but these guys have nothing on you. She watched the screen a moment more, and then, eyes still facing forward, asked him, "Why don't your kisses turn me to ash?" Silence loomed large and long between them, until Johnny finally offered an explanation.
I honestly don't know, but I think it's because you aren't an inanimate object. I'm not absorbing you. You have your own energy source, and though our energies may merge, you still remain you, separate and whole.
Johnny spoke matter-of-factly, and his answer was plausible as anything concerning him could be, but Johnny felt horror wash over him at the realization that he had kissed Maggie without any thought to her safety. It had never even occurred to him that it might not be possible. What if he had harmed her? Or worse? With crushing remorse he realized later had arrived. Maggie tried to stifle a yawn, but failed miserably as the movie and their time together drew to a close. Johnny watched her gather her things quietly. He wished he could live the day over and over again. He thought he could be happy in this Neverland of his if he could. As she climbed into her car and he lifted the rolling garage door that separated him from real life, she leaned out to him, extending her hand. He clasped it in his and crouched down beside her open window. "This has been a perfect day," she said sweetly, and touching his cheek she asked hopefully, "There will be more, won't there?" His heart broke a little, and he kissed the tips of her fingers.
"I hope so,"
was all he could say. Maggie was both exhilarated and exhausted when she pulled the Cadillac into Irene's garage and shut off the old girl. It had driven perfectly on the drive home, without a hitch or a jerk. Irene would think it was a miracle wrought by the angels. Maggie supposed it was. Angel more closely described Johnny than anything else she could come up with. She shut the door to the garage and skipped along a little path leading to the front porch. The night was brisk and cold, and Maggie was ready for a hot bath and the oblivion of deep sleep. It wasn't until she had reached the door and was fumbling for the key that she noticed the figure huddled on the swing. Crying out in surprise, she gripped the keys like a weapon and pressed herself against the door. "Chad?" Maggie's heart was in her throat as she peered over at her unexpected visitor. "What are you doing here? You scared me to death."
"I see the car's working just fine," Chad replied sourly. Maggie approached him, heartsick, and reluctantly flopped down beside him on the swing. He scooted over as far as the swing would allow, clearly communicating his current low opinion of her. She didn't speak, but swung gently, waiting for him to vent his bruised feelings. "I rode my bike to the school. I didn't see any cars out front, no cars in back. All the doors locked up tight. I rode around to the side door closest to the dance room, thinking I would see your bike. No siree."
Shad waited for her to respond. When she didn't, his voice grew harsh and accusing.
I rode my bike around back thinking I could practice hoop out in the outdoor courts. Then I heard you, Maggie. I heard your voice. I got up close to the service door and I could hear you talking to someone. It must have been a guy, 'cause you were laughing and flirting.
Shad did his female impersonation, complete with wiggling and giggling, batting his eyelashes and fluttering his hands. But neither of them were laughing.
I tried to see through the slats on the sides of the door, but I couldn't see much. Lucky for you, huh? I could just make out your aunt's car, though. Imagine that.
Maggie sighed deeply and pillowed her face in her hands. This was a disaster, and she had no way to explain herself without lying even more. She had to say something, though. I'm sorry, Shad. I didn't want to lie to you. I just didn't know how to tell you the truth. Irene's car really wasn't working well. She and I took it to the shop yesterday morning, and the mechanic told us it was probably the transmission. Irene doesn't have money for a new transmission. I wanted to help. I knew somebody that I thought could fix it. He helped me. I could have gotten in trouble being in the school like that, and I didn't want you involved, so I lied about the dance rehearsal. It was as much of the truth as she could spare.
What friend, Maggie?
Shad protested, the hurt still evident in his voice.
Last I checked, you have about as many friends as I do, and none of them are handy-dandy mechanics.
Maggie groaned. There was no way she could tell him about Johnny.
What?
Shad persisted.
You got something going on with the mechanics teacher, Mr. Blaney?
Shad snickered rudely, and then his eyes widened, and he wheeled on her, pointing.
You do, don't you? That's just sick, Mags!
Shad! Maggie cried, flabbergasted. Ew! No! Mr. Blaney is like 35, and he's married and bald.
Fine, Mags. You don't want to tell me, fine. But I don't think I'm going to be able to watch a movie with you tomorrow. You're going to have to work to get me back.
Maggie tried not to smile at that. Shad persisted in telling himself there was some grand romance brewing between them. She resisted the urge to grin and nodded seriously at her injured friend. You're right. Friends like you don't come along very often. I deserve to be punished. Maybe you and I can watch a movie next week, after I've apologized and groveled a lot more. Maggie turned her mouth down into a sad little frown. Sighing loudly, she stood up from the swing and, with her head bowed in deep remorse, walked slowly to the front door. Shad muttered to himself.
You know it, girl. I am 1 in a million. You can't treat me that way. You better grovel.
Maggie bit back the laughter rising in her throat and rattled her keys, taking her time opening the door. Shad remained stewing on the front porch swing. Good night, Shad. I really am so sorry. You better get home now. Gus is going to be worried about you. She took a step inside the screen door and counted slowly to 5.
Wait, Mags! Wait!
Shad called out behind her.
I'm willing to give you one more chance. I can tell you really want to watch that movie together, and I can tell you feel really bad. So I'll be here tomorrow at 5, okay?
Maggie turned and smiled widely at her predictable little friend. Okay, Shad. Thank you so much. You bring the movie, I'll make the popcorn. The screen swung shut between them, and Shad extended his arm, pointing at her seriously.
It's a date, then.
He began to walk backward, not breaking eye contact, his arm still outstretched, pointing at Maggie as he took several steps in retreat. His feet were a little too long for the porch steps, however, ruining his exit, and he stumbled, going down hard on the front walk. Shad's voice was sheepish as he called out from the dark.
My bad. No worries. The Shadster is still in one piece. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
He was on his feet in a flash, moving backward again. Good night, Shad. I'm going in now so that you'll turn around and actually watch where you're going. Maggie turned away, laughing, relieved that their friendship was on the mend. It took some doing, but Maggie was able to convince her aunt to take a quick drive in the Cadillac Sunday evening to prove her claims of a miraculous recovery. Irene ended up cruising for half an hour and was thrilled to pronounce the car healed. By that time, Shad had arrived and remained thankfully silent on the subject of the car. He had selected a violent show about inner-city gangs that he pretended to think was awesome, but Maggie was pretty sure he hated it as much as she did. They ended up ignoring the show and tossing popcorn in the air and catching it in their mouths. A competition ensued, and Maggie ended up crushing Shad by about 20 successful catches. Shad shrugged nonchalantly, claiming a real man always lets his lady win. "Shad," Maggie groaned with exasperation, "you've got to stop saying stuff like that. I am not your lady. I am not your girl. This is not a relationship. This is a friendship. I am your friend. You are my friend." Maggie spoke slowly and gripped his thin shoulders. He was still shorter than she, and she had to bend her knees a little to force the eye contact. Shad pulled away and slouched dejectedly on the couch. Maggie hovered, hoping he would laugh it off and all would be well between them. When he didn't, she flopped down beside him and worried the hole in her jeans so she wouldn't worry a hole in her brain. "Why, Maggie?" Shad said meekly, lifting his liquid brown eyes to hers. "What is it about me that makes me so hard to love and so easy to leave?" So that's what this was all about. Maggie felt heartsick and miserable. This conversation was about more than just Maggie not wanting to be Shad's girlfriend. It couldn't be a coincidence that he had gotten needy and aggressive just about the time his mom decided to come back around, reminding Shad just where he had always ranked in her priorities. Maggie was no stranger to this kind of drama. She had seen it over and over in the foster system. "Shad, you know how much I like you. I think you're a great kid. You're funny and smart and extremely cute, too. And I like hanging out with you. Nothing is wrong with you except that you're 14, and I'm almost 18. I look like your big sister or something." "I'll be 15 in 6 months. Then I can get my learner's permit. I'll be able to take you on dates and stuff. The age difference won't matter when I'm 20 and you're 24. Or 26 and 30. "Well, when I'm 25 and you're 21, we'll see how we feel, okay?"
"But I already know how I feel, Mags. I love you. I won't ever want anyone else," Shad retorted stubbornly.
"But I don't feel that way about you, Shad," Maggie spoke gently. "Come on, you have to admit it would be kind of creepy if I did, don't you think?" Shad stood up angrily, pushing her hand away when she reached out to him.
"You know what's creepy, Mags? You having a thing for a damn ghost. That's what's creepy."
Maggie jerked like she'd been struck.
"That's right. I heard you say his name yesterday when I was at the school. It didn't make any sense until I got home last night, and my grandpa said there's been talk at the school about some strange stuff happening. He wasn't worried. He said it was probably just Johnny. That's when I remembered."
Maggie sputtered, unable to form a coherent response.
"Was he the one who saved you from falling down the dumbwaiter shaft? Is he the one I heard you talking to that night in the hallway? Is he the one who helped you with the car?"
Maggie stood numbly, unwilling to confirm anything.
"Of course it wasn't, 'cause ghosts aren't real!"
Shad jumped up and down like a reincarnation of an outraged Rumpelstiltskin.
"This is crazy shit, and the craziest part of all is that you would choose some imaginary guy over me."
Shad was crying now, fat crocodile tears rolling down his smooth brown cheeks. Maggie had never seen tears that big. It hurt to watch them fall, and she covered her eyes with her hands. She realized suddenly that she was crying too.
"You got issues, Mags, but I still love you."
Shad grabbed his DVD and bolted for the door, tripping over the bowl of popcorn on his way out and sending it skidding across the floor, spewing white puffs in every direction. Shad just gritted his teeth and stumbled out of the house, his composure completely shattered and his pride in tatters. Maggie let him go. There was absolutely nothing she could say. Shad had it all figured out, and he was right. She did have a thing for a ghost. 12. Don't Be Cruel. Elvis Presley, 1958. Maggie needed to see Johnny again. All night she'd tossed and turned, snippets and sound bites of the confrontation with Shad playing on a continual loop, until she finally gave up on sleep and stumbled into the shower. She dozed, leaning against the cool tiles, until the hot water ran out, and she was forced to wash her hair in ice water. The heat and white noise of her blow-dryer had her dozing again, and she woke up to a screaming pain in her arm where the blow-dryer had pressed against it, and burned her while she slept. She ran her arm under cold water and tried not to cry. It wasn't so much the pain of the burn as it was the utter futility of the situation she found herself in. She should stay away from the school, from Johnny. Shad was right. She had issues. She had lost too much in her life, starting with her parents, and with them, her home, her friends, and her entire life. Through the years she had lost one home after another, and the cycle of loss continued. Lost home, lost friends, lost life. She should protect herself from this inevitable loss, for she would lose him too, she had no doubt. How could she not? Maggie hung her weary head and held her aching arm. She knew better, but she wouldn't stay away. She couldn't. Irene wasn't yet awake when she pedaled her bike quietly down the drive and onto the street. Honeyville never got much snow, if any at all, but winter was breathing down on them, regardless. Maggie pulled her sleeves down over her hands and cinched her hood around her face. Her backpack was an awkward weight that made her teeter a little as she fought the wind for balance, but it actually protected her back against the wind nipping at her face and shoulders. She tried to ignore the blistering sting that radiated from the burn on her arm. It was 7 a.m. when she unlocked the door to the school, and the heat enveloped her immediately. Before she had even taken 3 steps, Johnny was there, sliding her backpack from her shoulders and loosening the ties that held her hood in place. Her hair tumbled out around her shoulders as he pulled the hood from her head. He breathed in appreciatively. "You smell like Christmas," he observed, rubbing her cold hands briskly between his much larger, much warmer ones. Maggie's anxiety fled like a guilty felon as warmth spread up her hands and into her tortured heart. A sense of rightness and of belonging replaced her worry, and she beamed up into Johnny's handsome face, her eyes hungrily drinking him in. Johnny stared down at her, his smile mirroring her own. "I smell like Christmas? What does Christmas smell like?" "Christmas smells spicy and delicious and cold," Johnny replied, and gently moved his hands to her wind-reddened cheeks. The heat and the comfort of his touch almost did her in, and Maggie groaned thankfully. "That feels so wonderful. I thought I was going to be a block of ice by the time I got here." Johnny rubbed his hands down her arms briskly, attempting to spread the warmth. Maggie gasped in pain. Johnny's hands ceased rubbing immediately. "Ouch! Dang! It's my stupid burn." Maggie pulled away from Johnny and gingerly peeled off her jacket, sliding her injured arm from her sleeve. The burn was blistered, oozing, and scarlet red. She'd really gone and done it this time. She had smoothed antiseptic cream all over it, but she hadn't been able to find a bandage big enough to cover it. It looked terrible. "Maggie!" It was Johnny's turn to gasp. "What have you done, baby?" Johnny held her arm out for his perusal, and shook his head at the ugly wound stamped on her inner arm just below her elbow. Maggie ducked her head and blushed at the tender endearment. Nobody had ever called her baby. Except Shad, who flung it at her like a leash. When Johnny said it, it sounded like a totally different word. Johnny moved his hand over the burn and, without warning, pressed his right palm down into the weeping sore. Maggie cried out sharply and yanked her arm back, but Johnny held it firm, and with his eyes closed as if he were praying, shushed her softly. The heat from the wound built steadily until Maggie was blinking back the tears and biting her lower lip to keep from crying out. And then, incredibly, the pain began to slowly recede. It started at the outer edges into an ever-shrinking diameter and eventually disappeared altogether. It had taken 2 minutes at the most. Johnny removed his hand gently, and Maggie stared down at the glossy pink skin. It was slightly raised and puckered around the edges. It looked like it had had 2 months to heal instead of 2 minutes. There was a scar, but the burn was completely healed. "Did I hurt you too much?" Johnny brushed his fingers over the half-moon scar. You healed it, Maggie whispered, stunned.
No, your body did all the work. I just accelerated the natural healing process. At least, that's what I think I did.
Johnny shrugged, looking down at his handiwork with a pleased half-smile. How, exactly? Maggie couldn't have been more impressed if she had seen him walk on water.
Light and energy. Healing takes both. I wasn't sure it would work, but I thought it might. I just focused on what I wanted to have happen, imagined the skin healing rapidly, and transferred the energy through my hand into your burn.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Maggie's head was spinning. She decided that what had just happened wasn't any more remarkable than Johnny himself. She couldn't think about it. It fell under the accept, don't question category. She shoved the miracle into a mental drawer with all the others he had performed and locked it tight. I'm not sure it will work in those dark circles, though. Johnny traced the purple bruises under her eyes that she had tried to cover. Her blue eyes were world-weary and worry-worn. You look tired, Maggie. Is everything okay? Maggie didn't want to tell him about Chad's accusations or about the confrontation they had had.
I'm more than okay. And she was. Since the moment she'd walked into the school that morning and seen Johnny Kinross, all had been right with her world. Johnny studied her for several heartbeats, and then sighed, giving up on getting the rest of the story. Are you dancing today? He asked hopefully. I wish. I don't have much time, though. People are going to start arriving pretty soon. I wish I had the entire day to just spend with you. Maggie leaned her forehead into his solid chest and breathed in his citrus and sunshine smell. He kissed her bowed head and murmured into her hair. That sounds good. But where would we go? Would we hide out under the bleachers, or maybe sink down in the back seats of the auditorium where the floor is sticky and the lights are dim? Or maybe we could occupy a couple of stalls in the girls' bathroom and lift up our feet when the hall monitors check for sluffers. Oh, wait. I don't have to lift my feet. Johnny's voice was light and playful, but there was an undercurrent of hopelessness that he was unable to hide. As long as I'm with you, bathroom stalls and sticky floors are as good as 5-star restaurants and sandy beaches, Maggie said sincerely, blushing a little at her romantic confession. She knew her words were syrupy sweet, but she meant them all the same, and she didn't dare wait to tell him, for beneath the bliss of new love lay the threat that it all could end in an instant. His silence fed her insecurities, and she forced back her need for reassurance. She would take what he would give and not look beyond that. I'll be nearby, was all he said, and with a soft kiss on her forehead, he slipped away. Maggie slid into her spot just after the bell sounded, and Mr. Marshall frowned mightily at her from his lectern. What kind of high school teacher had a lectern anyhow? Maggie thought crossly, wishing that she was anywhere but chemistry class. She had thought this class would be experiments and hands-on projects. Instead, the majority of the time they spent reading aloud from their chemistry books and taking quizzes on what they read. Maggie hated reading aloud. The words swam around on the page, teasing her with their squiggly lines and deceptive curves and corners. The D's looked like B's, the W's looked like M's, and half the time the letters danced right off the pages and into the margins. She wished she could dance right out of this class and into the hallway. Maggie knew she had dyslexia. She'd been told so by a conscientious teacher in 2nd grade, who had tried to help her learn to read better. It was at that point that her dad revealed that he too had dyslexia, and they had started reading together at nights. After a while, she had actually come to enjoy reading the simple stories they had conquered together. Then her parents died, and Maggie's progress came to a screeching halt. She was never really anywhere long enough for people to realize she had a learning disability. She was always quiet and well-mannered. She always worked really hard and never complained. Everyone was so relieved that they didn't have a problem child on their hands that they never realized the child had a problem. Mr. Marshall seemed to hone in on her disability the very first day, and was constantly asking her to read this or that. He seemed to take great pleasure in correcting her when she mispronounced a word, or when she hesitated for a few seconds, trying to visually herd the letters into order. However, today they were measuring several different solutions into beakers of varied sizes, and Maggie welcomed the break from the norm. She removed her glasses and pulled on the required protective goggles. She was farsighted, so she should be okay, and hurried to assemble her equipment. Her partner hadn't shown up for class, so she was doing double duty.
You all have a handout in front of you. You will be conducting the experiment as outlined in pages 5 and 6, Mr. Marshall instructed without preamble. You will then need to compare your results with the findings discussed on the first 4 pages, and take the quiz on pages 7 and 8. Please proceed, he intoned.
Stepping away from his lectern, he sank into his chair and spread the newspaper across his desk dismissively. Maggie snatched up the handout and flipped to pages 5 and 6. The words swam dizzily on the paper. Breathing deeply, Maggie removed her goggles and slid her glasses back on her nose. She could do this. She would just have to do it slowly, like she did all her other assignments. Slowly might mean she didn't complete the experiment in the time allotted, but without a partner she didn't have much choice. "I'll read, you measure," Johnny's voice murmured softly near her ear, and Maggie jumped, his sudden proximity creating an instant hum of awareness under her skin. She jerked her glasses off her nose so she could see him. He laid his hand lightly on the small of her back, and the hum became a full-fledged song. "Slide the handout closer to me, and put your goggles back on." Maggie stepped away slightly so she could concentrate. When he was close, she felt like curling around him like a sleepy snake. That could get her in trouble, especially considering no one else could see him. She snapped her goggles into place and gave a quick thumbs up. "Before this very moment, I would have said there wasn't a girl on this planet who could pull off protective glasses." Johnny's face was serious, but there was laughter in his voice. "How is it that you look so absolutely delectable in those ugly things?" Maggie grinned up at him and tapped the handout he was supposed to be reading. She would have to concentrate now. The temptation to converse with her invisible partner was incredibly strong. "Work, work, work," Johnny sighed and cuffed her lightly on the chin. He started at the beginning, and Maggie breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she would make it after all. With Johnny reading the instructions and Maggie doing exactly as he said, they were making excellent progress through the assignment. Then Mr. Marshall decided to intervene.
"Miss O'Bannon,"
he raised his voice imperiously,
"you aren't even consulting the handout. I've been watching you for the last 5 minutes, and you haven't looked at it once."
Mr. Marshall rose from his desk and approached her workspace.
"This isn't Make Your Own Potions 101, he said sarcastically. "You actually have to follow the instructions on the handout."
"I read it before I started, Mr. Marshall," Maggie stuttered awkwardly, noticing that the other students had ceased working and were tuning into the confrontation.
"Oh, really?"
Mr. Marshall snatched up the handout that lay on the table in front of Johnny.
"Take me through the first steps in the experiment."
Mr. Marshall was very smug. Apparently, he had been watching her. She hadn't been reading, and now he was looking forward to nailing her to the wall. In a flash, Johnny stood behind Mr. Marshall, looking over his stooped shoulder. "Tell him the first step says to fill the largest beaker with 2 parts water, 1 part vinegar." Maggie repeated Johnny's instructions word for word. "Tell him part 2 says to fill the smallest beaker with the sodium solution." Maggie did exactly as he said, never breaking eye contact with the scowling teacher. Johnny fed her the instructions, word for word, until she'd reached the conclusion. Mr. Marshall tossed the handout down on the table with a sniff.
"You've done this experiment before, perhaps at your old school. You should have informed me as soon as you realized. I could have found an alternative experiment for you to do. No credit will be given to cheaters."
Johnny growled an expletive. "I have never taken chemistry before at any school, Mr. Marshall," Maggie protested, seeing her grade crumbling before her eyes. "You can have the secretary check my transcripts. This is the first time I've ever seen this experiment."
"My dear Miss O'Bannon,"
Mr. Marshall snapped sharply.
"Please don't make things worse for yourself. You and I are both aware that you don't read well enough to have completed this portion of the assignment in the limited time it took you."
Maggie's face flamed a hot, deep crimson, and she removed her goggles with shaking hands. It didn't seem to matter that the other students had a partner to read them the instructions, or that the other students had someone to share the workload with. Wasn't that what she had done? Why was this teacher so intent on humiliating her? Mr. Marshall turned away from her table with a small smirk and made his way back to his desk. Johnny was there waiting for him. Mr. Marshall made a great display of sinking back down upon his throne, only his chair had been removed at the very last second. Mr. Marshall's head disappeared behind his desk as he fell to the floor with a girlish cry and a manly thud. The class burst into smothered giggles, snorts, and chortles. Maggie's persecutor pulled himself up gracelessly, smoothing his disheveled comb-over as he did. Gripping the sides of his leather chair, he again attempted to sit. Johnny shoved the chair forward violently, taking Mr. Marshall's legs out from under him and sending him flying back into his seat. The momentum toppled the chair and the teacher over backward, wheeled legs and skinny ankles and argyle socks waving in the air. The giggles and snorts turned into guffaws and shouts. Mr. Marshall rolled out of his upended seat in shocked bewilderment, and, rising on wobbly legs, attempted to right his chair. As he leaned over, Johnny grabbed the waistband of his pants and yanked upward, showing the old bully how it really felt to be a pain in the butt. Mr. Marshall shrieked and grabbed at the seat of his pants in mortification. Johnny released him, and with a little bump, shoved him back into his chair and scooted him into his desk as if the whole incident had never happened. Then, leaning down very close to Mr. Marshall's ear, he spoke loudly and distinctly. Maggie marveled that she was the only one who could hear him. His voice practically reverberated through her head. "You owe Margaret O'Bannon an apology." Mr. Marshall rubbed frantically at his ear and stuck his finger into the opening as if a bug had flown into his ear canal. His eyes met Maggie in stunned disbelief. She didn't know if he had actually heard Johnny, but on some level the message had been received. Johnny resumed his place by her side. They finished the experiment and the attached quiz in silence. As the class came to a close and the students filed out, Maggie hung back, waiting for the room to empty. When Mr. Marshall saw that she remained behind, he scampered out, as if fearful that the whole embarrassing episode would repeat itself. Johnny sank down on a stool and looked at her stonily. He knew she was going to scold him, apparently. "You can't defend me from the whole cruel world," she said softly. "True, but I can defend you in my tiny corner of it." "My knight." "My lady." Maggie smiled at his rejoinder. "Just, please, be careful. What if people start to talk?" "About what? Ghosts? I'm not worried about that, Maggie." "Please don't do that again. I almost felt bad for that awful little man." "That awful little man has been pulling stuff like that for decades, and his father pulled similar stuff for decades before him." Johnny stood and captured her hands in his. "I can't stand by while people are cruel to you. I can't watch you suffer and do nothing. Don't ask me to." His expression was fierce and unyielding. They locked gazes for several long seconds. Maggie surrendered first. "Will you kiss me, please?" Maggie whispered, lifting her hands to clasp them against the nape of his neck and pulling his glorious face to hers. "Someone could walk in." His mouth hovered just above hers, his breath tickling her parted lips. "I don't care." And at that moment, neither did he. 13. Pretend. Nat King Cole, 1953. The next few weeks passed in a blur of stolen moments and secret rendezvous, and Maggie grabbed every second with both hands and held on tight. When the early mornings and evenings weren't enough, Johnny would attend her classes with her. Sitting in an empty chair or perched on her desk, he would contribute his thoughts on the various subjects, unbeknownst to her teachers or the other students around him. Maggie wondered how often he had done this very same thing over the last years. He could probably write a book on all her subjects, or at the very least, teach the class. Maggie had the difficult task of acting like he wasn't there, though she hung on his every word, his every thought, and his every expression. His mere presence made her glow with happiness, and more than once she had to make up an excuse for speaking out loud or giggling with what appeared to be her imaginary friend. In math, Johnny would kneel by her desk and help her with her geometry proofs. In English, he would assist her with her reading, and in chemistry he frequently helped her decipher complicated concepts and instructions. Maggie was thrilled to have her own personal tutor, and her grades had never been better. Johnny seemed as enamored with her as she was with him, and every once in a while he would forget that he blocked the aisle alongside her desk, tripping and bumping unsuspecting passers-by. Those unlucky students would look around in confusion, wondering what they had stumbled over. Sometimes they thought it was Maggie who had stuck out a foot or jostled them as they passed. She got more than her share of dirty looks and often found herself blurting out awkward apologies for things she hadn't done. A few kids in senior English started poking fun at her one afternoon, after she slipped and replied to Johnny's comments out loud in a very quiet classroom. They were supposed to be silently reading Jane Eyre. Johnny was reading it out loud to her, making the whole assignment 1,000,000 times easier. Plus, Johnny had to get very close in order to see over her shoulder and make it appear as if she were the one reading. Close to Johnny was close to heaven in Maggie's world. The story had started to take shape, and Maggie lost herself in Johnny's voice and the romance between Jane and Mr. Rochester. Maggie could relate to the orphaned Jane, who had so little. She was aghast when Jane discovered Mr. Rochester had a crazy wife hidden in the attic, and she was completely devastated when Jane decided she had to leave Thornfield Hall.
"But she loves him, she can't go," Maggie whispered.
A few heads turned her way, and then, shoulders shrugging, resumed their own reading.
"But he isn't free to love her the way that she deserves,"
Johnny replied gently.
"He's crazy about her."
This time a few people snickered, but Maggie was totally unaware of them. Johnny laid a warning finger against her lips. Maggie looked up from the page into his beloved face, and all thoughts of Jane Eyre fled at the sadness in his gaze.
"Yes, he's crazy about her, obsessed with her even, and she loves him too, but it's an impossible situation."
Maggie knew Johnny wasn't talking about Jane and Mr. Rochester anymore. Her eyes filled with tears, and she blinked rapidly, trying to hold them back. A few escaped and spilled out, sliding down her cheeks to freedom. Johnny lifted his fingers and tried to capture them, but the tears slipped past, undeterred. It was as if the water slid right through his seeking fingertips.
"Why can't I have a happy ending just once?"
Maggie's voice caught on a sob, and the entire class looked at her like she had lost her mind.
"Miss O'Bannon? Are you okay?"
Mrs. Olson's kind face radiated concern, and Maggie realized that she was crying in front of an audience, and not only crying, but seemingly talking to herself. She scrambled to wipe the tears from her cheeks and diffuse the embarrassing situation.
This book is just really sad."
Maggie gulped, mortified. Johnny had gone as still as Michelangelo's David.
"It surely is, dear,"
Mrs. Olson agreed, rising from her desk to bring Maggie a tissue.
"Carry on, class. Good literature should make us weep."
Somebody coughed loudly, infusing the cough with the word freak. Muffled laughter rose from around the room. Dara Manning, the dance team captain, tried to copy the cough, only she inserted the word loser instead. The smothered laughter and mocking comments continued throughout the remainder of the class. Maggie just slid her hand into Johnny's, hoping he wouldn't start sending things crashing around the room. He stiffened, as if struck every time someone chimed in with a rude barb, but he didn't retaliate. He continued reading to her until the end of class, and, when it was over, slipped away, whispering the same words he always gave her, that he would be nearby. If people were looking at her strangely and wondering why she was acting a little off, Maggie hardly noticed and never cared. Even her strained relationship with Shad was not enough to pop the bubble she floated in, day after day. Shad hadn't talked to her for several days after their argument, but he had eventually thawed and resumed his endearing, if slightly obnoxious, ways. He was definitely more suspicious, though, and watched her more possessively than he ever had before. Johnny stayed away after school if she was working alongside Shad or Gus, making it possible for her to concentrate on her work and her friends. But she missed him desperately when he did, and sought more and more opportunities to work alone so he would join her. Shad complained that she was never around, and when she was constantly daydreaming and never listened. One afternoon he even made snide comments in front of Gus about sneaking off to see her boyfriend.
"Who's this boyfriend, Miss Margaret?"
Gus was taken aback.
"Did I miss some big news?"
he teased her good-naturedly. Maggie tossed a withering look in Shad's direction. He stuck his tongue out at her and folded his arms insolently. "No boyfriend, Gus. Shad's just being really stupid." Maggie enunciated the word stupid and turned away from Shad. His antics were getting old.
"Oh, yeah? What about Johnny, Maggie? I thought he was your guy. Or hasn't he asked you to go steady yet? Hasn't he given you his class ring? That's the way they used to do it in the 50s. Right, Gramps?"
Maggie gasped in outrage and reeled back in shock. Shad's chin quivered as if he realized he had crossed the line. Gus looked back and forth between them, confusion wrinkling his brow.
"What's going on with you two? You've been at each other for weeks now. And what's this talk of Johnny, Miss Margaret? He ain't been up to his old tricks again, has he? He been giving you trouble?"
Gus's frank belief in Johnny's existence was gratifying, but useless. Maggie would never confide in him, not about this. He might fire her, or worse, tell Irene. No one wanted a crazy foster kid. She might lose her home. Again. She might lose Johnny. Fear clogged her throat and sealed her lips. Years of guarding her emotions and trusting no one could not be undone in months. "Johnny hasn't been giving me trouble, Gus." Maggie sighed and turned away. "Shad is just messing with you and trying to irritate me. Right, Shad?" Maggie glared hard at Shad, and he just walked away without a word. Maggie gathered her supplies and trudged angrily to the cafeteria. Shad had better not be there. Hopefully Gus would assign him to scrub the boys' bathroom floor. With his vicious tongue. What was his problem? Maggie filled her bucket with soapy water and was just about to heave it down from the oversized sink when Johnny stepped around her and lifted it easily to the floor. "Just in time! My hero." Maggie batted her eyes and grinned up at him. Johnny smirked back, but his eyes were shadowed and his smile fleeting. Maggie followed after him as he wheeled the heavy mop bucket to the cafeteria. Without comment, he helped her move the tables and chairs to the far edges of the room. He took the mop from her hands and began sliding it back and forth across the dirty tiles in a steady swath. Maggie had seen him clean the floor with a thought when they had gotten carried away in conversation, and Maggie had hours of work still to complete. He obviously wanted to do it the old-fashioned way tonight. She didn't mind. She always felt a little guilty when he made it too easy for her. Grabbing another mop, Maggie dug in, and she and Johnny mopped side by side without speaking for a considerable amount of time.
"What was Shad so upset about?"
Johnny said after a while. "Shad is a little weasel." Maggie had not forgiven him yet. "He claims to be my friend. He claims to be more than my friend, yet he is constantly on my case."
"He's just worried about you."
"Ha!" Maggie cried, mop in hand, hand on hip. "He is jealous and nasty."
"He is jealous. But he's worried about you, too,"
Johnny insisted, not breaking his rhythm.
"I don't understand why he's jealous.
He has no claim to me, and he thinks he has it all figured out. What does he know, really?" Maggie resumed mopping, angrily swiping at tiles that she had already cleaned.
"He does have it all figured out, Maggie. That's why he's acting the way he is."
"Why are you defending him? And what does he possibly have to worry about anyway?" Maggie suddenly felt like bursting into tears, and she blinked her eyes furiously, not wanting Johnny to see her cry.
Maggie, stop!"
Johnny wrestled the mop from her hands and threw it. It landed perfectly upright next to the suds bucket and his mop, which were already neatly lined against the wall. Pulling her into his arms, he slid into a cafeteria chair and held her in his lap. Maggie collapsed against him with a snarly sigh. "He is worried about you because you are acting like you are in love with a ghost." Johnny forced her to meet his eyes. "Well, I am," Maggie said in a tight, small voice.
"Maggie,"
Johnny moaned, resting his forehead on her shoulder. Her hands immediately shot up to smooth his hair.
"Maggie,"
he tried again, sitting up. He slid his fingers between hers, bringing their joined hands to her lap.
"You are walking around with your head in the clouds. People are starting to notice. Shad most of all. He's heard people talk about you and laugh at you. It hurts him. It hurts me. It hurts me even worse to know I am the cause."
Maggie rose from Johnny's lap abruptly and took several steps from him, physically distancing herself from what he was saying. She could take the laughter. She could take the teasing and the ridicule, but she couldn't take losing one more person that she loved. His words felt like goodbye, and she couldn't take that, most of all. "I need to go." Maggie retreated. She didn't want to continue with this conversation, even if it meant cutting their time short.
"All right."
Johnny didn't argue or beg her to stay, and that made her feel 10 times worse. He walked up behind her and ran a hand down her smooth ponytail, wrapping it around his hand and using it to turn her around and pull her to him.
"Every moment with you has made the last 50 years worth it,"
Johnny said with a quiet intensity, and he lifted her chin and pressed his lips to hers, parting them softly. It was a kiss filled with both yearning and denial, a kiss that ended far too quickly.
"Good night, sweetheart."
"Good night, Johnny," Maggie whispered. Maggie called for Johnny when she entered the school on Tuesday morning. The fact that she had to call at all was fair warning that he wouldn't be joining her. He was usually there before she was completely through the door, as eager to greet her as she was to be greeted. She lifted her chin stubbornly. Fair enough. She had let her dancing slip since Johnny had begun to occupy her free time. She would shake some of the rust off this morning. Maggie danced relentlessly for an hour, pushing herself beyond fatigue, and leaving the dance room exhausted but satiated and strangely content. Dancing had filled all her lonely, aching spaces once more. A few of the girls from the dance team were in the girls' locker room when Maggie headed in to rinse off and get ready for school. She heard Dara Manning say something snide about her old shorts and ratty t-shirt, and Dara's friends twittered and snickered in all the appropriate places. She ignored them wearily.
"Maggie?"
Dara approached her and asked her if she had a spare tampon, all the while pretending she was crying. One of Dara's friends, right on cue, asked Dara if she was okay. Dara responded, still play-crying.
"It's just so sad. Why aren't there any happy endings? I really need a tampon."
Maggie walked away. She recognized her words from that embarrassing day in English class, and she really didn't want to deal with Dara Manning's crap. However, she realized suddenly that what Johnny had said was true. She had drawn the attention and ridicule of her classmates and her teammates. Had she been that unaware? The next couple of days were carbon copies of Tuesday. Johnny was nowhere to be found. Maggie stopped calling to him, knowing that if he wanted to be with her, he would. It was all that she could do not to throw a huge tantrum and demand he respond, but she was tougher than that, and she held on to her pride like a lifeline. Just about the time everyone started to forget about her scandalous walk down Main Street, Shad's mother got arrested for prostitution and drug possession. This wasn't her first offense, and it looked like she was going to spend some time in jail. It happened late Tuesday night, and unfortunately, a member of the football team had heard the report called in over his dad's police scanner. The whole school knew about the arrest by Wednesday afternoon, and since then, Shad had been the brunt of never-ending jokes and had had to endure some pretty nasty innuendo. His spirits were as low as Maggie's were. It had gotten his mother out of the house, at least, and Shad and Gus came for dinner on Thursday night, which hadn't happened for a while. Irene prepared all of Shad's favorite dishes in an effort to cheer him up. He picked at his food, and was only motivated to eat when Gus reminded him that he would never grow if he didn't dig in. He laid into the food then, eating like he would never eat again. Maggie asked Shad if he wanted to watch a movie or play a game after dinner. Aunt Irene didn't have any game systems, so they were stuck with very old board games, which kind of stunk, but Shad gladly accepted, and he hung around for a while. They ended up out on the front porch swing, huddled in their winter coats, hands stuffed in their pockets and faces burrowed in their collars.
"If you could be a superhero, who would you be?"
Shad mumbled from the folds of his jacket. That's a hard one. I'd have to think about it. What about you? Who would you be?
Well, I wouldn't be Spider-Man because no one would know it was me, and I would want the glory. I wouldn't be Batman because he doesn't have any real abilities. He just has cool gadgets. I think I identify most with Superman. Everyone underestimates him, thinks he's nothing but nerdy Clark Kent, and then, wham! He's flying around saving shit.
Maggie laughed, and they sat reflecting on the various pros and cons of being this or that superhero.
Okay, so you don't know which superhero you'd be, but what if you could pick any power, like mind reading or seeing the future or...
The ability to eat whatever I wanted and never get fat? Maggie cut in.
That's such a girl thing to say. No! You have to pick a genuine superpower. I've got the never get fat one already, and it ain't all it's cracked up to be, trust me.
Such a typical boy thing to say.
Come on, Mags. What would it be?
I would love to be able to fly, but what good would that do me, really? I guess I'd save on gas, or maybe I could fly to New York, but then I'd have to carry my bags.
Mags, focus. This is serious.
Shad looked very perturbed. It is? Maggie was a little surprised at his intensity. Okay, I guess I would wish to stop time, or even better, to time travel. Then she could go back and stop Johnny from ever going into the school that terrible night, and she would just stay in the 50s with him. She and Irene could be young together, and she would never let her marry Roger.
That'd be cool.
Shad nodded thoughtfully.
Course, I'm a black man, you know, and the farther you go back in time, the worse it gets for us. I think I'll stay right here.
So what would your pick be? Super strength, right? No. Super speed. Shad shook his head soberly at both of her guesses.
Nope. I think I may have those already, too.
Maggie elbowed him in his skinny ribs, and he giggled like the old Shad. So what would it be?
Sometimes I just wish I could disappear,
Shad said quietly, all traces of laughter gone from his voice. Maggie was stunned into silence. Shad continued, a faraway look stealing across his face.
Then I could come and go as I please. Nobody could ever stop me or tell me I don't belong. I could walk into any restaurant.
Shad started ticking things off on his fingers.
Any nightclub, movie set, NFL game, NBA game, airplane, or country in the world. And nobody would be the wiser. Complete freedom, Mags. I wouldn't have to have money or things. I would just take what I needed. I wouldn't be greedy or take from people who couldn't afford it.
Maggie thought of Johnny, with all his mind-blowing abilities and absolutely no freedom. Being invisible would come with a lot of difficulties and limitations. What about when you fell in love, or got tired of being invisible and wanted good conversation or a friend, but nobody knew you existed?
Heck, Maggie, nobody knows I exist now. The only time anybody notices me is when they want somebody to pick on or embarrass.
Maggie sighed, understanding completely.
Maybe invisibility isn't what I'd choose,
Shad said, reconsidering.
Maybe I would just wish to be somebody else. Like, maybe I could pick a life and just jump in. Do you think Kobe or LeBron would mind me taking over their life?
Probably. And I would miss you.
Really? You would?
Shad's voice was so hopeful it made Maggie ache. Yes, Shad, I would. Why don't you just make your life the best it can be? There are so many possibilities out there. You live in a great country. You are healthy, young, smart. Heck, you already have super speed and super strength. Maggie grinned at Chad. Nothing is holding you back. Why would you want to disappear or be anyone else?
Because then maybe you would love me the way I love you.
Not this again. Striving for patience, Maggie chose her words very carefully. I do love you, Shad. But you're 14, and you have a lot of life ahead of you before you need to shackle yourself to one woman. You're probably going to fall in love 1,000,000 times. Someday, someone is definitely going to fall head over heels in love with you, Shadwick Jasper, and then you won't want to trade places with anyone else. You won't even remember me then. It will be like I just disappeared. Shad stood up abruptly, making the swing shake from side to side. Maggie let out a surprised "Eek!" and gripped the chains supporting the swing to prevent herself from being dumped on the porch. Shad looked down at her, his expression fierce and his voice vehement. He shook his scrawny finger in her face as he scolded her.
Don't ever say that, Maggie. I worry sometimes that you will disappear, that Johnny Kinross will carry you away to his invisible world, and you'll never come back.
Shad looked close to tears, and he slumped back down next to her once more, making the swing bobble and shake all over again. Shad! Really? Be serious. Maggie's heart was pounding oddly. Stepping into Johnny's world was something she had daydreamed about many times. Tentatively, she reached over and took Shad's hand in hers. He gripped it hard and laid his head on her shoulder. His voice was muffled by her sleeve when he finally spoke again.
Just stay here, okay, Maggie?
Don't worry, Shad. I'm not going anywhere. And sadly, Maggie feared her words were all too true. 14. Cold, Cold Heart. Tony Bennett, 1951. By Friday, thoughts of Johnny consumed her, and Maggie couldn't keep her mind on the dance routine she was rehearsing with her team. Her little mistakes had drawn Dara's ire, and Maggie wondered again why the team captain seemed to hate her so much. From the very beginning she had been almost vicious. The night of dance team tryouts, Maggie had been living with her aunt for exactly 2 weeks and had known absolutely no one. Still, she'd always wanted to be on a dance team, and she heard about the tryouts and had decided to go for it. That night, after tryouts, Dara had informed Maggie that her glasses were atrocious, and she needed a serious makeover. Dara's critical comments had bewildered her, but Maggie had just shrugged and laughed, letting it roll off her back. But it had still hurt. If Maggie had fought back, she could have replied that Dara's eyes were too close together, and her chin was too small. But she would never have pointed those things out. It would have been cold and tacky, just like Dara herself. But she'd thought them.
Maggie O'Bannon!
Dara shrieked and stomped over to the music, pushing pause with an exaggerated huff.
You are throwing the rest of the team off. It's a triple pirouette there, not a double. If you can't keep up, there's the door.
Dara crossed her arms under her fake boobs and tapped her pedicured foot impatiently. Maggie stepped forward and did a flawless triple pirouette, followed by a standing aerial, and then slid into the splits. Rising lightly to her feet, she smiled sweetly. I can keep up, Dara. A couple of the girls hooted and clapped, but Dara rolled her eyes.
Whatever, Baggy. Isn't that what your friends call you? Just don't make us look bad tonight at the basketball game.
Dara turned from Maggie dismissively and clapped her hands, raising her voice to include everyone in the room.
Remember, everyone, we're performing at halftime tonight. Everyone needs to be there at 6:30 sharp. We're wearing our black sequined costumes and our hair slicked back in a bun. No glasses, Maggie. Stage makeup, everyone. You know what that means. Oh, and Maggie, if you need help, I'm sure Jody can lend you a few things.
Dara said this in a syrupy, sweet voice, and the same girls giggled again.
And remember, we are hosting the dance after the game, and it is semi-formal. We're the dance team, ladies, not girls' basketball,
Dara said snidely. Some of her teammates laughed, but Maggie knew a couple girls on the basketball team who were a lot better looking than Dara. Plus, they could kick her ass if they felt like it. But she remained silent as Dara continued.
That means we look like girls and we dress like girls. Make sure you represent.
Again her eyes shifted pointedly to Maggie. Maggie refused to squirm. Maggie loved to dance, but she didn't care much for the school dances, especially date dances. Tonight, she didn't have a dress or a date. Shad would probably go with her, even though he was still sulking and extremely moody, but going to the dance with a 14-year-old who looked 12 would, sadly, be worse for her socially than going alone.
Who has a date for tonight?
Dara continued, almost as if she had read Maggie's mind. Most of the girls raised their hands, and excited chatter immediately commenced all over the room. Maggie just sighed and gathered her things. She wouldn't be going to the dance, and hopefully no one would notice. As a member of the dance team, certain things were required, but she thought they could manage tonight without her. Unfortunately, Dara had other plans.
Maggie, you're not raising your hand.
No date, huh?
Darn.
Dara's sentiment was about as genuine as her boobs.
Well, I guess that means you can take tickets. Make sure you're at the ticket table ready to go before 9. We don't want anyone getting in without paying, right? Remember, all the money from ticket sales goes toward region competition.
Jody Evans slid down next to Maggie as the other girls filed out and patted her knee companionably. I really can do your makeup, Maggie. I'll meet you back here before the game. That way, if Dara makes a snotty comment, I can tell her I was the one who did it. That should shut her up, Jody whispered conspiratorially. She's just jealous of girls like you who really don't need a stitch of makeup to be gorgeous. Plus, you're a better dancer than she is, and everyone on the team knows it. Maggie smiled gratefully at Jody. Jody was one of that rare breed of girls who is pretty, popular, and nice. She had a large group of friends and wasn't kind for any ulterior reasons. It was just simply who she was, and she had been friendly and welcoming to Maggie from the very beginning. Jody had been slipping her tips and tools since her very first performance with the team. The help with her makeup that night would be much appreciated, especially if it would shut Dara up. Dancing was one thing, makeup and know-how was another, and Maggie had very little of either. I won't make you look like a clown. We'll make it work for the dance afterward, too. You're not going to have any time to go home and get ready if you're taking tickets. Maggie's stomach cramped nervously. The makeup problem was solved, but what in the world was she going to do about a dress? Maggie couldn't afford to miss a day of work, even for a dress emergency, and she raced through her janitorial duties, mentally sifting through her meager wardrobe for ideas. She had 2 skirts that she alternated each Sunday for church, but they were way too casual, and that was about it in the dress department. Gus knew she had to perform that night at the basketball game, and he made sure she would finish by 4:30. There was no music to distract her or make her smile. For whatever reason, Johnny was still keeping his distance. Something quaked inside Maggie at the thought that he might stay away permanently. Her little circle of friends was small enough. Shad was hollow-eyed and quiet, and he had kept to himself, his mother's arrest obviously weighing on his mind. Maggie hadn't wanted to press, but she was worried about her friend. Gus didn't look much better. Maggie wished Malia Jasper would go away and stay gone. But who really knew if Shad and Jasper felt that way? Surely a man like Gus Jasper loved his daughter, in spite of everything. Shad obviously loved his mother, too. The taunts wouldn't hurt so badly if he didn't. Family stuff was complicated at best. The good, bad, and ugly all tangled up in the ties that bind. And poor Shad seemed as torn and tangled as a 14-year-old boy could possibly be. Maggie rode her bike hard for home, and rushed through the front door at 5 o'clock. Not stopping to even say hello to Aunt Irene, she raced for her closet, searching for a wardrobe miracle. She found nothing but dust bunnies and worn-out options. Where was her fairy godmother when she needed her? Feeling a lump the size of Mars rising in her throat, Maggie fell onto her narrow bed and tried to breathe deeply, forcing the tears away. "Crying won't make a dress appear, Mags," she told herself, rubbing fiercely at her smarting eyes. But the sorrow she felt was deeper than a dress. and she felt the fissure in her chest widen as the dam threatened to break. The flood of grief and fear she had been holding in all week began to spill out. Maggie bit down on her pillow and forced the sorrow back. She would not cry over a stupid dance, or stupid Dara, for that matter. She would wear what she had, and it would be okay.
"Margaret?"
Irene's gentle voice drifted under the door, and Maggie sat up and smoothed her tumbled hair, oddly grateful for the interruption.
"Just a minute, Auntie!"
Maggie yelled, and hoped her wobbly voice didn't give her away. If Irene knew the reason Maggie cried, it would hurt her, and Maggie wouldn't hurt Aunt Irene for anything. She never wanted Irene to regret taking her in. Aunt Irene slipped the door open and peered in, her kind face wearing a concerned frown.
"Are you okay, sweetie?"
"Oh, sure, fine," Maggie answered brightly, nodding her head and smiling. "Just a little tired. It's been a long day, and I've got the game tonight, and the dance team is hosting the big dance afterward, and I'm taking tickets, so it's going to be a lot longer still." Maggie realized she was babbling and stopped, smiling and nodding her head some more. "So, yeah," she finished lamely.
"Gus called and said he thought you seemed a little upset. Is everything okay at school? Gus said there are posters all over advertising the dance. Are you sad because no one asked you?"
Aunt Irene sat beside Maggie on the bed and reached for her hand.
"It's probably because you're new, dear, and you're so beautiful. Sometimes the beautiful girls don't get asked because it's assumed they already have a date, and sometimes the boys are intimidated by them."
Now Aunt Irene was babbling. "Somehow I don't think my beauty is the problem, Aunt Irene," Maggie replied wryly. "Most of the kids at school haven't noticed me at all, and if they have, it's not for my stunning good looks." The incident in the hallway several weeks ago flashed into her brain. Yep, those boys definitely weren't intimidated by her beauty. Her backpack, maybe, but not her looks. The memory made her all the more depressed, and brought Johnny's absence raging to the forefront of her mind once more. Shoving thoughts of him to the back of her brain, she smiled wanly at her aunt.
"Harumph!"
Aunt Irene sniffed her disagreement.
"I don't know about that, Margaret. Now, what can I do to help you? I've got dinner made, and you can eat first or wait until after you bathe. And what are you going to wear, dear? I could press your dress if you need."
Aunt Irene paused and raised her white eyebrows expectantly. The thought of Aunt Irene, who had been raised with servants and housekeepers, making Maggie's dinner and pressing her non-existent dress, made Maggie want to weep for entirely different reasons. She leaned over and kissed her aunt's baby-smooth cheek. Irene smelled like rose petals. Maggie felt the lump in her throat swell once again. "Well, I really don't know what I'm wearing, Auntie. The dance is semi-formal, and I don't seem to have anything that fits the bill. I wasn't going to go at all, but my dance captain said I have to take tickets." Maggie stopped abruptly, knowing that if she continued she would lose her grip on her already crumbling control. Aunt Irene pursed her lips prettily and tapped them with her left pointer finger.
"I might have something that would work, Margaret. You go get cleaned up, and I will see what I can come up with."
Maggie cringed inwardly. She could just hear Dara now.
"Where did you get that dress, Maggie? It looks like something my grandmother would wear. So hot!"
Still, what Aunt Irene offered couldn't be any worse than having nothing at all. Maggie dragged herself to the bathroom dejectedly, and put herself through the ritual of many a teenage girl. She was almost done blowing her long hair dry, when her aunt rapped smartly on the door.
"Maggie, come see what I've found. Hurry, you're running out of time."
Maggie's bed was covered in dress bags. Hope bloomed in her chest, and Maggie loosened the belt on her old pink robe as Irene began pulling down zippers right and left.
"Now this one was one I wore."
Irene prattled about this dress and that as Maggie stepped into one dress after another. Several were very pretty, and most fit her very well. A few were too old for her, a few just too old, but when she slid a sleeveless sky-blue A-line over her head and felt the skirt swish around her legs, Maggie's heart soared. The mirror reflected back a dress that was simple enough in design and color that it still worked. It looked vintage, not dated, and that suited Maggie just fine. It made the color of her eyes stand out, and her dark hair was a rich contrast to the pale blue. It fit perfectly. Her breasts filled out the fitted top, her waist looked tiny, and her arms and legs looked slim and toned.
"Oh, Maggie!"
Irene clapped her hands like a young girl.
"That dress was made for you. Granted, it was made over 50 years ago, but even still. I wore that to the homecoming dance when I was 17. I think I still have the matching pumps."
Irene flew from the room to closets unknown, and Maggie reverently smoothed the gauzy full skirt. The thought of attending the dance now filled her with excitement instead of dread. Maggie carefully peeled the dress over her head and reverently zipped it back into its protective sheath. Irene did indeed have the matching pumps, still in perfect condition, and wonder of wonders, even their feet were the same size. Maggie had some little diamond hoops that used to be her mother's, and she tucked them carefully into her duffel bag with her dance things. 20 minutes later, she was on her way back to the school in Irene's Cadillac. It seemed she had a fairy godmother after all. When everyone left class for the day, Dara Manning checked her makeup in front of the dance room mirrors and tried a sexy move, watching to see whether she looked as hot as she thought she did. Oh yeah, she so rocked that move. She would like to see Baggy O'Bannon try that one. Thinking about Maggie just made Dara mad, and she stomped over to the sound system to retrieve her music and shut everything down. As captain of the team, her coach left her in charge every once in a while. She should leave her in charge more often. In fact, Dara thought, she should have had some say in who made the team and who got cut from the team in the first place. She would never have let Maggie set foot on the dance room floor. The rest of the team seemed to think she was something special. Coach raved about her when she tried out. Big damn deal. Their coach was a fat has-been with 4 kids and stretch marks. Who cares if she danced in college or had a master's degree in dance?
"If I had my way, we would have a new coach, and Maggie O'Bannon would never have made the team. Freaking Four Eyes needs to be taken down a peg,"
Dara muttered to herself, flipping her perfectly streaked hair. The lights in the room flickered erratically, and Dara spun to the door to see who else was in the room. The door remained closed, and no one was there. It was probably Derek, playing a joke on her. Derek was Dara's boyfriend, and he loved pulling mean pranks. Dara hadn't ever been on the receiving end, however, and she didn't much care for it. Derek wasn't as good-looking as she was. His acne scars detracted from his otherwise handsome face, but he was captain of the football team, and very popular. He would do until something better came along. The lights flickered again, and this time Dara was facing the door. Nobody was there.
"This school is jacked up,"
Dara complained, grabbing her jacket and her purse.
"Somebody needs to upgrade the electrical, obviously."
The lights went out completely. The dance room had no windows, so with the lights out it was totally black. Dara cursed as she made her way toward where she knew the door was. Feeling along the wall, she reached the door and wrenched on the handle. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. Dara pounded angrily on the door.
"Derek, this isn't funny. I have to get home and get ready for the game. Stop playing around."
Dara pulled and pushed on the door as hard as she could, wiggling the handle and shouting threats at anyone who might be able to hear. The door handle didn't budge. It was stiff and unyielding, and Dara felt a jolt of panic that she might be locked in for real. A light flickered behind her, and Dara whirled, her fear kicking up a notch, as the sound system that she had just turned off lit back up. She reached for the light switch alongside the door. She clicked it up and down. Nothing. The power must be out. But then how was the sound system doing all that wild blinking? Dara inched her way back toward the sound system. Derek was going to pay if he had anything to do with this. The radio blared suddenly, the volume so loud that the room shook around her. Dara squealed and stumbled back, tripping over her feet and falling to the floor. The dials spun, bits and pieces of different songs blurring into one another. Dara held her hands over her ears and crawled toward the door. She wanted out of this room, now. She and Derek were so over. She would just bet he was standing outside the room with a remote control, laughing with his idiot friends. Maggie! 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 The name repeated over and over again, like an old-fashioned record stuck in a scratch. Dara froze. The crackle of dead air rose louder, and then the radio tuned in and out, rapidly alternating between several songs and singing out a distorted message. Cold-hearted snake. Jealous. Girl. Telling lies. Don't be cruel. Maggie. Leave. Maggie. Alone. Leave. Maggie. Alone. Dara whimpered and covered her ears. The music faded and then stopped abruptly. The door swung open suddenly, and Derek entered, flipping on the light. Dara was curled up like a snail in the middle of the floor, her butt in the air and her arms over her head.
Dara? What are you doing, babe? Dancing in the dark, huh? Hot.
Derek smirked appreciatively.
Derek-like.
Dara shrieked and flew at Derek like a wet cat.
That wasn't funny, Derek! You scared me!
Dara swung wildly as Derek stumbled back, trying to defend himself against his hysterical girlfriend.
What the hell, Dara? I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
Stop it! Ouch! You know damn well what I'm talking about. You held the door closed and turned off the lights and made the radio come on, and why do you care about Maggie O'Bannon? Are you cheating on me?
The outrage in Dara's voice made her sound like a howling hyena, and she went after Derek again, arms flailing and feet kicking. Derek cringed, grabbing at her arms and eventually wrestling her to the ground. He sat on her bucking torso and forced her hands above her head.
Dara, knock it off! I don't know what you're talking about. You said to meet you here after school. I just walked up and opened the door. Quit freaking out! I didn't do anything.
Derek was out of breath and panting and more than a little pissed off.
You didn't hold the door so I couldn't get out? You didn't flicker the lights and then make the sound system play some freaky message about Maggie?
Dara was breathing just as hard, and she hadn't cooled down very much at all. She was convinced Derek had to be guilty.
Maggie?
Derek's eyebrows rose in disagreement.
From what I've seen, she's anything but baggy.
Dara arched and screeched in outrage, trying to pull her arms from his.
Jeez, Dara, chill out. I swear I didn't. I swear it.
Dara rolled her eyes and offered a sarcastic, "Whatever." Derek sat back on his heels, letting Dara roll out from beneath him. She rose in an angry huff and gathered her stuff where it had scattered when the music blasted her off her feet.
There's some really weird shit happening at this school,
Derek muttered, rising to his feet behind her. He clicked off the sound system and, with a nervous glance around the room, flipped off the lights and followed his irate girlfriend from the dance room. 15. Unchained Melody. Les Baxter, 1955. Jody was true to her word, and Maggie's makeup was perfect. After the game, she hurried to the locker room and readied herself for the dance. She removed the dark lipstick all the dancers wore when performing and applied a pale pink instead. The smoky eye makeup worked without making her look like she belonged in a nightclub, and Maggie loosened her hair from the mandatory tight bun and brushed it until it swung, straight and shiny, down her back. She removed her dance costume and jazz shoes and carefully pulled Irene's blue dress over her head and shimmied the zipper closed. The shoes were high, but they had a sturdy strap, and Maggie thought she could walk in them without stumbling and without looking like she was playing dress-up. She might even be able to dance in them. In the corner, all by herself. Maggie sighed and pushed the self-pity away. She was going to enjoy feeling pretty and wearing Irene's beautiful dress. All other thoughts were banned for the rest of the night. The sparkly earrings were just the right finishing touch, and after Maggie brushed her teeth and spritzed herself with a hint of perfume, she stepped back to twirl in front of the long mirror. She almost didn't recognize herself. Would Johnny be there tonight, somewhere in the shadows? She knew she was setting herself up for disappointment, but she desperately hoped so. Maggie was in her place behind the ticket table as couple after couple filed into the school cafeteria. All the tables and chairs had been cleared or moved to the perimeter, and the large space was adorned in silver balloons and papier-mâché roses in deep red and black. White snowflakes twinkled at varying lengths from the ceiling, giving the space a winter wonderland vibe. Maggie had to admit, Dara and the other members of the dance team had done a great job with the decorations. Still, she couldn't help but wonder how long it would take Gus, Shad, and her to clean it all up Monday morning. Dara hadn't been able to hide her surprise when she'd seen Maggie, standing to the left of the table, taking tickets and chatting with a few of the dance team members and their dates as they arrived. Maggie tried not to smile, but Dara's expression was priceless. Didn't someone once say, "Looking good is the best revenge"? They were absolutely right. But though revenge is sweet, it turns bitter with time. More than an hour later, long after everyone had arrived, Maggie still stood alone behind the ticket counter, watching the couples swing around the floor, laughing and holding each other tightly. Maggie desperately wished she could dance, but that clearly wasn't going to happen. Everyone already had a partner. The pleasure she had felt in her appearance had faded, and her fancy dress and high-heeled shoes now seemed a silly mockery. The depression she had felt earlier descended on her once more, and Maggie abandoned her now irrelevant post. The money and tickets were locked away, and there was no one to stop her from leaving. Maggie walked down the long corridor back to the girls' locker room to gather her things. "You should be dancing." Johnny's voice spoke out from a shadowy somewhere, and Maggie cursed her telltale heart for singing in her chest. He was suddenly beside her, his long stride slowing to match her own. Maggie struggled with dueling urges to slap him and fling her arms around him. She settled instead on silence. Her heels clattered on the hard linoleum floor. His boots made no sound whatsoever. She wondered if she should pretend she couldn't see him, if she should just walk along like he wasn't there, but she knew she could never pull it off. Her hair literally stood on end with awareness. Still, she was angry that he played that very game, staying away for days on end, and she was helpless to fight back. "Maggie?" His voice coaxed her, nibbling at her anger, and with a sigh, Maggie let it slip away. For now. She was just too glad to see him. "I'm not dancing because I would look very silly dancing by myself." Maggie turned to look at him, and Johnny stared down into her upturned face. "You're beautiful," he confessed, and Maggie felt the sincerity of his words travel down her flushed cheeks, flood her neck and breasts, and pool like hot cider in her belly. Maggie reminded herself to breathe. "Would you like to dance?" Johnny extended a hand, and Maggie stepped back reluctantly. "Here?" she protested softly, her eyes traveling down the hallway toward the music spilling from the cafeteria that wasn't nearly far enough away. Anyone could walk around the corner and see her waltzing with her invisible partner. She would never hear the end of it. She would be labeled psycho at the very worst, pathetic at the least. Neither term appealed to her much. Johnny didn't answer for a moment, and then he reached for her, pulling her into the circle of his arms. "Put your arms around me." Maggie hesitated again, but he smelled like sunshine and leather, and she couldn't help herself. Surrender was far too easy. She set her hands on his shoulders and stepped into him, eyes glued to her shoes. "Hold on tight. I've never done this before." Maggie's head jerked up in confusion, and she let out a startled squeak as Johnny's arms locked around her like steel bands. Without warning, she was swept up, like being caught in the vortex of a tornado, where the world spins around you and you are absolutely helpless in its power. Maggie's hair whipped around her face, and she buried her head in Johnny's chest, her arms clinging to him desperately. Hallways and doorways, ceilings and floors, melded into flashing colors and shades of gray, without form or delineation. Within seconds, the tornado that had swept them up touched down without sound or fury, setting them weightlessly outside the dance-room door. Maggie opened her eyes slowly and swayed on trembling legs. Johnny's arms remained locked around her, but he lifted one warm hand to smooth her wind-blown hair. Like before, It fell heavy and straight over her shoulders, perfectly restored to its proper place.
"That was interesting."
There was laughter in Johnny's voice, and his face was slightly euphoric. "What was that?" Maggie stuttered, closing her spinning eyes once more, trying to regain her equilibrium.
"That was me, taking you for a little ride. It was a little slower than I usually travel, but then I usually travel alone."
He was laughing. Maggie shook her head in amazement. She still stood clutched in his arms, and his silent laughter reverberated through her like an electric charge. Johnny stepped back and opened the dance-room door. Bowing slightly, Johnny smirked and drawled, "After you, Miss Margaret." Maggie curtsied sassily and tossed her hair. Two could play this game. Turning on her heel, she sashayed into the room. Johnny groaned right out loud.
"Oh, baby,"
she heard him mutter under his breath. Right on cue, music blasted from the speakers, and Johnny's arm snaked out and caught Maggie around her waist, his hand capturing hers as he spun her right into the jitterbug. Rockin' Robin shook the room, and Maggie shrieked and laughed, falling immediately into step with him. The boy knew what he was doing, and she was adept enough to follow his lead. In and out, over and under, he swung her. Their bodies moved in concert, their feet flew, and Maggie's skirts swooshed and floated around her in time to the beat. One song rolled into another, and then another, and Johnny didn't miss a step. Maggie threw herself into the music, trusting her partner, mimicking his swagger and swing, letting him instruct her in a style of dance she knew very little about. She didn't know how long they danced that way, frenzied, laughing, and never tiring as song after song wailed the forgotten soundtrack of an interrupted life. Then the music slowed, and Johnny pulled her firmly up against him. Maggie's laughter faded as she looped her arms around his neck, lifting her face to let the whirring fans in the corners of the room blow softly across her flushed cheeks. She knew this song and sang softly along with the penguins. Earth Angel, Earth Angel. Johnny sang too, and his voice tickled her ear.
"I'm just a fool."
Maggie's heart missed a beat, and she leaned into him, resting her forehead on his chest.
"Maggie?"
Johnny nuzzled her ear, and Maggie lifted her face from his chest. Her high heels put her eyes on a level with his lips. She watched them, and they whispered her name again, willing her to lift her chin and allow him access. The suspense was achingly sweet, and Maggie shifted ever so slightly, wanting to prolong the moment. As she did, she caught her movement reflected back at her in the mirrors that lined the dance-room walls along one side. She had been so caught up in the dancing and so caught up in trying to follow Johnny's lead that she had failed to notice their reflection. Her reflection. Maggie stood in the center of the floor, facing the mirrors, arms raised and circling absolutely nothing. Johnny had no reflection. Her eyes swung down to the broad shoulders and firm chest supporting her arms, and then slid back to the overwhelming contradiction in the dance-room mirrors. She held Johnny in her arms, yet held nothing at all. Her breath froze in her throat. Her lungs screamed for air, yet she couldn't seem to remember how to inhale. Panicked, she pushed her way out of his embrace, stumbling back as the mirrors around her mocked her desperate untangling. Maggie's vision teetered, blurring at the edges, and the room spun wildly around her. The music faded like it had suddenly been sucked through a long dark tunnel, and Maggie realized that for the first time in her life she was going to faint. Maggie's stomach lurched wildly as she felt herself be swept up off her feet and cradled like a child. Fighting to stay conscious, Maggie gasped for air and called out, "Johnny?"
"What's wrong, Maggie? What the hell is happening?"
Johnny's voice was urgent and confused. "Take me out of this room, Johnny, please." Faster than it took her to form her next thought, in a blur of speed and light, Maggie found herself outside the dance-room, still held in Johnny's arms, the door swinging harmlessly back to a closed position.
"Where, Maggie?"
"Just be still for a minute." Maggie's head was swimming, and she didn't think she could stand. Johnny exhaled, his warm breath lifting Maggie's hair where it clung to her feverish cheeks. Leaning back against the lockers, he slid slowly down the smooth metal surface with Maggie still cradled in his arms, until he met the floor. He sat for several long minutes, Maggie silent and still against him. His warm hand made slow circles on her back, and Maggie concentrated on breathing deeply, in and out. After a time, the circles Johnny was making on her back widened to include her dark hair that fanned across his chest. Rubbing a silky strand between his fingers, he lifted it and tucked it sweetly behind the ear that peeked out behind the heavy tresses. "Are you all right?" Maggie nodded, but burrowed her nose in his chest. She didn't want to tell him what had scared her so badly. "Maggie?" Maggie nodded again and sat up, sliding to the floor beside him. She tucked her legs under her, smoothing her skirt nervously. Sighing, she pushed her hair back from her face and raised her eyes to his. Blue eyes searched blue eyes as they regarded each other soberly, their faces only inches apart. "Are you going to tell me what happened?" Johnny's voice was low and gentle, as if he were afraid to send her reeling back into the abyss. "I couldn't see you in the mirror." Maggie spoke bluntly, seeing no way around the stunning revelation. "I could feel your heart beating, your arms around me, your breath in my ear." Maggie blushed, but soldiered on, her eyes still on his. "But in the mirror you weren't there. I stood completely alone in the center of the room. It was so surreal. And I think I forgot to breathe. I'm sorry for ruining everything." And she was. How she wished she had missed that brief moment in the mirror and instead had pressed her lips to his, sealing the perfect hour with a kiss. Johnny's eyes shifted from hers then, and he drew his legs up, leaning his elbows onto his knees and running a hand through his slicked-back hair. It fell back into place. He scrubbed at it again, violently. It slid effortlessly back to its original perfection. "The night I died, for lack of a better word, I realized something was seriously wrong. I had felt myself dying. I was in horrible pain. I had a hole in my chest, and there was blood everywhere. I remember refusing to go. I fought it so hard. And then I must have passed out, because the next thing I knew I was standing, watching everything happening around me. But no one seemed to know I was there. I saw my mama. She ran into the school, stood 2 feet from me, and didn't see me. She didn't hear me either. Nobody did. They were all looking for me, but I couldn't let them know I was right there, and honestly, I didn't know if I really was. Do you understand?" Maggie nodded, transfixed. "I collided with a deputy, and I felt it, just as I would have if I'd been alive. He felt it too, though I can't say what he felt exactly. He reacted, though. Then I tried to leave the school when they took my brother's body away, but I couldn't. It was like I was on an invisible leash, and it would stretch just so far. I couldn't hear or see anything beyond the school. I saw no stars shining through the windows, no sirens or lights from the police cars. Nothing. Then later that night the police searched the school. They spent hours digging through this place, searching high and low. I followed them around, even speaking to them, trying to tell them what had happened. It was like I wasn't there at all. Then I got frustrated, and I tripped one officer, and he fell. I pushed one guy into another, and it started a fight between them. None of it made any sense. When they all left, I went into the boys' locker room. I was cold and scared, and I didn't know what the hell was happening. I turned on the showers and stood beneath them in all my clothes. The heat felt good, but the water didn't make me wet. My clothes were as dry as they'd been before. I felt like I was in the middle of a nightmare, and I couldn't wake up. I ran out of the showers and toward the mirrors and realized I couldn't see myself in them." Maggie shuddered, understanding full well what that must have been like. She reached for him, but Johnny paused only briefly before beginning again, unloading the memory like he was reliving it once more. It occurred to her that he had never been able to unburden himself to anyone. "I broke them.
I couldn't stand it.
Johnny's eyes met hers again.
I broke every mirror in that restroom. I slammed my fists into them over and over. The glass was everywhere. I felt the pain in my fists, but there were no cuts and no blood. My hands were completely uninjured.
Johnny looked down at his hands, his palms up, lost in the past.
Before long they fixed the mirrors. I've learned to avoid them, and, to tell you the truth, I've gotten used to it. So used to it that I forgot.
His voice dropped to just above a whisper.
I didn't know it would be the same for you, Maggie. After all, you can see me.
Johnny smiled a little at that, but his eyes looked bleak, and Maggie longed to rewind the night back to Rockin' Robin, when he had laughed and danced and seemed as carefree and innocent as the song. Johnny rose to his feet and leaned down to her, extending his hands. She let him pull her to her feet, but gripped his hands tightly when he would have turned away.
"Don't go!"
Maggie couldn't help but plead. "Just one more dance, please."
The dance is over.
Johnny's voice was gentle, but he was already pulling away.
The school is empty, Maggie. Isn't there someone waiting for you, worrying about where you are?
She hated that it seemed so easy for him to leave her when she felt like her heart might break if she had to walk away. Not yet, please, not yet. "We have time for one more, don't we?" It was certainly not yet midnight. If Aunt Irene were waiting, she wouldn't be worried yet. Something warred in Johnny's eyes, a battle of desperation and of need, and he bowed his head, holding it briefly in his hands, and she knew he was going to refuse her. Moving close, Maggie pulled his hands away from his downcast face and stepped within a breath of him, lifting her cheek to his when he wouldn't lift his head. Where she got the courage she didn't know. It was a courage born of her own desperation, and she spoke just one word. "Please." It was only a whisper of sound, but his arms slid around her, and from overhead a melody wafted down to wrap them in song. They moved slowly, cheek pressed against cheek, arms embracing one another. "Stay with me, my darling. I'm lost without your touch. Without you, time goes slowly, and time can hurt so much. Will you please stay?" The song ended much too quickly, and as the last note faded, Johnny whispered the words Maggie couldn't bear to hear. "You have to go, Maggie." "I don't want to." Johnny's sigh echoed in her heart as he pressed his forehead against hers. "You have to, Maggie. This won't get any easier. If you don't go now, I won't be able to let you go at all." Maggie thrilled at his words and pressed a kiss into his palm. "Then I'll stay." Johnny threw himself from her with a guttural groan.
"Don't you think I want you to stay, Maggie? You're all I think about. You're everything I want. Don't you think I'd keep you here with me if I could?"
His voice had grown more strident. It was loud and cutting, reverberating down the empty corridor. Maggie winced and stepped back as if he had struck her. He pressed on ruthlessly.
"I'd give anything to keep pretending, because that's what we're doing. We're playing make-believe."
Johnny's hands fisted in his hair, and he spun, talking as much to himself as to her.
"I was going to stay away from you. I tried so hard. But I saw you. You were so beautiful tonight and so alone, and I couldn't resist. I had to get closer. And then I could see your sadness, and I couldn't stand it. I told myself I could comfort you, that it would be just for a moment."
"Why would you even try to stay away?" Maggie interrupted, as impassioned as he. "What did I do?"
"It's not what you did. It's what I'm doing to you."
Johnny gaped at her, incredulous.
"Maggie, if this were 1958, and none of this had ever happened, and I was just a guy and you were my girl, I would hold on to you and never let you go,"
Johnny implored huskily.
"But it isn't 1958, and I am not just a guy in love with his girl."
Maggie swallowed back the yearning that his words conjured inside her. She stepped toward him again, and he raised his right hand, stepping back, warding her off.
Maggie, this can't work. Don't you understand? I am essentially a ghost. I have no life beyond these walls. This can only hurt you. I will only hurt you.
Johnny's eyes glittered like twin blue lasers, incinerating her with his gaze. He lifted his arm and pointed away from him.
You have to go.
No, Maggie whispered the word.
Maggie, listen to me.
Maggie covered her ears with shaking hands, defying him.
Go!
The venom in his voice lashed out like a whip, and Maggie felt the heat radiate off of him like a billowing furnace. Maggie shook her head vehemently, her eyes filling with angry tears.
I won't! Oh, God!
He moaned, raising his face to the ceiling, in supplication to a higher power. His arms hung at his sides, fists clenched and muscles corded in an effort to resist.
I love you,
Maggie said honestly, her tears freely falling.
Maggie, please.
He pleaded with her then, the anger falling away as he moaned in surrender. With a speed that was beyond human, he swept her up against him, burying his face in her hair and crying out her name, over and over. Sinking to the ground with her, he rained kisses on her tear-stained cheeks, on her eyelids, on her soft mouth. His voice thick with emotion, he begged her not to cry, and begged her to forgive him. Then he was gone. Like a star winking out for the last time, he was gone, taking his light and his heat and Maggie's heart with him. He watched over Maggie as she sat, huddled and crying in the dark corridor. He fought against his desire for her, against the need that buffeted him. Johnny felt her pain calling out to him, but he resisted, knowing that wanting her made him selfish, but loving her demanded he deny himself. She didn't leave. With all his might he willed her to return home to the arms that could hold her and comfort her. He exerted all his energy, which was considerable, to lift her from the floor and set her on her feet. But her will was not his to direct, and her physical self was not an energy he could control. She remained there, huddled in his prison, waiting for him to return. Johnny watched in agony as she cried herself to sleep, a despondent tumble of arms and legs, lying on the cold linoleum floor. He sent hot air billowing through nearby vents to warm her trembling form and soothe her troubled sleep. Time passed. He watched as the old man, Gus, and his grandson entered the school, their faces gray and drawn with worry. He heard them call her name and ached to direct them to her. Finally he saw them find her.
Miss Margaret!
Gus rushed to her side, the boy at his heels.
Oh, Miss Margaret, what has happened to you, child?
Gus's voice was thick with fear and sick with dread. He knelt by her sleeping form and rubbed his gnarled hand across her brow and down her bowed back, trying to rouse her.
Miss Margaret, are you all right? Wake up, little girl. Wake up now.
Neither Gus nor Shad would be able to carry her, even as slight as she was, and Maggie was emotionally and physically spent. She slept as if in a stupor, and Gus was getting very little response from her. Johnny fought the instinct to assist the old man, afraid to touch Maggie once more. But he was weak with guilt and grief, and he could not watch any longer. He crept closer, careful to avoid brushing against the boy or the old man. He knelt at Maggie's head and stroked her hair without stirring a single strand. Sliding his hands under her head and shoulders, he eased her up slightly, and, just as he hoped, she struggled to push herself upright. He whispered her name, and she trembled in response. "Johnny?" His name was a mournful sound on her lips, and the old man stiffened as if he'd been struck. The boy stumbled back, clearly afraid. Johnny instantly retreated. With a flash of energy he stood several yards back, once again observing. Gus and Shad were able to coax Maggie to her feet, her slight body wedged between them, her arms along their shoulders, and their arms around her waist. She leaned heavily into Shad, and Johnny felt a stab of jealousy so intense it made him catch his breath and clutch his chest. What he wouldn't give to walk from these walls, out into the early morning air, his arm around the girl he loved. Somehow, Maggie communicated the whereabouts of her possessions, because Shad released her and ran ahead to the girls' locker room. Gus remained by her side, walking slowly, his thin arm around her shoulders as they neared the exit doors. Johnny followed at a distance. As they pushed through, Gus glanced back, and for a moment his eyes met Johnny's. His lips thinned and his brows lifted. Shock flickered across his tired face. "He sees me," Johnny thought before the door swooshed closed, and Maggie and Gus became part of the black that was beyond. 16. I Almost Lost My Mind. Pat Boone, 1958.
"Something terrible has happened to her, Gus."
"She didn't look physically hurt, Miss Honeycutt. No blood, no bruises, and her clothing wasn't torn or mussed. She was asleep, just lying in the hallway, fast asleep."
"She's positively catatonic, Gus. She isn't talking, isn't making eye contact. Something is wrong. Who falls asleep on the floor in their party dress? I don't smell alcohol. Could it be drugs?"
"Oh, no, Miss Honeycutt. Miss Margaret isn't into any of that. Something is wrong, but it isn't that."
"Then what, Gus? I can't help her if I don't know what has happened."
Irene was understandably distraught. She had awoken at an ungodly hour, one of the plagues of old age, and discovered that Maggie had never come home the night before. She hadn't known where to look, and Maggie had the car, so she had called Gus, seeking his help, and he, in turn, woke Shad. Shad had been the one to suggest they start looking at the school. Gus told Irene they would check and get right back to her. When they had seen Irene's car parked all alone in the big front parking lot, they had immediately commenced their search. Gus was silent. He worked the brim of his hat around and around, chewing something over in his mind before he fed it to his old friend. He sighed, knowing it just wasn't in him to keep secrets. She was going to think he was a crazy old man.
"It didn't take us a long time to find her."
Gus started to recount the event for Irene.
"She looked like an abandoned doll, all dressed up and tossed aside. When I first saw her," his voice dropped to a whisper, "I thought she was dead."
Irene gasped and held her hand to her trembling lips. Gus winced sympathetically.
"I'm so sorry, Miss Irene. I'm just trying to help you understand what I saw."
Irene nodded, urging him to continue.
"It scared me to death, and I cried out to Jesus and ran to her. I think Shad thought the same thing, 'cause he held back, probably afraid to see the truth. When I got to her, I saw that she had been crying, probably for a long time. But from what I could see, she wasn't injured or harmed. I told Shad, 'She's sleeping, Shad, just sleeping.' I thought that poor boy was going to break down right there. He's had too much sadness in his young life. He sure don't need any more."
Gus put his hat on his head and took it off again.
"I kept patting her cheeks and shaking her, trying to wake her up. She was sleeping so deeply. I said to her over and over, 'Miss Margaret, tell old Gus what's wrong. Wake up, child.' She didn't even stir. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to wake her up. I thought I could probably carry her, but it was a long way to the truck, and I needed her to wake up so I could make sure she was okay."
Gus paused then, just for a moment, and with a deep breath he waded back in.
"All of a sudden, she kind of sat up, almost like somebody was helping her. It was the strangest thing. She just kind of eased up, eyes still closed. Then she said something, and it was loud and clear. I know I didn't misunderstand."
Gus stopped short and looked at Irene.
"What? Did she tell you what had happened?"
Irene's eyes were wide, her hands clenched in her lap.
"No, she just said one word. She said, 'Johnny.'"
"Johnny? What's that supposed to mean, Gus? Who is John—"
Irene's voice faded off as she realized who Johnny was.
"Gus! That's crazy."
"Shad and I both heard her say it. It scared the boy. He was shaking like a leaf. That reminds me."
Gus scratched his head, as if realizing something for the first time.
"Shad was giving Miss Margaret a hard time about something the other day, saying something about going steady, or some such nonsense. Asking if that's how they did it in the 50s.
"Did what?"
Irene was completely bewildered.
Shad was teasing Miss Margaret about a boyfriend."
"I don't understand what you are insinuating, Gus."
Irene was starting to get frustrated. Gus was growing agitated as well, but not for the same reason. He stood and began to pace the floor, still worrying his worn hat brim.
"Shad and I were able to get Miss Margaret up, and I asked her if she had the keys to the car. She kind of pointed toward the ladies' locker room, and I sent Shad off after her things. She was pretty disoriented and shaky. I helped her along, and just as we were about to the doors, she said his name again. Johnny."
"This is bizarre,"
Irene cried, her hands trembling again.
"I kind of felt strange, like someone was watching. You know the feeling. And I glanced over my shoulder as I held the door for Miss Margaret, and I saw him. He was standing there, watching us."
"Who?"
"Johnny Kinross. It was him, clear as day. He looked terrible, just terrible."
"Terrible? How?"
Irene had an image of a skeletal face peering out from a hooded black robe, or a red-eyed demon sneaking up on her defenseless niece.
"There was so much sorrow in his face. I've never seen such a sad face."
"What does all this mean, Gus?"
Irene asked softly, believing her friend and wishing she didn't.
"Tell me, Miss Honeycutt, has Miss Margaret ever mentioned seeing ghosts?"
"Oh, goodness, no,"
Irene huffed.
"She's the most down-to-earth girl I know."
Irene's voice trailed off. Her eyes grew thoughtful, and she tipped her head slightly as if remembering something from long ago.
"My younger sister Lizzie, Maggie's grandma, used to tell me the strangest stories when she was a girl. At least I thought they were stories."
Irene lost herself in the past once more. After a moment she resumed speaking.
"She wasn't very old when our mother died, maybe 5 or 6. The women in our family haven't had much luck in life."
Irene's brave little smile cracked around the edges.
"Early death, very few children, difficult marriages. Or maybe I should say difficult marriages, very few children, early death."
Irene laughed humorlessly at herself.
"Anyway, Elizabeth, my little sister, came into my room about a week after my mother died. I was about 13 at the time. Lizzie was crying and saying she wanted Mama. I tried to comfort her, but she kept insisting Mama was in the kitchen, but that she wouldn't talk to her. It was so strange. I had forgotten all about that."
Irene looked up at Gus, a perplexed frown on her face. He had stopped pacing and was listening intently.
"There were several other times Lizzie claimed to see our mother, always doing mundane things. Except for once, when Elizabeth was 9 and fell out of our tree house and broke her leg. She told me Mama had waited with her until our nanny found her. Our grandfather passed away not long after that. I remember because Lizzie's leg was still in a cast. We pushed her around in this awful wheelchair for months. After the funeral, we went to our grandfather's home for the wake. Lizzie started laughing and pulling on my skirt. She pointed to the rocking chair my grandfather always sat in and said, "He's not dead, Rennie. He's right there. Daddy was teasing us." My father was not amused. In fact, he punished Lizzie pretty severely. After that, I don't remember her ever claiming to see someone who wasn't there. At the time, I thought she had just grown out of it. But maybe she just stopped telling us. Gus moved to where Irene was perched, her hands clasped neatly in her lap.
"Miss Irene, I think we need to consider that maybe your sister saw ghosts, and her granddaughter, our Margaret, does as well."
"You think Johnny frightened her in some way? Frightened her enough that she... what? Spent the entire night in a haunted school? That doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't she run shrieking for home?"
"I don't know what happened, but I think it is more in line with romance than with haunting,"
Gus suggested gently. "She's in love? With a ghost?"
"That'd be my guess, yeah. And he's in love with her."
Shad crept up the stairs to Maggie's room, trying not to alert the adults below that he was there. Both Irene and Gus were old-fashioned farts who thought young men should never set foot in the bedrooms of young ladies. How, then, was a young man supposed to see his sick lady friend? Shad thought he could be in and out before the old folks even knew he was there. The last he heard, they were in a deep discussion. Irene had helped Maggie into bed, and then Grandpa Gus had kicked Shad out of the living room so he could talk to Maggie's aunt privately. He wondered what he was telling her. He didn't know if Maggie had said anything on the way home. Grandpa had given Shad the keys to his old truck and told him to follow behind him and Maggie in the car. Apparently, Gus hadn't trusted Maggie to drive. Under different circumstances, Shad would have been thrilled to drive solo, but the pleasure of the rare privilege had been ruined by his worry for Maggie. He had stayed close to his grandpa and driven to Maggie's without incident. Not too bad for a 14-year-old. He pushed Maggie's bedroom door open very slowly and poked his head through the opening. Maggie's hair was tumbled across her pillows, and her eyes were closed. She lay very still, but Shad could tell she was faking it.
"Oh, look! I have found my sleeping beauty,"
Shad said in his most manly, Prince Charming voice. He gave himself an English accent, too.
"I must kiss her sweet lips and awaken her from her deep, deep sleep."
Shad approached the bed. Maggie didn't even flinch.
"Here I come, sweet maiden. I have slain the dragon and wish to take you from this cold, lonely tower. Ah, my princess, your lips are as red as the rose, your skin as white as snow. Actually, I like my skin a little browner, but hey, you're working it, and your hair like the darkest ebony."
Shad broke into a little imitation of Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder singing Ebony and Ivory as he leaned over his unresponsive audience. He didn't know very many of the words, so he resumed speaking in his princely voice.
"Here I go, fair lady. Prince Shadrach will now lay a fiery kiss upon your soft lips."
Shad got within an inch of Maggie's mouth before her hand shot up and covered his puckered lips. "Don't even think about it, Chadwick Jasper."
"Gotcha,"
Shad replied, smirking. He pushed Maggie's legs aside and sat down on the bed. He gave Maggie a thorough once-over. She stared back, her face pale, her eyes dull and darkly circled.
"You're not looking so good, Sleeping Beauty. We might have to start calling you Sleeping Not So Fine if you don't snap out of it."
"Thanks, Shad. I'll definitely call you the next time I'm down so you can kick me twice as hard."
"Just saying."
Shad shrugged.
So, are you gonna tell me what the hell happened at Haunted Honeyville High?
No.
That's it? Just no?
That's it. No. Maggie and Shad stared at each other, neither of them blinking. Shad was the first to look away, sighing in exasperation.
Fine, Mags. But tell me this. Do I need to kick somebody's ass? Because you know I will. If somebody hurt you or did you wrong in any way, I'm kicking some ass.
Maggie felt a surge of love for her fierce little friend. He would probably end up getting the crap beat out of him in the process, but she had no doubt he would pick a fight with Zeus if it meant defending her. Thank you, Shad. You really are a superhero. Maggie smiled at him affectionately. But no butt-kickings necessary. Maggie was saved from further testosterone displays by a light tapping on the door. Irene slipped her head around the door and, seeing Shad, frowned at him and pursed her lips. She didn't comment on his trespass.
Oops. Busted.
Shad grimaced.
May we come in, dear?
Irene and Gus entered Maggie's suddenly crowded room. Shad tried to make a hasty escape, but Gus cuffed him lightly on the back of the head and said,
You are already here. You may as well stay.
I may as well, Shad agreed, rubbing his head. Irene sat on Maggie's other side, and Gus perched stiffly on her window seat, clearly uncomfortable in her feminine little room. He shot the proverbial hairy eyeball at his grandson, and Shad quickly removed himself from Maggie's bed and sat meekly on the chair next to her closet.
I'm glad you're awake, Maggie. Gus and I would like to ask you a few questions,
Irene said kindly. Maggie stiffened and closed her eyes for a moment, as if waiting for the hammer to drop from somewhere over her head and crush her. She had been in this position before. Her well-meaning, and sometimes not-so-well-meaning, foster parents telling her it was time to move on, or telling her it just wasn't working out, or telling her it wasn't her, it was them. All of it crap. She had never argued or pled her case. She had always packed and did as she was told. But this time she had let her guard down. She had thought she was home, with family. Maggie opened her eyes and looked at her aunt. Irene reached for her hand. Maggie tensed but didn't pull away. She recognized this part, too, but couldn't bring herself to do anything that might hurt her aunt, even at her own expense. She loved Irene.
What happened at the school, Maggie?
Irene prodded, holding her gaze. Maggie was prepared with her response. She would stick to the truth, but she would edit. A lot. It was a date dance last night. I shouldn't have had to go, but the dance captain seems to like torturing me. I just felt really bad. When the dance was over, I started crying. I ended up sitting in the hallway. I was exhausted. It had been a really long day. Maggie looked at her aunt and Gus, knowing they could confirm that, at least. They both nodded encouragingly. There are vents right there, and it was warm. I fell asleep. I'm sorry you had to come looking for me. Way to ruin a perfectly good Saturday morning, huh? Irene tossed a loaded look toward Gus. He straightened and approached Maggie's bed. She twisted her yellow polka-dotted comforter nervously between her fingers. Irene squeezed her hand, and Maggie felt her eyes prick with tears. Would Irene really send her away? I didn't mean to cause trouble, Aunt Irene, Maggie blurted out before Gus could even say anything. I have really tried to be good. I know I screwed up, but if you'll give me one more chance, I would really like to stay here with you. Maggie silently cursed the weak tears that spilled over, wondering how it was possible that she had any more tears left to cry. After last night, she thought she would never cry again. Maggie, my sweet girl. Irene held a hand to her heart as if to steady its beat. Of course you're staying with me. I waited this long for you. I'm never going to let you go.
Miss Margaret, nobody is angry with you, Gus chimed in. We love you. We're just worried is all. We thought something terrible had happened to you.
Nope. Maggie smiled wanly. I'm just fine. Her lips trembled a little, and she tucked them between her teeth, nodding. Her right hand resumed twisting yellow polka dots.
"Miss Margaret,"
Gus entreated her gently,
"you said Johnny's name this morning. Can you tell me about that?"
Maggie's heart turned to ice, and her belly was filled with snakes. "I must have dreamed about him," she offered softly. It was the truth. She hadn't lied yet.
"I saw him, Margaret."
Maggie's eyes flew to his, and her right hand ceased its incessant twisting.
"He watched us as we left. I think he was worried about you."
Maggie's heart melted a few degrees, but the snakes still hissed.
"Did you see him too?"
Gus persisted. "No," Maggie choked out. Again the truth.
"But you have seen him, haven't you?"
Gus was relentless. "Yes." There was an audible gasp from both Irene and Shad, and Gus shook his head like he almost didn't believe it himself.
"How often?"
Gus asked gently. "All the time," Maggie whispered. She searched their faces desperately, beseeching them with her eyes. She never would have admitted even that much if Gus hadn't confessed to seeing him too.
"Have you talked to him? Has he talked to you?"
Gus sank down next to Irene on the bed. Maggie hugged her knees to her chest to clear some space. Her knees provided a barrier between her and the hovering adults. She leaned her forehead against her steepled legs and wondered how much she was willing to reveal. "He's very alone." Maggie lifted her head and met Gus's steady gaze. She would talk to him. He would believe her. "He's been there for a long, long time. We've become friends." She couldn't continue. The pain was a writhing, churning hole in her chest, and it consumed her ability to speak. Gus seemed at a loss for words as well. He simply sat, staring off, pondering what she had revealed. The stillness in the room was stifling. Maggie buried her face in her arms. Irene suddenly shook herself briskly, and, leaning forward, she grasped Maggie's face in her hands, forcing her to look at her. Irene's blue eyes were wide with worry and something close to fear. "Maggie, tell us what to do for you. And for Johnny." Irene choked on his name like she couldn't believe what she was saying. "Tell me what to do. Tell me how I can help." Maggie placed her hands over her aunt's and with considerable effort spoke the final, inescapable truth. "That's just it. You can't help. I can't help. No one can." "Surely there's something." Irene let her hands fall from Maggie's cheeks, and she shook her head helplessly. "I love you, Aunt Irene, but please, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I will be okay. I don't want you to worry. I'm just so tired." Maggie wouldn't talk about it anymore. Surprisingly, talking about Johnny was strangely cathartic, but it also illuminated the impossibility of the situation and made her despair all the more complete. A big part of her didn't want to explain, even to the people she loved. Trying to put her feelings into words cheapened them, reducing her relationship with Johnny to some kind of tawdry carnival sideshow. She gently pulled away from her aunt and sank down in her bed. Her eyes fluttered closed, effectively shutting out further conversation. Irene stared down at her niece for a moment, and then rose from the bed. She smoothed Maggie's blankets up over her thin shoulders. Her loving tenderness had Maggie fighting emotion all over again, and the tears threatened to leak out from under her closed lids. "Let's leave her alone now," Irene sighed, herding Gus and Shad from the room. Maggie didn't watch them leave, but she heard the door click behind them and the stairs groan with their departure. They hadn't banished her to some far corner of the world or to some mental institution. Aunt Irene had said she wouldn't let her go. She said she loved her. Maggie still had a home. The relief was almost as sharp as her agony. Nobody saw Shad take the key sitting on Maggie's little desk in her room. He had seen it when he'd been relegated to the corner chair during Maggie's interrogation. He had known immediately what it belonged to, and almost as immediately he had begun to form a plan. He rationalized his theft by telling himself that if Maggie had a key, then by all rights so should he. Plus he would return it. Maybe. He made an excuse to Grandpa Gus about needing some time alone or some such garbage. Grandpa nodded and waved him off. Shad climbed on his bike and began pedaling hard for the scene of the crime. He knew Grandpa Gus and Miss Honeycutt were just going to wring their hands and mutter and worry, but he was actually going to do something about this whole crazy mess Maggie had gotten herself into. His heart pounded in his chest as different gory and violent scenarios played out in his head. He must be crazy for what he was about to do. Could ghosts kill people? It looked like he was about to find out. When he threw his bike down by the side entrance door, he didn't give himself a chance to think or chicken out. He slipped the key into the lock and entered the school like a man with a mission. He adopted his George Jefferson swagger, just to give himself a little confidence. He strutted angrily up and down the halls for a few minutes before it occurred to him that he might not be able to see the ghost. Maggie seemed to be able to, and Grandpa Gus, too. Maybe Maggie had superpowers she wasn't even aware of. Seeing ghosts was a power he would gladly do without. Plus, it didn't matter if he could see Maggie's foggy lover boy. He had a message to deliver, and he would deliver it loud and clear.
"Johnny Kinross!"
he shouted as loudly as he could. His voice broke embarrassingly on the K, and he tried again, not quite as loud.
"Johnny Kinross!"
He waited, hoping the ghost had been alerted.
"Johnny Kinross, I know you're around here somewhere. I want you to listen up, you steamy excuse for a man. I want you to keep your ghosty white Casper ass away from Maggie. She don't need attention from the likes of you. Do you hear me, Johnny Kinross?"
Shad was really working up a good mad. It felt good to yell and scream a little. Totally therapeutic.
"She deserves better. What were you thinking, Misty Man? This girl is a wreck, and you are the cause. If you had a face, I'd pound it in. If you had a freaking body, I'd kill you all over again."
Ooh, that was good. Shad liked the way that sounded. He kept walking and ranting.
"That girl has had a shitty life. Nobody looking out for her. People passing her from one place to the next. Now she finally gets a life and somebody who actually wants her. And look who comes along. Mr. Invisible."
Shad roared like the preacher in his old church. Maybe that's what he should be when he grew up.
"That's right. Then you come along. You, who are less than nothing. Now she thinks she's in love with you. And what does that get her? You guessed it. Nothing!"
Shad's voice broke again, but this time it wasn't hormones. It was outrage. Outrage and grief for Maggie's sake. He suddenly didn't feel like screaming anymore. He felt like sitting down and crying, just like Maggie had done. He turned and walked back toward the door he had come in. He just had one more thing to say.
"Just leave her alone, Johnny. Whatever you are, whoever you are, just go away. Disappear for good, okay? Maggie doesn't need what you have to offer."
Shad pushed on the door in front of him, but it stuck like it had been locked from the inside. He fished out Maggie's key, fumbling to see where to unlock the door, when the hair on his neck started to stand on end. He shivered, glancing furtively behind him, but no ghostly specter was looming. He reached for the door again, and a bolt of static electricity zapped him, sending him stumbling back a step. Then, right before his eyes, the glass on the door fogged over, like 10 people breathing on it all at once. Letters started to appear, then words, like someone was using their finger to communicate a message. Shad swallowed a scream and pushed at the door frantically. Then the message was complete, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from the words spelled out on the glass pane in front of him. "Take care of her." The door released suddenly, and Shad burst out into the cold December sunlight, panting and wheezing with fright. Jumping on his 10-speed, he wobbled across the grass and bumped over to the curb, hitting the street with his legs already pumping harder than they had ever pumped before. Johnny stood by the door Shad had just thrown himself through and watched his message fade to nothing. He'd meant every word, but he'd scared the kid. Served him right. Man, that boy had a mouth on him. Johnny liked him, though. He had guts, and he was loyal. Maggie couldn't have a better friend. He'd do what the kid said. He'd disappear. As best he could, he'd disappear. 17. Since I Don't Have You. The Skyliners, 1958. Maggie spent most of Christmas vacation trying to be the best niece in the universe. She cleaned Irene's house from top to bottom, discovering a few unbelievably cool things in the process. Old vinyl records, a working record player, clothes and handbags and shoes that would make any little girl, or big girl, squeal with delight. Irene told her she could have anything she wanted, but Maggie realized playing dress-up would only remind her of the blue dress and Dancing with Johnny. The blue dress had been relegated to the farthest corner of her closet, tucked away from sight in its protective zipper bag. She set a few things aside, unwilling to try them on but unwilling to give them away, and organized and cataloged everything else, filling several boxes with items Irene was ready to get rid of. The spring clean reminded her of the locked window seat in her room. She'd never said anything to her aunt about it, obviously. You can't exactly bring up ghostly apparitions over the breakfast table. "Aunt Irene?" Maggie asked tentatively, brushing her dusty hands on her faded jeans. Irene looked up absently from the photo album she was lost in. Her hair was disheveled, and there was a dirty smudge on her nose. Maggie started at the resemblance between them. She had only to look at her aunt to see what she would look like in 50-odd years. Dear?" "The window bench in my room. It's locked. Is it some kind of chest or something?" Sometimes the direct approach was the best one. Irene frowned and tilted her head to the side charmingly. "I'm not sure what you mean, sweetie." "There's a lock underneath the cushion. You wouldn't know where the key is, would you? I wouldn't mind using it if it's empty." A little less direct that time. Irene smacked the album closed and stood from the old stool she had been seated on. "Show me." They made their way down the stairs from the attic to Maggie's room. Maggie eased the cushion off the seat, pointing to the little lock set in the smooth wood of the bench. Irene stared blankly at the lock, and then looked at Maggie with a puzzled frown marring her pretty face. "I never knew this was here." Maggie wrenched up on the lid, wiggling it without success. "Someone locked it. Maybe it was Mr. Carlton?" she said lamely, blushing at her attempt to be blasé and innocent. Irene raised one eyebrow imperiously. "This is my house, at least for now. I won't abide secrets, especially Roger's secrets." She huffed out of the room and returned a minute later, slightly breathless and clutching a huge ring of keys. "These were Roger's. He kept them on him at all times, even after we no longer owned the businesses or properties they once opened. I almost got rid of them, but ended up shoving them in the back of his desk drawer, worried that I might need them at some point. Looks like I was right." Irene bent and began trying to fit one key after another into the little lock. Several minutes later she cried out triumphantly, "We have a winner! Let's see what you've been hiding, Roger Carlton." Irene lifted the lid, and Maggie moved up beside her to peer inside. The book she had seen in Roger Carlton's ghostly rerun lay on the bottom of the wooden enclosure. Next to it lay a thick folder held together with several elastic bands, and a brown leather book with a snap closure on the front. Irene pulled each item out, one by one, and then shut the lid. Sitting side by side on the window bench where Roger had likely positioned himself many times before, Irene and Maggie opened the scrapbook that he had painstakingly compiled. It was filled with articles and information about the disappearance of Johnny Kinross. Page after page held yellowed news articles, both big and small, from publications both mainstream and obscure. Roger had organized them in a timeline according to the date they were published. He had flyers that had been posted in different counties and around the town. He had maps of possible sightings, and scenarios put forth by reporters and police alike. In one section, he had old black-and-white photos of Johnny Kinross that he had obviously taken from someone who knew him well. There was one of Johnny with a car in the background, his arms slung across the shoulders of two other guys. The boys were filthy and bare-chested, their jeans and bodies mud-splattered. The car was unrecognizable and completely coated in sludge. Maggie was pretty sure the picture captured the time Johnny and his friends had pulled the Bel Air from the reservoir. Another shot was of Johnny in his graduation cap and gown, Billy and Dolly Kinross dressed up and standing beside him. Their arms were around each other, and they were smiling into the camera. Dolly Kinross stood in the center and gripped each boy tightly to her sides. Maggie's heart trembled at the realization that the photo was taken only a month or two before the little family in the picture was completely decimated. There were shots of Johnny at Jean's automotive. In one of them, a toddler with his fingers stuck in his mouth clung to Johnny's jean-clad legs. Harvey? Another shot showed Johnny dressed up in a white sports coat, with a flower on his lapel. A pretty blonde girl in a strapless dress of an undecipherable color clutched to his side. "That was prom, 1958, Irene said softly. Peggy was thrilled when Johnny asked her. He was every girl's secret fantasy and every daddy's nightmare. Peggy didn't have the best reputation, and it wasn't helped by going to the dance with Johnny. But I remember how pretty she looked that night. I was actually kind of jealous. They were having such a good time. Johnny danced with several girls that night, one in particular who I hadn't seen before." Irene's voice faded off in reminiscence. "Johnny seemed quite taken with her. I only remember because she looked so much like me. And you." Irene looked at Maggie, a befuddled frown carving a deep groove between her blue eyes. "Odd. I'd forgotten all about that." Irene lost herself in thought once more. Finally she shook herself and shrugged, clearly unable to puzzle out whatever she'd been stewing over. "If I remember correctly, that was just about the time that rumors of an affair between the mayor and Dolly Kinross started to surface. Roger was really out of sorts the night of the prom. I wanted to dance, and he was too busy talking to his friends and sulking to pay me much attention. I was sitting there, all dressed up in my beautiful red dress, wishing I were out on the floor, when out of the blue Johnny Kinross saunters up and asks me to dance." Irene sighed nostalgically. "I'm sure he did it just to get under Roger's skin, but I was still flattered. Roger had gone to get some punch, or spike the punch, most likely, so he wasn't there to insist that I decline or make a fuss. Unfortunately, it almost caused a fight right there on the dance floor when Johnny escorted me back to my seat. I probably shouldn't have accepted, but it was far too tempting." Irene giggled girlishly. "It was a song that I loved to swing to, and boy, could Johnny Kinross dance!" "Yes, I know," Maggie choked out softly, fighting back the heavy despair that threatened to pull her under. She blinked back tears as she stared down at Johnny's smirking image from so long ago. Irene stilled beside her. Gently, she reached up and stroked Maggie's hair. She said nothing and asked for no explanation. Silently, they resumed turning pages. "Roger was clearly obsessed, wasn't he?" Irene said quietly after several minutes and several more pages of newspaper clippings. "In some ways, his life ended that terrible night, along with Billy's and Johnny's. He didn't have the character or compassion to let the tragedy mold him into a better person. Instead, he let it blacken his heart and rot his soul. He and his father never got along after that. Roger blamed him, understandably, for the whole incident. Mayor Carleton went on to have several more affairs. Ironically, Roger had several affairs of his own after we were married." Irene said this matter-of-factly, but Maggie bristled indignantly at the humiliation her aunt must have endured at Roger's indiscretions. Irene continued, undeterred. "Roger's mother never left his father. Very few people divorced in those days. I don't think Dolly Kinross had anything to do with the mayor after her boys were gone. She remarried eventually. Did I ever tell you that?" Maggie just shook her head. She didn't want to explain that she had found the information on her own.
She married the police chief. Caused quite a stir, it did. People couldn't believe our upstanding Chief Bailey would marry a trollop like Dolly Kinross. But they proved everyone wrong. They were pretty inseparable from then on. They were married for at least 40 years, and even died within weeks of each other. The manila folder that had lain beside the scrapbook was a copy of the police report from Billy's death, and a missing persons report detailing Johnny's disappearance. Roger had clearly had some connections. Maybe his father, Mayor Carlton, had managed to get his hands on the copies for him, but it didn't contain much that Maggie didn't already know. The leather book was a personal journal filled with Roger's scribblings over the decades. He had done some of his own detective work, and he had several theories about where Johnny Kinross had escaped to. None of them were even close to the truth. He had periodically done a recap and an update of his findings and recorded them in his journal. One thing was evident. He didn't believe Johnny Kinross was dead, and it had eaten at him slowly and surely through the years. Eventually, Irene shut the journal and eased herself up, stretching and groaning, from the window seat. "Do what you want with all this, Maggie. You can throw it out or put it back inside the window seat, but it's yours to keep or destroy. Take the little key off the ring when you're done here, and put the rest of the keys back in the desk drawer in the library." Irene hesitated for several long breaths, as if struggling with the counsel that she needed to impart. "Just don't let it become an obsession, Maggie, like it became to poor Roger," she warned, looking down at her niece, who sat staring at the photos of Johnny once again. Maggie met her aunt's concerned gaze and shook her head slowly. "I already know what happened to Johnny, Aunt Irene. I don't need any of this." "True, but you are obsessed all the same." "I'm not obsessed," Maggie whispered. "I'm in love." On Christmas Eve, Irene and Maggie watched It's a Wonderful Life, together with a big bowl of buttery popcorn wedged between them. Maggie wondered if angels really had to earn their wings to get to heaven like old Clarence in the movie, or if they were stuck in purgatory like Johnny until they did. That night she cried herself to sleep, wishing somehow she could spend Christmas with Johnny, hating that he was alone as he had been every other Christmas for over half a century. She fought the almost irresistible urge to sneak from the house and head to the school. She even stole out of bed and changed her clothes. But her key was gone. Had Gus anticipated that she wouldn't be able to stay away and taken her key? She headed back to bed, defeated. She woke up Christmas morning and was thrilled with the stocking that her aunt had filled with treats and trinkets. Maggie recognized a few of them from Irene's own jewelry box. She wanted to refuse them, but it would have hurt Irene. She thanked her aunt graciously, and then skipped under the tree to retrieve the package holding the blue scarf she had found at a little boutique on Honeyville's Main Street. Shad and Gus came over for Christmas dinner, and Maggie presented them with their gifts. Gus had been easy to buy for. He desperately needed a new hat. The brim on his looked like it had been slept in, repeatedly. Shad was much harder. She wanted to give him something meaningful without him assigning too much meaning to it. She had finally settled on a Superman comic book that had set her meager bank account back a significant amount. She was glad she'd chosen it, though, when Shad opened it and went wild. The holiday passed quickly, and 2011 arrived with little fanfare. Maggie went to the school several times through the Christmas break, but always in the company of Shad and Gus for janitorial duties, or with her dance team for rehearsals. She made no attempt to seclude herself or call out to Johnny, and she didn't feel him nearby. There was an emptiness about the school that was almost tangible. Maggie imagined Johnny floating somewhere far from her. If she called him, could she pull him back? Such thoughts shamed her with their weakness, but she couldn't help herself. She missed him desperately. The first day back to school after the vacation, Maggie woke up extra early and pedaled to the school. She needed to dance. Rehearsals with the team kept the crazies at bay, but she needed to move and sweat and feel without an audience. A few days prior, her key had magically reappeared, right where she had left it, sitting innocently on the desk in her room. Had she just overlooked it? She didn't think so.
Maybe Gus was extending some trust, silently entreating her not to blow it. It was only 5:30 a.m. when she flipped on the sound system, peeled off her coat, and slipped off her shoes. She always danced with bare feet. She set her iPod on random and began to warm up, jumping and stretching, limbering herself up. She loved the challenge of dancing to a song that a choreographer would never pick, simply because it didn't have the right kind of sound or rhythm. Those were the best songs, because they forced her to really interpret the song through her movements, and she loved getting lost in the fusion of sound and soul. She danced until the hall started filling up with students, and she was forced to quit. Every morning that week she arrived just as early and danced just as hard. She had been dancing for about an hour when an old favorite seeped through the speakers and into her battered heart. It was beautifully, hauntingly done, and for a minute she stopped and just listened. I've lost my mind. Your love's made me blind. I can't even speak. Your love's made me weak. But if you watch me, I'll show you, and if you let me, I'll hold you. So the words that I can't say, you'll hear anyway. You'll know how much I long for you, how every note's a song for you. You'll know how I just want to breathe you in and lose myself inside your skin. I'll hold you, and you'll know. She tried to let the music in, inspiring her, telling her how she should move. But it hurt too much. She was hanging on by a thread, and this song would sever it. She clicked off the music and stood, breathing hard, unwilling to accept the sheer futility of a love story that had only one possible ending. All week long she had danced for him, hoping he was watching and missing her like she missed him. She turned the music back on. She wouldn't call, she wouldn't beg, but she would dance. She would make him come back to her. Her emotion pulled at him like silken tentacles, and he knew he couldn't resist her much longer. He tried to lose himself in the haze of nothingness that he called floating, but he had felt her calling to him, and he slid back to earth. He had watched her, day after day, trying to create distance by turning away, only to find himself staring helplessly at her once more. Her dancing called to him, but it was also the thing that reminded him she didn't belong with him. She had a gift, and that gift would take her far away, and he would have to let her go. He wanted her to go. He just wished, with everything he still was, that he could go with her. She cried out for him now, and as hard as it was to turn his back on her love, it would be worse to trap her with it. He flashed himself to the farthest corner of the school, putting as much physical distance between them as possible, and clenched his hands to his head, filling his mind with radio waves and static. His mind's eye kept trying to tune her in, as if her signal was stronger than all the others. He fought it desperately, and breathed his relief when he felt her stop dancing. It wasn't until later on that he felt her loneliness, and her longing for him well up again like a black cloud. She was so unhappy. Her misery clung to him, suffocating him. With a tortured groan, he clung to his self-imposed exile, but it was a losing battle. He told himself he would just check on her, just allow himself one small glimpse. She was in the cafeteria. Rows of tables filled with laughing, talking, eating teenagers surrounded her like a human maze. Shad sat beside her, and he was clearly angry. He was looking at a nearby table filled with students, a few of whom Johnny recognized. The guy named Derek was standing on the bench and waving his hands, calling attention to himself. The cafeteria noise dimmed to a dull roar, and the guy on the bench commenced speaking.
It seems a certain attractive female. Ouch! Damn it! Stop it, Dara!
Derek was getting slapped by the girl sitting next to him. Johnny recognized her as the girl on Maggie's dance team, the one he'd taught a small lesson to a while back. She didn't seem to like her boyfriend referring to another female as attractive.
Anyway, it seems as if a certain, female came alone to the winter ball a few weeks ago. This female looked oh so fine.
He shot a warning look down at Dara.
But Interestingly enough, halfway through the dance she was nowhere to be found. Her friends thought for sure she had left the dance and gone home. But to our surprise, her car was still in the school parking lot when the dance was over.
The kids around him hooted appreciatively, and some sent up a few catcalls.
In fact,
the kid continued, soaking up the attention like a TV game show host,
Maggie's car was still in the lot early the next morning.
The noise rose even further, and people were pointing and laughing, eyebrows raised and hands covering O-shaped mouths.
Oops, sorry, Maggie. I wasn't going to say your name, but... oh well.
Derek smirked over at Maggie and made a little kissy face at her.
Now, Maggie won't tell me who she was with. In fact, she told me to go to hell.
A couple kids clapped and whistled, and a few booed.
So I want to offer $20 to whoever can tell me who our little Maggie spent the night with. 'Cause I want to give that SOB a high five.
Maggie looked stricken, her face infused with color, her blue eyes bright with angry tears. She straightened, her spine as stiff as a board, and stood from the table, her untouched lunch tray clenched in her hands. She turned and headed toward the garbage without saying a word.
Come on, Maggie, don't go. I'm proud of you,
the loudmouth punk shouted after her. Shad slammed his tray down and stood to follow her.
Hey, Shad, your mama hasn't been teaching Maggie some new tricks, has she?
Derek howled with laughter, slapping the hands raised to him in high fives supporting his antics. Shad froze in his tracks. Maggie looked as if she was going to be sick. Johnny was overcome with a pulsing red fury. He swung his arms and sent lunch trays flying down tables, upending drinks and splashing food into laps. Kids cried out and scattered. Trays hit the floors, and food splattered over fleeing students. The table that Maggie's persecutor was perched on began to shake as Johnny ordered it to quake and topple. Derek jumped just as the table tossed its human occupants and skidded across the floor, slamming into another empty table nearby. Johnny bumped a confused student, making sure the tray she was holding sloshed its contents over Derek's head, sending spaghetti sauce spilling over his spiky hair and down into the collar of his shirt. Johnny roared, and milk cartons exploded all over the room like bottle rockets, and several kids screamed.
Johnny! Johnny! That's enough! Stop!
Maggie stood next to him, her eyes wild, hectic spots of red high on her cheeks. She grabbed his arm, and Johnny realized he hadn't kept himself hidden from her. He had lost his temper in a very messy way. Shad was standing just beyond her, and he was doubled over in laughter.
What was that? That was awesome! I didn't even see who started it. Food fight! Food fight! Food fight!
Shad started pumping his fists and chanting, not seeing the principal bearing down on him. He ceased chanting abruptly when Miss Bailey grabbed him by the shoulder and marched him out of the lunchroom. Apparently, several students were taking the rap for Johnny's display of temper, Derek included. There was some justice in the world, it seemed. Derek and several others were being led out of the room, heading in the same direction as poor Shad. Maggie overheard Derek protesting and watched as he was forcibly removed from the lunchroom.
Nobody threw anything, he cried. It was like an earthquake hit the cafeteria. We weren't having a food fight, I swear.
Maggie looked back at Johnny, and her mouth twitched slightly. Johnny just shook his head. This wasn't good. This was the second time he had caused mayhem in a very public way. He had to get control of himself. He looked down into Maggie's big blue eyes and groaned. Her glasses had been splattered with sauce, and she'd taken them off. She stared up at him with her heart in her eyes, love written all over her face. She was so unbelievably beautiful. He wasn't going to get control any time soon. Here he was, back at square one. All that suffering, staying away from her, trying to protect her, all of it was for nothing now, and he didn't think he had the strength to do it again. Can we just go somewhere, just for a little while? Maggie held herself stiffly, her arms crossed in front of her, bracing herself for his refusal. but her eyes pleaded.
Maggie, this won't end well.
His voice was a tortured whisper.
You can't make me leave you again. I've missed you so much.
Her lips trembled, and his iron will shattered like 1,000 pieces of glass. Johnny grabbed Maggie's hand, and they walked quickly through the double doors, leaving the chaos of the lunchroom behind them. He pulled her down a flight of stairs and through a large corridor before coming to a stop outside the one place he thought they might spend the afternoon undisturbed. No one paid Maggie any attention as she slipped into the dark auditorium and pulled the door shut behind her. She waited a moment for her eyes to adjust to the dark, feeling Johnny beside her, relishing the heat and energy rising from him. The stage loomed before them, unlit and empty, the curtains pulled wide to reveal glossy floors and darkened overhead lights. The room echoed soundlessly with the highly charged emotions of 1,000 performances. How many prayers had been offered here, pleas for courage and sparkling performances, heartfelt wishes for audience adoration and flawless deliveries. Maggie thought for a moment that she could see ghostly apparitions flitting across the stage. There was so much trapped energy and emotion in this room. It felt almost like a place of worship, a synagogue or a cathedral, where the dreams of so many played out in living color, year after year.
"Come with me,"
Johnny whispered, as if unwilling to disturb the church-like silence of the waiting theater. He wrapped his arms around her and gathered energy around him like a rocket's boosters preparing for launch. But this time, the liftoff was a silent, weightless rising. There was no explosive vortex of light and motion. This time it was more like a suspension of gravity. They floated slowly upward, gliding above the rows of deep-set chairs and carpeted aisles. The ceiling was domed with a second row of balcony seats positioned on each side of a large sound box that boasted a spectacular view of the stage beyond. Maggie watched as her feet rose farther and farther above solid ground. She felt like Lois Lane in the arms of Superman. She looked up in wonder as the ceiling loomed closer. The darkness was an undisturbed frontier, enveloping them in silky solitude. Suddenly, tiny white lights flickered on, puncturing the blackness with starlight.
"It's like floating in space,"
Maggie sighed, pleasure washing over her.
"There aren't many things I can show you or places I can take you, but I can show you how it feels to fly."
"Being with you always feels like flying," Maggie whispered.
"And being with you brings me back to Earth."
"Somehow I think I'm getting the better end of the deal," Maggie murmured, her face glowing dimly in the white light.
"If only that were true, I wouldn't hate myself every time I give in to my need to be with you."
Maggie placed a hand over his warm mouth. "There will be no talk of regrets today. There will be no remorse or second thoughts. Today we belong to no one or nothing but each other. Tomorrow will come soon enough, and it will take care of itself." Silently they floated until Johnny, with no apparent effort, sent them soaring lightly through the curtained opening of the stage and into a high loft, where a myriad of old costumes and props were stored. Maggie felt solid ground under her feet, and the pull of gravity re-engaged. Life's weight reasserted itself, and Maggie wasn't ready to return just yet.
"I don't want to stop,"
Maggie sighed mournfully. Johnny laughed silently, touching his forehead to hers and sliding his hands down to the small of her back.
"I'm sorry. I couldn't wait any longer,"
he breathed. Maggie was confused by his statement, wondering if he could only maintain weightlessness for so long.
"I couldn't wait any longer,"
Johnny repeated.
"I wanted to kiss you so bad, but I didn't want to lose control and send us plummeting to the ground."
Maggie's heart fluttered out of her chest and flitted away on butterfly wings. Her eyes slipped closed as he tiptoed his fingers up her spine and lightly traced the long line from her shoulders to her hands. He released her hands and circled her waist, his long hands spanning from her ribs to her hips. Pulling her close, he buried his face in the crook of her neck and was overcome by the desire to dissolve into her. Maggie stroked his hair, her wish to continue flying long forgotten. Johnny raised his head, kneading his mouth on hers, trailing his lips across her silky cheek. She met him halfway and brushed her lips softly across his, tasting his warm honey flavor and savoring her name on his lips as he crushed his mouth to hers. They were desperate to be closer, to lose themselves entirely, and never be apart again. The afternoon passed languidly, as if time had ceased, and an alternate world had opened up where they were the only inhabitants. Maggie drug out a box of ancient costumes, top hats, coat tails, and dresses with flowing skirts and puffy sleeves. There was a long oval mirror propped in the corner, and Maggie had the inspiration to dress Johnny up and see what he looked like in the mirror. Surely his costume wouldn't disappear too. Sure enough, the slacks and suit jacket draped him as if a flesh-and-blood man wore them. The top hat floated above a missing head, and his cane twirled from an empty sleeve. Johnny didn't know why he hadn't thought of this before. He could really scare the student body of Honeyville High now. "You look so dashing," Maggie teased, amazed that his missing reflection no longer had the power to frighten her. It was as if she had embraced all of him, accepting the truth of him, and feared it no more. Johnny stuck a thick black mustache below his nose and curled his upper lip to prevent it from falling off. The mustache waggled magically on the headless figure in the mirror, and they both burst out laughing. Maggie found a Marilyn Monroe wig and pulled it on. She struck a seductive pose and asked Johnny in a breathy voice if he preferred blondes. "I always thought I did, until I met a cute little bug with big blue eyes and long dark hair. I'm a brunette man these days." "Really? You preferred blondes?" Maggie stood, hands on her hips, glowering at him. "I liked girls, period, Maggie." "I'm guessing they liked you too," Maggie moped, flopping dejectedly onto an old stool. "I would be lying if I told you they didn't." Johnny's grin was rakish, and he waggled his brows lasciviously, making her chuckle in spite of her jealousy. "What about you? Have you ever liked anyone before?" Johnny asked, trying not to care. "No," Maggie said frankly. "I never have. Maybe it was just the lack of opportunity or my survivalist mentality, but I never met anyone who turned my head. Not until you." She pulled off the blonde wig and ran her fingers through her mussed hair. Johnny reached out and followed where her hands left off, pulling the slippery strands through his fingers. He studied her for a moment, devotion and desire playing across his features. He pulled her back to her feet in front of the mirror and stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her. They stared soberly at the image reflected back at them, a beautiful girl held in the invisible arms of her soulmate. He moved around her then, stepping in front of the mirror, replacing the haunting image with something more tangible. "Maggie, I have never loved a girl. Not until you," he confessed softly. Maggie swallowed the emotion that constricted her throat. She had told Johnny many times that she loved him, but he had never said the words to her. He'd fought it, resisted it, maybe for her sake more than his. Now that he had given those words to her, she wouldn't let him take them back. She was keeping them and keeping him for as long as time would allow. Before long, the alternate universe they inhabited was absorbed back into reality, and Maggie reluctantly tossed the costumes back into the box and tidied the dusty area. Kissing her softly and lifting her in his arms, Johnny sent them floating back across the dark auditorium, setting her down where the journey had begun hours before. They didn't say goodbye when they parted. They both knew they had abandoned goodbye. Come what may, there would be no more goodbyes. Shad slammed the empty trash can down and kicked the door to the bathroom stall. He banged his way through all his janitorial duties that afternoon, slamming this, pounding that, taking out his frustration on everything in his path. After weeks of Maggie looking like she was dying a slow and painful death, circles under her eyes, sad smile, vacant expression, and she showed up after school looking like she had won the lottery. Shad was no fool. He knew what was up. She had seen her imaginary friend again, and he had lit up her whole world. How wonderful. And to think he'd been worried about her all afternoon, worrying about the things that Fathead Derek had said. He had wondered if she would even show up for work at all. He'd told Grandpa Gus a little about what had happened at lunch, when Gus had shown up to bail him out of the principal's office. Shad had sworn up and down that he had not thrown a single item, and there had been no one to say otherwise. He had copped to chanting "food fight" and submitted to lunch detention for all of next week, and they let him go. His grandpa had been cool about it, really. He had just reminded Shad who would be doing all the heavy cleaning in the cafeteria. He had been concerned for Maggie and was just as surprised as Shad when she showed up for work all glowy and smiley. How marvelous. It made Shad want to hurl. Apparently, Johnny the Ghost Kinross hadn't gotten the message. Shad had kept his end of the bargain. Take care of her? He'd been trying. How could he take care of her if a certain somebody kept stepping in and messing things up? Now here he was, cleaning up a mess he hadn't made. That food fight had erupted at the perfect time, though, Shad had to admit. It was almost enough to make Shad believe there really was a God. Maggie seemed unaware of Shad's frustration or even of his presence. She hummed as she scrubbed the baseboards in the cafeteria, her big glasses sliding down on her nose, her cute rear end in the air. Shad sighed. Sometimes he felt like the parent. What was he going to do with her? 18. Who's Sorry Now? Connie Francis, 1958.
The next thing I knew, the table was shaking and lunch trays were falling, and milk cartons were exploding. I kid you not. I literally got thrown right off the bench. There has been some really strange stuff going on around this school. Remember that day in the hallway? The lockers just started swinging, man. Crap was flying everywhere. Trevor even got a bloody nose. And we weren't the only ones who saw it. You can ask Jacob and Tasha and Jordan. We were all there. Then, just before Christmas break, Dara was locking up the dance room, and the lights flickered on and off, and the radio turned on by itself and started flipping through different channels. She thought I was doing it. She tried to get out of the room, and the door wouldn't open. She was pissed, man, but I swear I had nothing to do with it.
Derek was holding court again, something he always seemed to be doing. A bunch of his friends were gathered around his gym locker in different states of undress, changing their clothes for P.E. Shad was on the outside looking in, of course. He had P.E. with a bunch of the members of the football team and a few members of the basketball team. He had been thrilled about it at the beginning of the year, thinking he could make inroads with the guys, show them he was a gamer, and show them his skills. He became less and less thrilled as the year went on. He was always one of the last to be picked for teams. He and a few other freshmen were treated to almost weekly swirlies, being dunked headfirst into a toilet while it's being flushed, and getting thwacked with wet towels was a daily occurrence. Shad tried to stay out of Derek's line of sight and still listen in on the conversation. He didn't know what they were talking about, but Derek was definitely riled up. Shad pulled his shirt over his head and caught his reflection in one of the locker room mirrors. He sucked in his belly and flexed his arms as hard as he could. Depressing. When was he going to grow?
Maggie chick has been there every single time we're involved in some way. Dara says the radio kept flipping over some Rod Stewart song with her name on it. Something is definitely off with that girl. I don't care how fine she is. Dara says the whole dance team thinks she's really weird.
Shad jerked his head up when he heard Maggie's name. In the process, he dropped his shirt on the wet floor and slammed his locker on his fingers.
Ouch, man! Shit!
He pressed his hand to his mouth and grabbed up his shirt with his other. Somehow, Maggie had gotten dragged into Derek's story, and it didn't sound good. He pulled his shirt over his head, wincing at the big wet spot that stuck to his back, and walked around the row of lockers to where Derek and his friends were just getting ready to head out to the gym.
So I'm thinking maybe this girl is into some scary stuff, like the cult, you know?
Yo, Derek!
Shad called, trying to be cool.
Maggie's the nicest girl in the world. She's not into anything strange, man.
Derek smirked and slammed his gym locker, closing in on Shad with a few of his friends trailing behind him.
Hey, guys. It's Crazy Maggie's little friend. I think little Shad here needs a swirly. What do you guys think? Maybe it'll knock some sense into him.
Shad danced out of reach, his brain scrambling for a way to distract the conversation from Maggie and Swirlies. He snatched up the first thing he could think of.
"You think she's crazy? I'll tell you what's freaking crazy. My grandpa says 50 years ago there was like a murder here inside our school. 2 brothers died."
Derek and his friends stopped advancing. Shad continued, encouraged. He was so brilliant.
"One brother shot the other brother, and they fell over the balcony up on the 3rd floor and landed right in the middle of the rotunda."
Shad noticed the guys were actually listening to him. They gathered around him, and he quickly warmed to the story.
"So the police come, and they see the one brother lying dead on the floor. My grandpa said his neck was broken, but the other brother—"
Shad let his words hang in the air for maximum suspense.
"The other brother was nowhere to be found."
The guys oohed and awed a little and leaned in.
"And get this. There was this pool of blood on the floor that the police were sure belonged to the missing brother. There was a witness, see, and he swears both brothers fell over the balcony and were lying unconscious when he went for help. When he gets back with the police, the older brother is gone. So they searched the school up and down, and they couldn't find anything. It was like he just vanished. My grandpa says a few days later the kid's name was written on every chalkboard, like he was trying to tell them something." "Whatever, Jasper. Nice try."
Derek was waving him off, dismissing him as he walked toward the door connecting the gym to the men's locker room. A few of the other guys moved to follow him. Shad tried again, eager to keep the attention he'd held just a second before.
"I'm dead serious, man. My grandpa has seen this guy more than once, here in the school. And he never ages. He always looks exactly the same. That's how my grandpa knew he was a ghost. And he's not the only one who's seen him. There are other people that have, too."
There was no way that Shad was going to tell them Maggie was one of those people, but Derek was listening again.
"This school has a ghost. That story I told you? 100% true. And all that strange stuff you're talking about? It's probably him."
Shad mentally high-fived himself on that bit of sheer genius. It had just popped right into his head. He continued.
"I work here after school, you know. I've seen my share of scary shit, man."
Shad threw in the cuss word for good measure, knowing it made him sound more mature. A shrill whistle blew, and Coach Tenney bellowed through the door.
"Let's go, ladies. You're all late. Get your pink panties out here now."
Everybody headed for the door. All conversation ended for the time being.
"So, Shad, you're on our team today."
Derek slung a heavy arm over his shoulders, wedging Shad up between him and Trevor as they walked.
"You can tell me a little more about this ghost we got here at Honeyville High, right?"
Shad stuck the key in the side door and tried not to let the guys see that his hands were shaking. It took him 2 attempts, but they didn't seem to notice. They were too busy laughing and flirting with the girls they had brought along. They had picked Shad up about 20 minutes before and made him sit behind the back seat in Derek's mom's Suburban. The rest of the seats were crowded with several members of the football team and a few of their girlfriends. One of the girls had researched seances online and had picked up a bunch of candles and other strange stuff for the big event. It was all stuffed in the back with Shad. Shad had been excited just to come along. He knew he had been included because he had access to a key, but he ignored that small detail. The guys had been cool to him all week, ever since he'd told them about Johnny Kinross. He had even squeezed some more info out of his grandpa, and he'd exaggerated a little, too, making it possible for him to get a few more days' mileage out of it. What good storyteller doesn't? In P.E. that morning, Trevor had pulled him aside and sworn him to secrecy. Then he had asked him, all serious and hush-hush, if Shad could get them into the school that night for an exclusive Ghostbusters bash. Derek, Trevor, and a few of the guys had come up with a plan to call the ghosts of the dead boys and have a little fun in the process. Shad's immediate reaction had been stone-cold horror. There was no way he wanted to be in the school, at night, playing Ouija board games and contacting ghosts. What if they pissed Johnny Kinross off? Shad knew he existed, even if they didn't. He had seen that message appear right before his eyes, and he wouldn't soon forget it. But there was no way he could let Trevor know he was afraid. So he smiled, slapping Trevor's hand, and told him he could absolutely get them into the school. He wasn't going to let them down. Gus thought he'd been invited to a party at Derek's house. At least that's what Shad told him. Grandpa Gus didn't know Derek or the others very well, and it was easy to fudge on the details. His grandpa had fallen asleep in his big chair while watching something extremely boring on public television, and it had been a piece of cake to take his work keys from the rack by the door. He would return them later tonight when he got home, and Gus would be none the wiser. When they had honked for him at 9 o'clock, he'd left right through the front door, as natural as you please. Grandpa Gus hadn't even stirred. So now, here he was, key in hand, opening the doors for 10 of the most popular kids in school, hanging out with them, and scared to death. As soon as the door swung open, Derek was there, shoving past him, leading the way through the dim hallways and into the dark belly of the school. They didn't turn on any lights. Shad was pretty sure it was to keep the girls a little scared, because the ladies were clutching the arms of the boys who had invited them, and the boys seemed to be enjoying every minute of it. Just wait until Johnny Kinross started messing with them. These guys wouldn't last 10 seconds. Shad longed for the lights. He was at the back of the pack, and he kept sending furtive glances over his shoulder. He reminded himself again that he was making progress with the football team, and maybe, just maybe, tonight they would actually work some hocus-pocus that rid the school and Shad of Johnny Kinross forever. Maggie would thank him later. Plus, since he'd told the guys the story of the ghost, nobody had said a thing about Maggie being strange. He didn't want anybody giving her any trouble, even if he was so disgusted with her right now he almost wished he hadn't saved her neck. It would serve her right if she was labeled a witch, because she was definitely consorting with ghosts.
"So where are we going to do this, Derek?"
Trevor's girlfriend giggled nervously, clutching Trevor's hand as he stopped walking and turned to the ringleader of the group, waiting for a response.
"We should do it in the rotunda. That's where it happened, right? I mean, what better place to summon the spirits of the dead than in the place they died?"
Derek grabbed Dara and cackled maniacally, and a couple of the girls and even a few of the guys twittered nervously.
"Knock it off, Derek!"
Dara wasn't amused. She hadn't forgotten how it felt to be locked in the dance room in the dark, unable to get out with eerie messages echoing around the room. She couldn't believe she had agreed to come. Derek was way too devious and sneaky. She wouldn't put it past him to stage something just to freak everyone out. The rotunda was almost completely floor-to-ceiling in glass along the curved front side, and Shad spoke up from the back of the pack.
"You don't want to do it in the rotunda, man. If anyone drives by the school, they'll see your candles flickering, and we'll be busted that quick." Not a bad point, Shadrick."
Derek stroked his chin thoughtfully, the green of the exit sign leading to the third-floor stairs flickering ghoulishly over his face.
"By the way, Shad, what are you still doing here? This is an adults-only event. It'll be way too scary for the kiddies, don't you think? Come on, guys, let's put the baby in his room."
Before Shad knew what was happening, 3 of the guys had surrounded him, pinning his arms and legs and lifting him like they were going to use him as a battering ram.
"Whoa! Hey, guys! Stop! What the heck? I got you in here! You can't do this!"
Shad sputtered, kicking and arching, trying to get free of 3 pairs of powerful arms. They moved quickly up the stairs and down the hall, Shad held securely between them.
"Where is the baby's room?"
Derek shouted gleefully.
"Oh, look! There it is!"
The senior lockers lined 2 of the third-floor halls, and one of the boys who wasn't carrying Shad smacked a locker dead center with his big fist. It swung open immediately.
"Works every time,"
the kid crowed happily. Shad screeched and began begging in earnest.
"You can't put me in there. It's dark up here. I'll suffocate. I'll go crazy. What if I have to pee?"
He thrashed desperately. His pleas went unheeded.
"Here you go, baby Shad. Nighty-night."
Trevor shoved Shad's upper body into the locker roughly, as someone else bent his legs into the long, narrow opening. For a moment, Shad thought he would be able to prevent them from shutting the door, and he scrambled desperately, trying to push his way back out. He almost wiggled free, but at the last second, Derek punched him hard in the stomach, and Shad collapsed, cradling his belly with his arms, gasping for air. Trevor wrenched Gus's ring of keys from his front pocket, and with another heavy shove, Shad was forced back into the locker. The door was slammed shut, closing over his horrified face.
"That'll keep the little shit for a while. We'll come back and get him when we're done,"
Derek chortled, slapping a few of the guys across the back.
"What do you think we were gonna do? Let him hang out with us indefinitely?"
One of the girls protested.
"Get him out, guys! You're so mean! We can't just leave him up here all alone!"
Shad could hear her faintly as the footfalls grew farther away. She must have been overruled or reassured, because no one came back and let him out. He yelled after them, begging them to change their minds, promising them that they would be sorry. But silence was his only response. Shad breathed slowly, trying to keep the hysteria from overpowering him. There were slats in the door. At least he wouldn't die for lack of oxygen, which provided some small comfort, but it was very small comfort indeed. The locker smelled like sweaty socks and beef jerky. The sneaker on his right foot was wedged at an odd angle, tweaking his ankle, which was already throbbing like a bad tooth. He tried to pull his foot free, but didn't have enough room to even scratch his butt. He wiggled his other foot until it rested on the bottom of the locker. Pressing down, he released his weight from the foot that was torqued, and managed to relieve the pressure by several degrees. That was better. He tried butting his head into the locker door, thinking maybe he could pop it back open. It didn't work, and before long he was seeing stars, and his head hurt almost as badly as his ankle.
"I'm too sexy, so sexy."
Shad's ringtone jangled merrily from his back pocket. His heart leaped joyfully in his chest. His phone was still in his pocket. He wiggled and shimmied violently, trying to work at least one of his arms down and around his body. His phone stopped ringing. He kept squirming and was just about there when his phone, loosened by his writhing and wiggling, dropped from his pocket and hit his left shoe with a dull thud. Shad felt the tears welling up in his eyes and clogging his throat.
"Super strength, super flexibility, super skills,"
he repeated to himself, pushing the tears away. The phone started ringing again. There was no way he could squat down enough now to grab it. There wasn't enough clearance for his knees to bend. He was going to have to work a miracle with his big feet. He put pressure back on his wedged foot and pulled the other foot back, pressing his heel into the side of the locker. Wincing in pain, he tried to peel his foot out of his shoe. Little by little, he pulled his foot free. Tasha placed the candles in a large circle, and she and the other girls lit them, one by one, until they reflected a burnished glow off the highly waxed stage. The boys sat in the center of the circle, ringed by the candles. They had decided on the auditorium because it was fairly close to the back entrance, in case they had to make a speedy getaway, and there were no windows to reveal their clandestine activities to someone passing by, as Shad had so wisely pointed out before they had turned on him. The boys had pulled out a Ouija board and were avoiding it studiously, waiting for the girls to finish setting the stage. Everyone was feeling a little spooked. The candlelight created flickering shadows and unsettling illusions dancing over the black curtains circling the stage. They huddled together uncomfortably, wondering what to do next, most of them wishing the whole thing was behind them. Derek had disappeared a few minutes earlier, and no one really wanted to take the initiative to start without him. They all jumped, and one girl screamed when the big double doors swung open, and Derek trundled down the center aisle pulling a cooler of beer and some harder stuff that he'd stashed outside the service entrance earlier that evening. Everyone cheered at the sight of the booze, and the mood was immediately elevated. Cracking the tabs, the 10 teenagers took long sips of liquid courage, and the amateur séance began. They started asking simple yes and no questions. Are you a spirit? Did you die here? Are you haunting the school? Derek tried to control the responses, pushing and pulling the dial when he wanted a certain answer. Dara accused him of doing just that and slapped him, knocking his drink out of his hands. He had only drunk half of it, and it splashed over the stage in a wide arc, liberally dousing the curtains behind them. He just laughed and popped the tab on another. Dara stomped off to the corner and threatened to leave. However, she didn't have her own wheels, and nobody was in the mood for her attitude. Plus, everyone had loosened up considerably, and they were all starting to enjoy themselves. They just ignored Dara, but made sure Derek wasn't holding the board any longer.
"Are you Johnny Kinross?"
Tasha asked, taking the lead in the questioning. The dial slowly spelled out no.
"Who are you?"
Trevor piped in, sipping the foam off his third beer. Tasha repeated the question to the board. There was no movement on the board.
"Maybe we can only ask it yes and no questions."
Tasha wrinkled her nose doubtfully. None of them had ever played with the Ouija board before.
"What was the other guy's name? The younger brother?"
"Billy, right?"
Trevor offered.
"Are you Billy Kinross?"
The board spelled out N-O.
"Is your name Casper?" someone asked sarcastically, laughing uproariously at their own joke.
The board didn't respond.
"This is boring,"
Derek burped.
"That Shad kid is full of shit. I'll bet he was pulling our chains all along."
He stood and approached his sulking girlfriend. He offered her a wine cooler, gallantly opening it for her and taking the first sip. After a few minutes they were giggling and kissing, all contention dissolved in cheap liquor and teenage lust. After a few minutes, Tasha and Trevor had paired off, along with the other couple who had come. The Ouija board was forgotten for the moment as the party took a different turn. It wasn't until a half-hour or more had gone by, and the group was well on its way to being extremely drunk, that one of the football players, bored and girlfriendless, decided to ask his own questions. He giggled to himself as he asked a couple of lewd questions and got appropriately lewd responses. He fished a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it, using one of the low-burning candles, rationalizing that if anyone smelled smoke in the big auditorium on Monday, they would never know who to blame. He took a deep drag and blew it out happily.
"Why didn't anybody bring food, man? I'm starving,"
he grumbled, leaning back over the Ouija board and trying to think of something else to ask. Maybe he would try to get a name out of the ghost. He wasn't convinced there wasn't one. Maybe Tasha just didn't have the touch.
"Who are you?"
he asked, tapping his ashes on the slippery floor. The dial started to slowly respond.
"Hey, guys! I think it's going to give us a name!"
he called out. But no one seemed especially interested in the ghost anymore. One of the football players was snoring loudly from the carpeted steps rimming the stage. The lone player finished his cigarette as the letters slowly spelled out.
"We got a R, then an O.
R-O-G. He tossed the butt aside, his eyes fixed on the board in front of him. 2 more letters and the dial slid to a stop.
"Who the hell is Roger?"
he puzzled, raising his voice in question. The curtains behind him whooshed suddenly, making the sound a low-flying plane makes as it passes overhead. A column of fire engulfed the alcohol-soaked fabric and greedily lapped up the trail of harder liquor spilled across the stage. The curtains were old and dry, providing ideal fodder for the hungry flames. Another section of curtain ignited, and the inebriated students ran screaming and stumbling for the exit doors. Derek tripped over his sleeping teammate and slapped him awake, pulling Dara out behind him. With a quick glance around, he assured himself that everyone was out. Shad eventually managed to wedge his stocking-clad foot in between the lid and the base of his phone, opening it and sending a ray of blue light gleaming up at him from the bottom of the locker.
"Hallelujah and praise the Lord,"
he celebrated briefly. He was sweating profusely, and he wiped his face against his t-shirt-clad shoulder that was smashed into the back of the locker. Now came the really tough part. Maggie was on speed dial. If he could use a fine enough touch with his big toe, he might be able to ring her up. Of course, he would have to press the speaker button, too, if she had any chance of hearing him. Grunting and holding his breath, he punched at the keypad awkwardly. If only he could get his sock off! It created a floppy mess at his toes, making dialing impossible. Sliding his left foot to his right foot, he bore down on the floppy end of the sock and pulled. Little by little, wedging the excess sock under his other foot, and pulling in inch-long increments, He was finally able to pull his bare foot free.
"You're Mr. Elastic Shadrick," he told himself exuberantly.
"Now we dial."
He stabbed at the buttons with his toes, managing to shut the phone 3 times and having to maneuver it back open each time. He managed to depress the speaker button, and then with another little stab, not too hard, not too soft, he got an audible ringing. From what he could see of the little display, the phone was calling Maggie.
"Please answer, please answer, please answer,"
Shad begged. She didn't answer. Groaning in frustration, his muscles shaking with exertion, he punched at the redial button with his cramping big toe. Calling Maggie. Calling Maggie. Calling Maggie. Hello? Maggie's voice had never sounded so good. No voice had ever sounded so good.
"Maggie!"
Shad screamed.
"Can you hear me?"
Yeah, Shad. Take me off speaker. You sound like you're in a tin can." Shad burst into hysterical laughter.
"You have no idea how close that is to the truth. Maggie, you have to come to the school, ASAP. You gotta get me out of here."
Shad's phone sounded that series of cascading tones that lets the owner know the battery is almost dead. "Shad, I didn't catch the last part. Did you say you were at the school?" Maggie pressed her own phone to her head, trying to hear Shad through the waterfall of tones beeping in her ear. Shad shouted down at his phone, his muscles quaking and his voice cracking.
"Yes, I'm at the school. They stuffed me in a locker. You gotta get me out of here."
He shifted ever so slightly, attempting to alleviate the screaming pain in his weight-bearing leg. Just a tiny adjustment and his foot snapped down on the lid, shutting the phone once more, denying him Maggie's response.
"Oh!"
Shad moaned in defeat. His phone was almost dead, and Shad was dead tired. Hopefully Maggie heard enough information and would be coming soon. His phone started ringing almost immediately, but the phone was pushed too far back beneath the heel of his bottom foot now, and he couldn't do anything but listen helplessly as it rang and rang. He wished futilely for smaller feet and giant miracles. He was going to need one or the other to get himself out of this mess, because he hadn't told Maggie which locker he was in, or even which hallway. He exhaled slowly, then inhaled deeply, and repeated the process several more times. He just had to stay calm until Maggie came. He breathed in again, and then stopped, sniffing the air in confusion. Was that smoke? 19. Great Balls of Fire. Jerry Lee Lewis, 1958. Maggie grabbed her glasses and her sweatshirt and flew down the stairs. Shad had sounded freaked out. Did he really say he was inside a locker? Maggie couldn't imagine that, but he had definitely said the school. "Aunt Irene, I'm taking the car. Be back in a few. I'll call you." Maggie raced through the kitchen, not stopping to see if it was okay with her aunt. She didn't have time to explain or plead her case if her aunt didn't want her to go. She jumped in the caddy and was out, heading down the road, less than 5 minutes after Shad called. She punched in Gus's number as she drove, knowing that to leave him out of the loop if Shad were really in trouble would be foolish. "Gus? Hi, it's Maggie. Do you know where Shad is?" Maggie listened impatiently as Gus gave his typical warm greeting and eventually got around to answering her question.
"Shadrach told me he was going to a party. He seemed real excited about it, too. I was glad for him. Seems like maybe he's finally making some more friends."
Maggie was instantly suspicious. Who invited him to a party?" Gus seemed a little taken back by her sharp response.
"Well, let's see. I think he said some of the football players were going to be there. Derek. That was the kid's name he mentioned. Derek. Do you know him, Miss Margaret?"
"Oh, man," Maggie moaned. Did she know him? Did she ever? "Gus, I got a call a few minutes ago from Shad. He said he was at the school. I didn't hear everything. His phone was beeping like an old man's hearing aid. Sorry, no offense, Gus. Anyway, I think he's in trouble. I'm heading down there right now." Gus hemmed and hawed for a minute, and then he sighed.
"Thank you for calling, Miss Margaret. Will you give me a call if there is trouble? Shad might not want me swooping in. For all we know, the party went bad, and he went to the school to shoot some hoops. Of course, if there's a bunch of kids down there, I need to know."
Maggie agreed and clicked off, resisting the urge to floor the old car and get to the school. She had a bad feeling, and it was getting worse the closer she got to Honeyville High. As she turned onto the winding lane leading to the school, Maggie gasped and cried out. Black smoke was billowing from the roof and some of the upper windows on the east side. She hit redial, and when Gus picked up, she yelled into the phone.
"The school's on fire! I've got to find Shad! Call the fire department!"
"Miss Margaret, wait. Don't go in the school. Wait until help gets there."
Maggie clicked her phone shut. She didn't have time to debate the issue. If Shad was inside and stuck in some locker, which is what Maggie thought he had said, she couldn't wait. She roared to a stop and leaped out of the car, not even bothering to shut off lights or take the keys from the ignition. She ran for the side entrance, key in hand, thankful that for the moment all the smoke seemed to be concentrated on the east side. She was through the locked door in seconds. She ran into the school, calling for Johnny.
"Johnny? Johnny! I need you!"
Maggie ran down a long corridor. The smell of smoke was thick in the air, but the halls were still relatively clear. Her legs felt like rubber, and fear and desperation pounded in her chest. She ran to the section of hallway that housed the freshman lockers.
"Shad! I need you to yell as loud as you can so I can find you!"
Maggie tried to control her breathing, listening intently for any shouts or moans or any sign at all that Shad was trapped nearby.
"Maggie!"
Johnny was suddenly there, and Maggie went limp with relief, allowing herself to be pulled into his strong arms as he immediately started to propel her toward the exit she had entered moments before.
"Maggie, the school is on fire. You've got to get out. I don't know if I can stop it."
"Johnny, no! Listen to me!"
She gripped Johnny's forearms, demanding that he stop and face her. She would have to talk fast. She could see by his face that he wouldn't brook any argument.
"Shad is here in the school, and I don't know what happened or why, but he's here, and I have to find him."
Johnny cursed, whipping around in a circle, his head lifted as if trying to catch a scent.
"The fire and smoke are messing with my abilities. It's as if all the energy is being drawn into the fire."
He turned back to Maggie and began herding her back towards the door.
"You have to go, Maggie. I promise you I will find Shad and I will get him out. Everything is going to be okay, but you've got to get out of here."
Maggie had no interest in being soothed or coddled. She wouldn't be leaving without Shad. Suddenly, the enormity of the situation descended upon her. Shad wasn't the only one trapped in the school. Johnny would find Shad, she had no doubt about that. But he wouldn't be able to leave. If the school was destroyed, what would happen to Johnny? She stared up into his beloved face with dawning horror.
"We have to find Shad, and then we have to get this fire out."
Terror pulsed through her, far worse than before, and she was sprinting back down the hall before Johnny could even react.
"Maggie, stop, please!"
Johnny swooped down on her, obviously still able to convert some energy into speed.
"You can't go running off without knowing where he is, or worse, whether or not the next corner you come to will lead you straight into a blazing inferno."
He took a deep breath, clearly trying to rein in his need to grasp her in his arms and physically expel her from the school to the safety beyond. He knew she would just turn around and come right back in. He had to find Shad and get them both out of the school. Now.
"Stay right here. Please, if you love me at all, just wait here. Let me find Shad. If I focus, I will be able to feel him through the smoke. But I need to hurry. We don't know where he is."
What he left unspoken was that it might be too late.
"Go!"
Maggie cried.
"I'll wait, I promise."
Johnny was gone immediately.
"I won't leave without either of you,"
Maggie vowed, sinking down to the floor. The air was clearer down there, and Maggie coughed a little, praying that Shad wasn't anywhere near the east end. She had only been waiting a couple of minutes when, from the corner of her eye, she saw a flash of movement. Was it Shad? Had he broken free on his own, but been disoriented enough by the smoke that he was heading further into the building, instead of out to freedom and fresh air? Maggie called out, but the figure didn't pause. She didn't stop to consider that she wasn't keeping her word.
"Hey, come back! You're going the wrong way!"
She raced after the swiftly moving form, the smoke getting denser and denser as she neared the rotunda. She reached the place where the hallway split, leading up a flight of stairs to the third floor or down a flight to the main. The smoke would be thicker the further she rose. Surely the person she was following wouldn't ascend the stairs into thicker smoke. She ran down the stairs and out into the open circle of the rotunda. She hunched down and struggled to see where the elusive figure had gone. He didn't move like Shad. Could it be that Derek and his friends were still in the school? Someone had put Shad in that locker, that was for sure. Were those voices? It sounded like someone was arguing above her. The rotunda made the sound echo oddly. Maggie wasn't sure where the voices were coming from, but they were boys' voices, and she thought one of them said Johnny's name. Shouts were heard, and someone yelled, "Look out!" A gunshot rang out above her. Maggie screamed and covered her head, peering up through the haze to find the source of the shot. 3 figures stood on the highest balcony. As she watched, 2 of them whirled and, in movie-like slow motion, fell over the balcony, limbs tangled like a human spider. The figure next to them stepped forward, watching as the ground rose up to meet them. Maggie screamed again, horror and nausea washing over her in ghastly waves. She crawled to where the figures lay, one bleeding profusely, one his head bent oddly, staring off at nothing. Déjà vu washed over Maggie. Johnny? This was all too familiar. She reached her hands out to stem the blood seeping from the wound on the bleeding man's chest. Her hands passed through him without resistance. This was Johnny, but it wasn't. This wasn't really happening. Not now. She was watching a rerun play out before her, complete with original cast members long since departed. Johnny lay there, gasping, his eyes on his brother, not seeing her at all. He spoke his brother's name and cried out in wrenching despair. He was close to the end. It was almost more than she could bear, even knowing what happened next. "No! I won't go! You can't make me leave!" Johnny fought against death's grasp. A figure suddenly loomed over them, and Maggie cried out, staring up into the face of the third person from the balcony. "So where did he go?" The boy spoke to her, and Maggie scrambled backwards, stunned. "Where did you go, Johnny?" The boy poked at the mirage in front of him. Johnny's image did not respond to the query. The boy who spoke was no longer part of the rerun Maggie had seen unfolding from the upper balcony. He wasn't simply a ghostly imprint playing his part in a decades-old slideshow. He wasn't a ghost at all, but a spirit, a living entity without a physical body. There was something very familiar about this boy. He was handsome in a clean-cut, freshly scrubbed GQ kind of way. He looked at Maggie, and his mouth twisted cruelly. She knew that smile. "Roger?" She trembled, not believing her eyes. "I think Uncle Roger would be more appropriate, don't you, Margaret?" Johnny worked his way up to the third floor. Shad's terror worked like a homing beacon once he had finally been able to zero in on it. There was an odd energy pulsing through the school, though, and Johnny kept getting flashes of strong competing emotions. Fear, hate, love, desire, and jealousy rolled over him without rhyme or reason. It had been harder for him to find Shad as a result. The emotions he was buffeted by weren't his own emotions. It was almost like the school was coming apart at the seams, and as it splintered and broke, all the absorbed tragedy and teenage angst of 5 decades was being released, like thousands of mini grenades popping and sizzling through the air. The smoke on the third level was thick. Johnny was unaffected, but he knew Shad would not be. He hoped the kid was still holding on. Focusing all his might, he began popping locker doors open. The going was slower than usual, but he found Shad within seconds. Shad was almost unconscious, and was dripping wet with perspiration, but he was still breathing. Shad didn't even put up a fight when Johnny slung him over his shoulder. He was disoriented, and his eyes were half closed. Thank goodness for small miracles. He could just imagine trying to rescue the Shad who had ripped him up one side and down the other a while back. Johnny moved quickly down the stairs and out into the hallway where he had left Maggie. The smoke and heat were almost unbearable, and Johnny cursed desperately when he realized Maggie wasn't there. Reaching out, he felt for her, tuning into the frequency that sung in him constantly. He felt her immediately. Her grief and fear almost buckled his knees. Why hadn't she stayed put? Torn, he paused, considering his options. He had to get the kid out now. Shad was in bad shape, but Johnny didn't want to physically throw him through the door. Goodness knows he would love to carry him out himself.
"Miss Margaret! Shadrach! Margaret!"
The cry was coming from the direction of the west side entrance. Johnny recognized the voice. It was Gus. Gus could help him. He ran toward the voice, praying that this would be one of the days Gus would be able to see him. If his theory held out, he would. Gus seemed to be able to see Johnny only when Gus's own emotions were high and his reserves low. This moment should qualify. Gus almost collided with him, unable to see either him or Shad through the hazy gloom. Gus rebounded in fear, his eyes rocketing between Johnny and his unconscious grandson. Johnny transferred the precious cargo from his shoulder to Gus's. The old man wobbled a little, and then straightened determinedly, holding up under the weight. With a grateful nod, he acknowledged Johnny and rushed back for the door he had just come through. Now Johnny had to find Maggie. He called out to her, flying through the blackened hallways, feeling the heat of the school coming apart around him. He blasted into the rotunda, and his heart nearly collapsed. Maggie lay in a heap in the middle of the floor, occupying the spot where he and Billy had once lain, in the exact spot where Billy died and Johnny had unknowingly pled for purgatory. Her arms were wrapped around something Johnny couldn't see. It reminded him of the day he had observed their embrace in the costume room mirror. A beautiful woman holding nothing.
"Maggie! Oh no! Maggie! Not here, baby! Not now!"
Johnny sunk to the ground beside her and scooped her up in his arms. Her head lolled against his chest, and violent coughing shook her.
"Roger told me I could be with you. That's what I want. I want to stay with you. Lay here with me, Johnny."
A sick, cold hate curled its way through Johnny's gut.
"Roger?"
He knew what her response would be. His Maggie, his girl who could see ghosts, had had a visit from Roger Carleton. It seemed the vindictive bastard wasn't ready to let it go, even still. Did he really seduce this innocent girl with deadly lies, all for revenge?
"I saw you, Johnny, the night Billy died. I saw you and Billy fall. Then I saw Roger. He was young again. Aren't there any old spirits in heaven?"
A fit of coughing gripped her, and Johnny looked frantically at the front entrance. Where were the firemen? Hadn't Gus known Maggie was still inside? Maggie seemed unconcerned with her safety and continued on, coughing and struggling for breath as she spoke.
"Roger asked me where you were. Then he told me that I could be like you and that we would be together."
Maggie's voice was raw, but it was her words that echoed with torment and filled him with anguish.
"He lied, Maggie. That sick bastard lied. If you stay here, you die. You go the way of the angels, the place where people like you and Billy go when this life is over. If you die today, Maggie, I will be without you, and you will be without me. We won't be together, Maggie. People like me and Roger, I think we go somewhere else."
A huge crash shook the rotunda, and glass shattered and popped above them from the heat. Johnny had to get Maggie out of the school. Honeyville hadn't had much of a fire department 50 years ago, and he was guessing she still didn't. If there were firemen here, no doubt they were concentrating their efforts on the East End, hoping to keep the fire from spreading and consuming the whole school. They wouldn't succeed. The fire burned like a raging disease, and he could feel the school succumbing. When it finally fell, so would he. Maggie was clinging to him, and her breathing was labored. He had to get her out now.
"I love you, Johnny,"
she whispered hoarsely. Her eyes were rimmed in red, but they spoke the truth.
"I won't leave you."
"I love you too, Maggie. Never forget that. Hold on to me now, baby."
With a guttural war cry, Johnny gathered every ounce of energy available to him and blasted through the front door, Maggie held securely in his arms. Maybe it was the force with which he hurled himself into the void, but he was not repelled like before. He felt the swarm descend on him instantly, that writhing black mass of something other devouring him as he pushed into the barrier between purgatory and hell that had held him bound. He clung to Maggie, to her sweetness, to her goodness, and to his pure intent to save her life at all cost. He kept moving. He felt the splintering, all-consuming blackness curl around him and within him. Just one more step, and then one more. He felt himself disintegrating and his thoughts scatter into nonsense as he surrendered himself to the demands of death. But still he pushed forward, with her cradled against him, until there was only oblivion. Chaos was rampant beyond the shaky perimeter the local police and firefighters had erected. The 10 kids who were responsible for starting the blaze had been detained, and were in varying states of shock and hysteria. Parents had been called, onlookers blocked the roads, and every Honeyville policeman was present, and their flashing lights adding to the surreal atmosphere of tragedy and mayhem. The police were trying to question the teens while maintaining order of the growing crowds lining the perimeter. The local fire crew in their small fire truck shot a steady blast of water into the fiercest section of the fire, and the trucks and crews from nearby towns had arrived to help, but there weren't resources, training, or manpower sufficient for the inferno before them. Amidst all of this, Irene Honeycutt Carleton cried and begged for someone to help her niece, who was believed to still be inside the school. Gus Jasper had tried to go back inside for Maggie after he had wobbled outside with his grandson on his back, but he'd been forcibly restrained, and had fought his detainment until he'd collapsed and had to be carried to the ambulance where his grandson was already being treated. So Irene continued to plead with whomever would listen, soot and tears leaving grimy grooves down her cheeks, but her cries fell on helpless ears. The police and firemen were doing all they could. No one had actually seen Maggie inside the school or even entering the school, although her haphazardly parked car was a good indication that she was there. At Irene's insistence, several attempts had been made before the firemen had been called out, and all manpower was concentrated on fighting the fire. The fire chief couldn't continue to send men into a building of that size and scope with no idea where to look, while fire blazed around them. To those gathered watching the high school go up in flames, it seemed as if the girl simply appeared through the smoke and ash. It was late, almost 1 a.m. on Saturday morning, but the sky was lit with a red glow and filtered orange light shone through the haze. A shout went up among those closest to the perimeter. "There's someone there!" "Look, there's someone coming out of the school!" "Is it 2 people?" For a moment the crowd was still, all eyes peering through the smoke that camouflaged the figures that appeared, and then were lost again in the haze. Then the shouts went up again. "Someone is being carried!" The waves of heat created a mirage that made the girl look as if she were floating above the earth, or being carried in the arms of Providence. And then she was down, tumbling across the ground as if she had been tossed from the bowels of hell. "She's fallen! Someone help her!" 3 firemen closest to the unfolding drama threw down their hose and raced toward the crumpled form. Just as they reached her, the whole right side of the school collapsed in on itself, shaking the entire structure and sending the huge beams that ringed the center rotunda dominoing over like toy blocks. The firemen scooped up the unconscious girl and ran for their lives as heavy debris and fiery ash rained down around them. 20. Return to Me. Dean Martin, 1958. The school was a blackened shell when the firemen eventually doused the last burning ember. The east wing was a pile of rubble and glass. The west wing was still standing, but it looked gutted and skeletal. Only the rotunda that jutted out from the front of the school had escaped being consumed by fire, but it had been reduced to a heap of beams and balconies that had crumpled when the east wing collapsed. The firemen were beyond weary, their suits and faces slick with soot and sweat, their eyes coal-rimmed and bloodshot, their countenances grim. The popular old mayor of Honeyville had arrived in the early morning hours and had held vigil along with an ambulance, several police officers, and the principal of the school, watching as the stately edifice completely succumbed to fire. It was all the more shocking to behold as the cheerful winter sun began to peek its rosy face over the eastern hills, lightening the sky, mocking the devastation before them. The crowds had all gone, along with the 2 ambulances carrying Gus Jasper, his grandson, and Maggie O'Bannon, who was miraculously still alive, though no one knew how she had managed to walk out of the school in her condition. She had a few minor burns and scrapes from the falling debris and ash, but it was the smoke inhalation that should have killed her. All 3 of the casualties had been taken to a regional hospital, Maggie in critical condition. There was a great deal more work to be done, but for the time being everyone needed to head home and get a few hours of sleep. Decisions would need to be made. The other half of the school year remained, and about 600 high school students were now without a school. Principal Jillian Bailey spoke quietly with Mayor Parley Pratt about several possibilities, as firemen pulled off their blackened helmets, stored their gear, and wound the long hoses. A large backhoe had been put to work through the firefight, dumping loads of cool black earth onto the still smoldering debris. They watched it as it trundled around in front of the building, not far from where they huddled, commiserating and observing. It was then that the weary operator made his stunning discovery. He had been working primarily on the east side, but the heat of the smoldering rubble made it almost impossible to do any more. For the last hour he had begun clearing the loose debris from the front of the school where the fire had not spread. The beams had fallen like dominoes, coming to rest in a peculiar circular pattern, each beam supported by the one next to it. The high ceiling and glass walls had been flung outward, as if an inner explosion had forced everything back from the center of the rotunda. It was this debris that had prevented him from moving in close enough to see what he now observed. From his high perch in the cab of the backhoe, the operator noted that some of the large ceramic tiles that had graced the entrance were visible through the toppled beams and debris. He paused, peering down through the rubble at something that didn't make any sense. "Sweet Mary, Mother of God!" The driver of the backhoe stopped the tractor and jumped down from his perch, scrambling over fallen beams and then disappearing from view. It was mere seconds before he was back, waving his arms frantically and calling for help. "Help me! Hurry! There's someone down here! I got a pulse, but I don't know how long he's been here or if we can even get him out." Officers and firemen came running, the 2 EMTs from the lone remaining ambulance grabbing a gurney and a medical kit and following close behind. The first man to reach the backhoe operator was a young police officer, unburdened by heavy coveralls or gear. What he saw was beyond belief. Lying on the exposed tiles of the destroyed rotunda, surrounded by blackened debris and fallen beams, was a young man. He was clearly unconscious, and his once white T-shirt was soaked in blood. The officer maneuvered himself as close as he could, trying to gauge the man's injuries. "That's a gunshot wound." He felt for a pulse, just as the driver of the backhoe had done minutes before. The pulse was weak and thready, and from the looks of it, the kid had lost a lot of blood. "We gotta get this beam out of the way so that we can get the gurney down here and keep him as flat as possible." One EMT scrabbled down beside the victim and pulled an oxygen mask over his head, and then immediately began an investigation of his wound. The rest of the men tugged and heaved the largest beams out of the way, clearing a path for the gurney to be dropped down. Within seconds, the firemen and emergency medical workers had the gravely injured young man loaded up, and were racing toward the ambulance, praying that they had found him in time to save his life. "Principal Bailey!" The young policeman gestured to her wildly. She came at a run, followed by the mayor, who at 75 years old was still insatiably curious and quite spry. It had been all he could do to remain back as the emergency workers had pulled the wounded man from the rubble. "None of us recognize this kid. Is he one of yours?" The policeman indicated the young man on the gurney, wondering if the principal could identify him as a Honeyville High student. One of the EMTs pulled the mask from the young man's face, giving her a better look before he snapped it back into place. Jillian Bailey felt the blood drain from her head and the world spin around her as if she were caught in a vortex that defied time and space. Yes, he was hers, but not in the way the EMT meant. She knew him. She knew him intimately. How could she not? She had seen his picture every day of her life. He had haunted her mother's dreams and darkened her every waking moment with the never-ending questions. "Where is my son? What happened to my son?" Jillian Bailey shook her head, and managed to choke out a response, the only response she could give. "No, he isn't a student." Mayor Parley Pratt, his face pursed in concentration, watched as they loaded the gunshot victim into the ambulance and pulled away, sirens blaring. "That kid sure looked familiar. I know I've seen his face. He almost looked like that kid that disappeared all those years ago when I was just a young police officer. What was his name?"
"Johnny Kinross," Principal Bailey whispered.
"That's right. Johnny. Your daddy never stopped looking for him, did he? Strange, huh? This kid found in the very place Johnny Kinross was last seen."
Maggie should have woken up by now. The doctors scratched their heads, and the nurses clucked their tongues and pursed their lips. But Maggie stayed locked in a coma, unmoving and unresponsive. Tubes ran in and out of her, machines beeped, Irene pled, but still she slept. Gus had been released from the hospital after 24 hours of observation. Shad, who had suffered from heat stroke and some minor smoke inhalation, was released the day after that. The three of them, Shad, Irene, and Gus, had kept vigil in the intensive care unit's waiting room for the last 4 days. Principal Bailey had found them there. Gus was shocked by her drawn, colorless face. She wasn't a pretty woman, but she kept herself neat and trim, and her face was intelligent and kind. Today she bore the look of someone who had suffered a terrible loss, or a terrible shock. Gus wondered if it was the destruction of the school that had so adversely affected her. Principal Bailey inquired after Maggie. Her sincerity and genuine concern for her student was evident, and Irene thanked her warmly. Then Principal Bailey asked Gus if she could have a word with him privately. Gus nodded his consent and followed her from the waiting room. He was confused when she led him to a hospital room not far from Maggie's. She got permission for them to enter, and when they did she closed the door firmly behind them. The curtain was partially pulled around the bed, and Gus couldn't see who occupied it. Jillian Bailey approached the patient and bid Gus to follow her. Gus did so hesitantly, uncomfortable about intruding into the sick room of someone he didn't know. But that was where he was wrong, for he did know the person in the bed. He stared down at the flesh-and-blood body of a ghost he had seen on and off for 53 years. He had no doubt it was him. Johnny's hair was brushed off his face and slightly mussed by his convalescence. He had more tubes and machines connected to his inert form than Maggie did. It looked as if he'd sustained some kind of wound to his chest, though he seemed to be recovering well and breathing on his own. "Do you know who he is, Mr. Jasper?" Jillian Bailey asked, her eyes locked on Johnny's face. "You were the only one I thought might know."
"What happened to him?"
Gus whispered, stalling, unwilling to give her a response.
"He was shot."
Principal Bailey's tone was brisk and harsh. Gus staggered a little and clung to the rungs on the bottom of the bed.
"We found him at the school, lying in the debris. He wasn't burned, and he doesn't seem to have suffered from smoke inhalation."
"Is he gonna make it?"
Gus asked quietly.
"Yes, he is strong and young."
She tripped over the irony in her words.
"He is pretty heavily medicated right now, but they were able to repair the damage. If this had happened 50 years ago, he surely would have died."
Gus's head snapped up, and their gazes locked. A pregnant pause followed. Jillian Bailey continued on, her deep agitation apparent in the lines on her face and the stiffness of her body.
"Nobody knows how he got there or when he got there. Nobody seems to know anything about him. So I'll ask you again. Do you know who he is, Mr. Jasper?"
Jillian Bailey folded her arms tightly around herself, waiting for his answer, watching his face. Gus looked back at her for a moment, trying to determine whether she asked him because she didn't know or because she did. He decided it was the latter. Funny. He had forgotten all about her connection to Johnny Kinross. She had left Honeyville when she went to college over 3 decades ago. She'd had a long career in education and had only come home when her elderly parents, old Chief Bailey and his wife Dolly Kinross Bailey, started ailing and needed her care. She had taken the job as principal when it had become available about 8 years ago. Her parents had died relatively close together soon after. Gus had noted their passing with sadness. Gillian Bailey had never married, but she had remained in Honeyville these last few years and seemed to love what she did. In Gus's opinion, she was good at it. His eyes met hers briefly. He was a simple man. He knew that life held mysteries and wonders that he would never understand or comprehend. He didn't know how it was possible, yet he didn't doubt the evidence before him. Gus nodded firmly, giving her what she desired. Gillian Bailey slumped as if the truth she sought had broken her back. After a moment she nodded at him as well and moved to speak, but then bit back what she was going to say. He could tell from her conflicted expression that she needed to hear him say the words. She needed for someone to say out loud that the impossible, the unexplainable, was indeed reality. And so he did.
"That's Johnny Kinross, Miss Bailey. That boy is your brother."
So now Gus was here, with Maggie, and he had something to tell her that might bring her back among the living. He had faith that she could hear him, and trusted that it would make all the difference.
"Miss Margaret, can you hear me? I need you to listen now, honey. I saw him. They found him in the rubble. He's here, Miss Margaret. Johnny is here, and he's alive."
Gus squeezed her hand as hard as he could and repeated his words several more times, speaking slowly and clearly.
"He's gonna need you now, Miss Margaret. He's gonna need you real bad. He's traveled through hell and back to be here with you. So you need to wake up. You gotta wake up now, Miss Margaret."
From somewhere deep in the dark tunnel she was cowering in, Maggie heard the words. She thought for a moment it was her dad, calling her to come home with him and Mom, telling her Johnny was waiting. That's what she wanted. She just wanted to be with the people she loved and missed so desperately. Then the words came again. It was Gus. Gus, whom she also loved and trusted. Gus said Johnny was alive. Gus said Johnny needed her. And she needed him. Her decision made, Maggie abandoned the heavy muddle she had been floating in. She leaned toward the light that grew steadily brighter and bigger as she approached. With supreme effort, she raised her heavy lids and looked into Gus's triumphant face. "Where is he?" she whispered. This concludes Slow Dance in Purgatory by Amy Harmon, narrated by Emily Wuzeller. Copyright 2012 by Amy Harmon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Amy Harmon, care of Distel and Godrich Literary Management, and was produced in the year 2014 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks, and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.